Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime you might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of the suicidal maniac.
Hey, good morning. My name is Brother Garfield. This is the Brother Garfield podcast. Dagger Squad in the building. Usually when I do shows on Sundays, I'm running around and in a rush. But today, I'm going to slow it down. All right? We're going to talk about the 12 tribe chart exposed and debunked. That's just to bring the people in. I'm not really going to deal with the chart the way people want me to deal with it, but I'm going to deal with a root of it. That's going to have you thinking if I'm right or wrong, or if the information is right or wrong. Now, if you look in the comment section of this video, you see all the videos and all the scholarship that I'm using regarding the 12 tribes. Also, Divine Prospect and Ankh. Ankh West from the Amara squad. He's a part of the Dagger squad, Massey Warrior clan. They have a little thing going on Facebook. We're going to talk about it. I invite Ankh on. He's going to talk about it. And I'm going to talk about Chief Holiday being interviewed and YK the Troops breaking down the video. Oh my God. Some claims by Chief Holiday is just unbelievable. But my contention is not to stop you from believing in your God. My contention on a whole is basically to point out, as Black folks in America, what we're looking at is an invented idea that started here in America. It started with Abba Bivens. I know a lot of people say Wentworth can't be the beginning of a New Testament believer who is claiming to be an Israelite. Although they would be classified as Christians because they believe Jesus is the Christ, they really are just Christians. But to claim you're an ancient Israelite and also believe in the New Testament, it's a whole wider perspective as far as viewing them from a worldview, looking at them. Kelly Green, yes, I think the way how Divine responded to Faithful and there is some beef in the air. And Sean called him a scammer. Sean has a show at 2 p.m. today from Massey Warrior Clan calling Divine Prospect, saying that he's scamming. Now, let me ask you a question, and let's be fair before I even talk about Divine Prospect. If you see Jimmy Swaggart or TD Jake selling some water and said this is from Israel, would you call him a scammer? Would you say they're scamming? Well, Divine Prospect is selling an amulet, a replica, I assume. I'll have to look on his page to see what's going on and evaluate it. I might not use the colorful language like Ankh, but the bottom line is it's BS. That's what Ankh is really trying to say. All right. So now I'm going to go to my notes today. I actually made notes for this show so that I'm in order. There's a gentleman by Kelly Green by the name of Andrew Tobolowsky. I interviewed him in 2021 for my 20 for 20. I didn't know that his angle is like the consensus of where the Bible writers come from. Now, I'm going to talk about several things. I'm going to talk about an article on that I'm going to put on the screen. I'm going to talk about Andrew Tobolowsky article. I'm going to talk about segmented genealogies and linear genealogies. We're going to talk about the Greek connection. Then I'm going to play a video by Matt Baker, usual charts. Then I'm going to talk about the Hasmonian time period and the lack of tribal evidence of these 12 tribes. The tribes did exist before Israel, but just not the 12 we know about, which is true. All right. And by the way, too, we're not bashing, we're teaching. That's why I'm calling myself the teacher. All right. We're going to look at the Hasmonian map of when the Hasmonian time period of when they were at the highest level and compare it to the Israel map and see what we come up with. We're going to break down each tribe along with the Assyrian exile and why they would possibly make up the whole tribes, why they made up the tribes can't be lost, why the tribes can't be lost. All right, we're going to look at each tribe, segmented genealogy, whether it was made up during the primeval period, the Greek period and the primeval history. I'm not ready for you yet, Ankh. And then we're going to talk about the Israel and Judah relationship as far as were they ever one? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to usual, my favorite Jew in the building. All right. And of course, if the people are curious why I always wear hats, I got a bald head. This is for the ladies, by the way. This is not for the men. People question why I always got a hat on. I got a bone to pick with Ankh. All right. So see, I made notes, so I'm slowing it down because I want to have a conversation pre-exile, during the exile, the writer's perspective, how it evolved to 12 tribes. So I'm going to probably have to do a part 2 to this. We're going to talk about Deuteronomy. We're going to talk about the Judges time period. Did we have the 12 tribes during the Judges time period? The Bible version is Judges, Song of Deborah. Genesis 49. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at also Deuteronomy 33. These are older writings with an older writing style. Then we're going to look at the Assyrian exile, the numbers and how much people was left behind. No problem, brother law, always. By the rivers of Babylon, Cyrus and the return, the 12 tribes represented in Ezra 6. So we're going to look at chase the ball out of town. But let's look at the Bible overall and what went on. And one of the things I want to show first is, again, for the people that are believers that they are descended from these ancient Israelites, one thing I want you guys to look at with the 70 AD argument, and by the way, to pre-Sakar, Deacon Akar, whatever you're going by today of the Genesis group, did agree to have a conversation about the 70 AD stuff. The 70 AD is crucial. And the reason why it's crucial, because the tribes of Benjamin, the tribes of Judah are said by the African-American Black Hebrew Israelite groups. Some of them, I don't know if all of them teach this, but this is one of the main parts of their teachings. That 70 AD, they ran into Africa, ended up in West Africa, or ran into West Africa. One of the things that you have to look at when you're evaluating this conversation, and I'm asking my brothers and sisters to evaluate that conversation, is not that somebody said, hey, I'm from the 70 AD, da 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 da. The issue is, even if you look at the Africans, the Western Central Africans, they don't claim that they're from Judah. They normally claim they're from one of the quote-unquote lost tribes, the northern tribes. So we're going to look at that today if we get the chance. That could also evaluate and show you that Jews were in the area, because that's what influenced our starting people to think that, hey, I'm one of the lost tribes, because Christianity is coming in and the stories are being retold within those cultures, within those languages. So we got to understand it and slow it down. Now, I created a hit list of Hebrew Israelites or Black Hebrew Israelites I would like to have dialogues with. On the hit list is Zion Lex. I would love to have a conversation with the brother about him being a part of Judah, because I think my brother is in error. I think you're in error. I'd love to have a conversation with Divine Prospect. He used to claim he's from the tribe of God, G-A-D. I don't know if he claims that anymore. But it is what it is. Gorilla Hebrew, I don't care about your personal life and what you do, brother. I'm just here for the information. I hope you're paying attention. The 12 tribes chart, we had a debate, and he brought out the religious elements, and I brought out the historical elements. Two different debates going on at the same time. All right. My brother Hakar, Deacon Hakar, I'd love to have a conversation with you, or you are Hassad, regarding the 70 AD Second Esdras being a legitimate book that should be in the canon, and Deuteronomy 28:68. No, well, they don't believe that Deuteronomy 28:68 had to do with the. I don't know if they teach that, but GOCC's leader Rakar, I would love to have a conversation with him. I'd love to have a conversation with Priest Daniela. We already agreed to have a conversation about King James, Tabernacle of David, Corey, and all those people. I would love to have a conversation about the Scythians and the Lost Tribes. Yawasap, we'll talk about whatever conversation we're going to have. But these are brothers who are claiming to study. But you see, my brother by the name of Asari Motep, I stole this slide from him. This slide from him years ago. And I'm gonna put it on the screen so that you guys could see the slide. And it's a very interesting slide, and it has to do with methodology. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, ladies and gentlemen, is because it's telling of who you are as a researcher. This is what most Israelites, if not all, how they research and why they always come to a faulty conclusion. You see, when you believe something, you really shouldn't debate your belief. So this is something I stole, one of the slides I stole from Asari Motep. It says, here's the conclusion. What facts can we find to support it? So this is an old way of researching. So hey, we got the Bible. The Bible is true. But what can we find to support what the Bible is saying? So we run around, we find, they find Noah's Ark. Noah's story is true. They always, so when you're leading with your belief as 100% true, you're going to come up with a faulty premise. You started with a faulty premise, and your conclusions are going to be faulty also. So look at how you should do it. Here are the facts. What conclusions can we draw from them? Shout out to Asar Imhotep. Again, here are the facts. What conclusions can we draw from them? So when you read the story, my brothers and sisters, of the stories of the Native Americans, let's think about it. Saying that, we come from Noah. We had a ship. It's the Bible translators rewriting oral traditions and fitting the Bible story in them. Let me say that again. They're rewriting the oral traditions of the Native Americans with a biblical twist. Oh, man. Garfield, you're getting deep right now. You don't believe me? You don't believe I have a source of that? Watch this. This is where, when Yawasap was reading the oral traditions, I never got to counter it in the debate. But the truth of the matter is, this is why we have stories. Look at these things. Look at that brother in the chat who taught me this. Truth Storian. He taught me this about praying towns. I never know about no praying towns before Truth Story mentioned it to me. I would be a liar if I said that. So in Native American culture, they had praying towns with John Eliot. John Eliot was a Puritan, and he translated a lot of the what? the oral traditions or the Bible into Native American languages. The Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts. Again, truth story, and who's in the audience taught me about this. I never knew nothing about this. These are the people that are influenced in the Indians. The Bible translations in Native American languages from the 16th century, Quechua is the most popular languages that's spoken by Native Americans. So they are translating the Bible. So now when they're translating the Bible, they're retelling your oral stories. Why are they retelling the oral stories? Because they want you to start believing what they believe, because their belief is the superior belief. Our belief is the shit. Your belief is nothing. Look at this right here. The Jewish Indian theory in the Hispanic world. Several Spanish chronographers of the 16th. Again, these are Europeans who are sleeping with Native Americans, bringing that R marker into the area, just like how they brought the R marker to the African American community when they were sleeping with our women. Just like my brother Gorilla Hebrews, I think his father has R, because guess what? The European is sleeping with indigenous people and slaves. So they have children. So when they have male children, that R marker is carried on. So in the African American community, 30 to 40% of us have the R marker. So look at this right here. Let's teach about it. Watch this now, family. And again, I'm not arguing. Watch this. The Jewish Indian theory in the Hispanic world. Several Spanish chronographers of the 16th century, most developing a similar argumentation, identifying the Native Americans with descendants of the 10 lost tribes. So what my Hebrew Israelite brothers do is, look at this guy, Diego Landa, and look at this guy. They were saying that there was Israelites. That is not proof that they're Israelites. This is Europeans coming and retelling stories to fit their paradigm. Watch this. Some of the older people living in the Yucatan reported that they had been told by their elders that their land had been occupied by a human race which had come from the east, and which God had led there by opening up 12 routes. Why use the number 12? Because 12 disciples, 12 apostles, 12 tribes, trying to connect the Bible story. If this was true, the consequence would necessarily be that all the inhabitants of the Indies have descended from the Jews. Wow. Now look at this now. These translations of indigenous narratives into a biblical style can also be found in the work of Domingo Diego Duran, History of the Indies of New Spain. From the 2nd century onwards, the author proclaims his conviction that the natives are Jews and a part of the Hebrew people. Wow. Now, look at this right here. He also insists on the factuality of their long and painful migration from unknown and furthest regions until they took possession of this land. Through following a method of meticulous comparison between Native Americans and Jews, he reveals obvious similarities concerning the way of life, their ceremony, their rites, and superstition. Among all these common traits, Duran focuses on the penchant of idolatry, the reason why God initially punished the 10 tribes with exile and long itinerancy. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, I go deep. I go deep. And by the way, it's from this book right here, Chaos in the Contact. Columbus thought he was in India initially. Hold on, I'm going to open this. Yeah, Columbus thought he was in India. He never thought he was. You saw they ended up calling them Indians. Columbus thought he was in India. We get some fresh air in this house before I start going crazy. All right, family. Woo! Need some fresh air. So that's how they ended up being called Indians because of that. All right. Okay, family. So now one more thing I want to show before I move on from this right here. Columbus thought he was in India, and they thought that it was the four corners of the world. One thing I want to say about this stone, there's a stone I want to show real quick, the Newark stones. I don't know if Truth Story is familiar with this part of the story, with the Newark holy stones. One thing you got to realize is, by claiming, Truth Story, let me know if you're familiar with this. By claiming that these stones and these things are Hebrew or Jewish or Hebrew writings, it actually helped African Americans. And I'm going to tell you why. The Newark holy stones, there was an argument in the world, and the argument was, are we from one people, which is from Noah? Do we come from Noah, or we are different people that form the earth from different cultures all over the world? So the argument is, if we are from Noah, which the Hebrew stones would prove that the Indians are Jews, then that would make African Americans also connected, although they might not be from Shem, that they are connected. Hence, you got to stop slavery. So there was an argument in 1860. Watch this, family. Watch this. And this is going to shock a lot of people. Them claiming Jews actually helped African Americans. It helped to stop slavery. And watch the arguments. So we have the Newark holy stones, right, in Ohio. Watch this now. The ancient relics are scientific forgeries. Watch this. Who, what, where, and when. The Newark holy stones get their name because they were found in Newark near the Octagon earthworks. The pieces on display were found at different times and in different mounds. The keystone was found first June 29th, 1860. The Decalogue stone was found inside the case on November 1st, 1860. So now, just to make the story short, the first one was found to be a forgery. So the guy came back with another stone and remixed it to answer the questions why the other one was found to be a forgery. All right, so pretty much just to tell the story shortly. Details are fuzzy, but we suspect that David Johnson brought them directly from David Wyrick before 1862. Correspondence between David Wyrick and Theodore, correspondence from Theodore, All right. What does the keystone say? We don't care. The Decalogue had 10 laws. Why is there controversy? Now look at this now, my brother Truth Story. Why is there controversy? Some people believe the holy stones are proof of ancient Israelites in America, like my brothers from the Hebrew Israelite movement. This is believed because of the Hebrew writing on the stone, because they were found near burial sites at the Newark earthworks. People believe that those discoveries, along with the Hebrew, shows that ancient Israelites lived in Ohio thousands of years ago. Archaeologists and historians concluded that the holy stones are forgeries. This is based on archaeological evidence showing that the Hebrew is of modern typography. So they're writing modern Hebrew. Hebrew text on the keystone corresponds to modern Hebrew typography, and the text on the Decalogue stone includes mistakes that show it also is based on modern Hebrew. All right? Such forgeries will always in some way represent the ideas of the time of the forgery. What's happening in America? This is the key part I want everybody to learn and understand. So if Garfield never taught you anything, you're going to say you're going to learn today. What's happening in America in 1860? Ideological debates between scholars regarding the unity of man before the theory of evolution. So, Ankh, we don't need you for this conversation. Ain't no evolution yet. Monogenesis is all people come from Adam and Eve. I said Noah, I meant Adam and Eve. I'm sorry. Polygenesis now is different races were separate creations on different continents, making white people who came from Adam and Eve superior. This is what's happening in America, 1860. High tensions about, hold on there. High tensions about slavery. Listen to this, family. Directly related to these ideological debates. Question of whether African blacks could justifiably and righteously be enslaved. And guess what also happening? President Lincoln's election and subsequently the dawn of the Civil War. This is what's going on in America at the time. So now, what does the ideology have to do with this, Garfield? Let me talk in the third person. What does the ideology have to do with this? Pay attention now. Hold on a second. If monogenesis are correct, if the monogenesis are correct, this means that African blacks and Native Americans are fully human and could not be enslaved or exterminated. So now you're saying, Coffee, why are you bringing this up? Because if monogenesis was right, if the stones are Hebrew, then the natives are Hebrews, and that would help African blacks to show that all humans, they didn't consider Indians fully human and Africans fully human. So this would help us. Now, watch this now. Finding an ancient Hebrew artifact within an ancient Native American burial mound means that the Native Americans would have known about Moses and the Bible, thus providing proof that they originated from Adam and Eve. If Native Americans were fully human, so were African blacks. Therefore, slavery is immoral and goes against God. Let me read that again. Finding an ancient Hebrew artifact within an ancient Native American burial mound means that the Native Americans would have known about Moses and the Bible, thus providing proof that they originated from Adam and Eve. If Native Americans were fully human, so were African blacks. Therefore, slavery is immoral and goes against God. So that's why finding all these Hebrew stuff was beneficial to African Americans without them even knowing it. So African Americans saying it at that time in 1860 would be beneficial. It would make us more a part of the monogenesis argument instead of the polygenesis argument, geneticist argument. So now, why would someone forge the holy stones? Holy stones were forged as an attempt to provide scientific support for monogenesis. If monogenesis was proven to be true, then support for slavery would decline. It might even be abolished without the need for a bloody civil war. The discovery of the Decalogue stone was carefully timed to coincide with what? Abraham Lincoln's controversial election. It was meant to sway the minds and votes of those on the fence. Oh, man. I don't need to go no further into that. I'm going to take that off the screen. I hope you guys, you can't say Garfield never taught y'all anything before. But just understand it served a purpose. Purpose. All right. Now, again, if anyone has a problem with anything that I'm saying or anybody saying on the panel, come on and let's have a dialogue. You get 2 minutes, I get 2 minutes. We go back and forth. All right. Now, 112,000 people watching. How are we going to start the show off? Let me take this Facebook off. Let's see Facebook if I need to respond to anybody here. All right. So now, this is what we're doing. We're going to make sure. All right. So I need to get off. I don't need to be on Facebook. All right. Right here. Does anybody have a question at this point regarding what I just said? All right. So here we go. Make sure you share the show, like the show, and let's go. All right. Now, the first thing I do want to bring up is we need to figure out how many people are in the 12 tribes. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. Ankh.
Hey, man, what's going on with you? Black African Power.
Hey, what's up, my
brother? Yeah. Let me make sure you know my language is correct, man. doing this whole show, bro. I like the way you're doing the shows, and I appreciate it. And yeah, I just have to say it, no matter what. So I don't know where you at in the conversation yet. I don't know what you want to start off with.
I'm not there yet. I'm about to get into
Okay.
the 12 tribes.
All
12
right.
tribes of Israel.
Well, wasn't that tying there? What did Divine Suspect say about the 12 tribes? What's his stance on it?
I'm not sure.
I don't think he would agree with that, would he?
I'm not sure where he's at.
Mm-hmm.
This is from an article called "Is That in the Bible?" Matter of fact, I need to add this to the list of articles I put. I didn't put this one in the comment on the video.
Uh-huh.
All right. Let's deal with let me deal with something real carefully. All right, the significance of the number 12. The number 12. So what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is the 12 tribe chart, the 10 lost tribes, the 12 tribes. Were there actually 12 tribes early on in the context of the biblical text? So let's take a look at it. The significance of the number 12. The number 12 had great significance for the biblical authors and Israel, particularly within the religious sphere. The high priest had 12 gems inlaid in his pectoral. The tabernacle bread consisted of 12 loaves. Offerings were to brought on 12 oxen. Cultic vessels were numbered in 12s. The bronze sea in the temple was supported by 12 oxen. Solomon had 12 officials who were responsible for supplying the royal household from their respective districts on a rotating monthly basis. The steps in front of Solomon's throne featured 12 lions. Ezekiel envisioned an altar hearth 12 cubits square, and so on. The significance of the number 12 probably relates to the 12 months of the year. Giovanni Garbini suggests that the ritualistic value of 12 in the religious sphere, evident in the priestly text of the Bible, arose during the Persian times, once Judean religion was in the hands of the priesthood rather than the king. So now remember, ladies and gentlemen, when the temple fell during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, it wasn't no king at the time that was ruling in that parts of Judah. It was about a priesthood that was in charge after Zerubbabel and so forth. All right, just to make that point clear. Hold on. Did somebody want to come on? Hold on. GD Capone. Hey, what's up, GD and Capone? How you doing?
Hey, shalom, Garfield.
You want to add something before I move any further?
I wanted to comment on what you said previous about Abraham Lincoln, about
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
About the political campaign about Abraham Lincoln.
Go ahead, brother.
So I find fault with that. I find that to be I can't think of the word right now. But I find fault with that because we have writings of discussions and evidence on the the Native Indians being part of the children of Israel hundreds of years before Abraham Lincoln is even born.
Do you understand? You see, right now you're responding out of context. You see, sometimes at the beginning of the show, I said that we claim to have the facts, and then we look for evidence to support it. Nobody is talking about claims of Israelites or natives before. I'm talking about the Newark holy stones and the claim of monogenesis versus polygenesis. You are out of order on this show. I'm going to tell you why. Because you're not in context. If you are listening to have a conversation instead of listening to disagree or listen to argue, you wouldn't have came on stage and said that. We're talking about the Newark holy stones and the purpose of it in the context of slavery and monogenesis versus polygenesis. That's why we need to listen before. I know I appreciate your brother coming on. I'm not trying to disrespect you or talk out of context to talk out of order to you, but you have to listen first before you disagree. There are tons of people that I mentioned before, even when I talked about the Diego Duran, he was claiming that they were Israelites. I read it before. I brought up the Newark Holy Stones. I'm reading that in context that the persons, if the Native Americans are Hebrews, then that would mean African Americans are also from Adam and Eve, making it that we shouldn't enslave them because they're also God's people. And I hope you understand that I wasn't trying to disrespect you. Mika, what's up?
I'm up here because Ankh is up here. I'm listening now.
You wanted to challenge Ankh on something regarding divine prophet? We're going to get to that later.
Yeah, I'll wait till that part comes.
Oh, I was muted.
Yeah, DJ, go ahead, my brother. I don't know why you got an echo.
I got an echo?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should. Let me see.
Go out and come back in.
Go out and come back in.
Mm-hmm. This is why listening is an art. Listening, and I do it too, family. I be arguing with people, and I ain't listening to the. I'm just listening to argue, and then you get caught up out there. Hold on, Simeon. What you saying? Are you saying something, Ankh?
No. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, I want to make sure I get. Are you familiar with that archaeological find?
Which one?
With the scroll pendants.
Listen, Ankh is skipping. Let Garfield finish what he doing.
No, I just want to make him so when we had a conversation, he can look it up and see what it is.
No, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up live while we're on the air.
Yeah.
Let me finish doing what I'm doing. This
yeah,
is
go ahead. I'm just getting my ammo together.
Get everything together so I could share your screen and do whatever. All right, so I could learn at the same time.
Hey, Garfield, do I still got an echo now?
No, you're good, brother. You're good. All right, let me finish doing what I'm doing, brother. But I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to bash you or whatever, but in context, that you wasn't talking about what I was talking about in context. All right. All right. Now,
I was just mentioning on that one thing. I could have addressed the other part.
What do you want to address with the other part?
So what I'm saying is that these conversations was being had also in the I think like the 1600s. So they didn't consider Africans or Negroids a part of mankind. They didn't consider us descended from Adam and Eve in the early 1600s. But to be exact, I'm gonna say 14 to around 1600. I forgot the guy name. He came up with the pre-Adamite theory, and in that he was also saying that that Negroids or Africans did not descend from Adam and Eve. This was also springboard John what's his name, Blue Black, in the 17th century was springboard his research as well, as far as with the different skulls and everything. But this is one thing that I have a problem with. So if you saying, which they was wrong by the way, but if you saying that it would have been immoral, slavery would have been immoral, meaning it would have went against God, then how you explain the slavery that the Israelites experienced in Egypt?
GD Capone, I don't know what your intellectual level is, but none of what you said a while ago has anything to what I'm talking about.
I just talked on everything you just said.
My brother, no, you didn't. No, you didn't, bro. No, now you're talking about Egypt and slavery, bro.
What he say again?
I'm gonna mute up. Let's hold off a little bit.
Hey, Garfield, what he saying? I'm trying to get what he's saying. He's saying what? What do you think he's doing?
Nah, don't worry about it, bro. I'm gonna move on. Let me get back to counting the tribes and the 12.
Oh man,
I got Opus clip now, so I got to keep on topic. All right, counting the tribes. A baker's done. The artificial nature of the association between Israelite tribes and the number 12 is often evident in the text. The biblical authors want there to be 12 tribes and 12 tribal territories, but since the Levites are not allotted their own territory, the tribe of Joseph is duplicated, resulting in the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. The text explained this in etymological terms by making Ephraim and Manasseh the names of Joseph's sons. So already we are stuck with 13 tribes in practical terms. Furthermore, when we look at the various passages that enumerate the Israelite tribes, particularly those predating the canonical Pentateuch, we find surprising variation in the names and numbers of the tribes. Examination of the territories held by the tribes provides more surprises and enigmas. It soon becomes apparent that the tidy image of 12 tribes and 12 patriarchs was a late imposition on more diverse traditions. Let's take, for example, the tribes in the Song of Deborah. The Song of Deborah in Judges 5, often considered the oldest text in the Old Testament, lists 10 tribes: Ephraim, Benjamin, Mashir, Zebulun, Issachar, Reuben, Gilead, Dan, Asher, and Naphtali. Two of those, Mashir and Gilead, are not among the usual 12, though they do appear in other texts as clans, territories, or ancestors. So let me just give a picture for everybody that's watching. Judges 5 is considered one of the oldest texts because it's written in an archaic form of Hebrew, for one. And two, it's a song. So songs are easily to pass down through oral traditions than actually trying to remember verses and chapters and all that stuff. So it's just like in the Christian church, we growing up, we singing, Father Abraham has many sons as Father Abraham, though I'm one of them. And so I learned this song over 40 years ago, but it's still in my head. It's the easiest thing to carry down in oral traditions, a song. So this song here is the Song of Deborah. She was going to war, right? And when she's going to war, this is during the time of the judges. This is after the Exodus. This is during the time of the judges. So she's saying she's going to war, and she names the tribes that helps her and the tribes that did not help her. Let me say that again. She names the tribes that helped her during the war and named the tribes that did not help her. So she's basically telling us who are the tribes of Israel at that time, or who are the tribes, are the names of the tribes that are considered Israel at the time. Now, if I'm incorrect on that, GD and Capone, you could come off the mic and tell me how I'm incorrect. Otherwise, I don't want to talk about nothing else. So the Song of Deborah, for those who don't know, the Song of Deborah has to do with a war. Those who participated in the war and those who did not participate in the war. It's not about nothing else. So it's naming the tribes. Hold on 1 second, family. Let me do something real quick. 1 second. If anybody want to come off mic, you're allowed to come off mic right now.
Yo.
You say something? What's up?
What's funny to me is you give these people all these sources like the book A New Canaan, Old Canaan in a New World. And in proof positive, chapter 1, Hebraic Indians at the emergence of probability theory. At the bottom, she distinctly states, deploying both biblical exegesis to track the tribes' movement following the Assyrian conquest and proto-ethnographic evidence to highlight ostensible similarities between Native American and Jewish cultural practices. Jews in America presented readers with the tantalizing possibility that European colonialism had solved one of the Bible's greatest historical mysteries and affected a merging of sacred and secular timelines. But up above it, she's stating how these people were coming up with these theories to make these people part of the book. And she also goes further into saying that is very slim that they're connected to the Bible, the Native Americans. Okay. So why don't these people?
I don't want to get into that. That's going back into that conversation. I want to talk about the 12 tribes on the Song of Deborah. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about that because we're going backwards. I want to go forward. Anybody want to add on to that, the Song of Deborah? All right. So with the Song of Deborah, if there's a descending voice that the Song of Deborah is about the tribes that participated, please come forward or forever hold your peace. All right. So now that we know the Song of Deborah is about that, now we got to ask ourselves, what tribes at that time, when the Song of Deborah is talking about, mentions the tribes, the list, and why the lists are not the same as they are with how we look at certain things as far as the 12 tribes. Why it's not the same, why is it different, and so forth. So that's the conversation I'm willing to have right now if anybody want to get off mic. So this is one of the examples within the biblical text. This is not outside the biblical text. This is within the biblical text. We are talking Bible at this point. So talking about when the Torah was put together, when the Torah was put together. So we're not disrespecting the Bible. We're talking about what the Bible says. We're quoting the Bible. We're not going around the Bible. It is what it is. So I'm saying to everybody in the audience, when you read the Song of Deborah, remember, the Song of Deborah is telling you the 12 tribes. The Song of Deborah is telling you what's going on. The Song of Deborah is naming the ones that participate and also naming the ones that did not participate. You don't have it no better. You can't have it no better than that. That's the perfect situation for anyone that deals with the biblical text and deal with the scholarship as far as the Bible is concerned. So no one could say, Garfield, you made it up. This is you, all you, and we're not listening to you. All right. Here we go. I actually found the clip that I want. All right. Let me see if there's any questions in the audience while I'm here teaching. Hold on. Let me see what it's. All right. You see, I have a plethora of literature behind it. Okay. Nobody's disagreeing. Garfield picking little dance stands on their ships. Arisha, shout out to Deborah. All right. So here we go. Let me get off the screen for a minute. All right. Now let's take a look at this right here. This is from my Zion is Dead profile. All right. Here we go. This is the view of Judges 5 has survived the test of time, for example, in the Ankh Yale Bible Dictionary. Balling
My bad.
The Song of Deborah and Barak is a priceless piece of archaic Hebrew poetry which offers direct access to religion and polity of the Yahweh's organization in the late 12th to early 11th centuries BC. You read that right. The late 12th to 11th century BC. So sometime around 1100 BCE. Broadly speaking, there are three main phases of Hebrew represented in the biblical text. You have early biblical Hebrew. That gives you a hint of if this is from the first temple period or early on. So writings from Genesis 49, Exodus 15, which is the Song of the Sea, Numbers 23, 24, Deuteronomy 32 and 33, Judges 5, which is the Song of Deborah, 1 Samuel 2, 2 Samuel 1, 22 and 23, Psalms 18, 29, 68, 72 and 78, and Habakkuk 3. These are written in an early biblical Hebrew format. For those who deal with the language, they will understand that. Standard biblical Hebrew, narrative portions of the Pentateuch, Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings, pre-exilic materials in the prophets and writings. Late biblical Hebrew, this is after the Babylonian exile. Ezra to Nehemiah, Esther, 1 to 2 Chronicles, Ecclesiastics, Daniel. So by doing what's called textual criticism or a textual analysis, you could get an idea by how it was written within the Hebrew language. If it's early biblical Hebrew or standard biblical Hebrew, which is probably Aramaic, late biblical Hebrew, then you could make a decision of when a certain book was written. 1st and 2nd Chronicles is definitely late. All right. So now, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so it's reference right there. You see where it say Numbers 26 and 29. So where it say you was asking about the Song of Deborah, why she lists different tribes. So Makar is from the tribe of Manasseh. That's what this is telling you right here. That's on the screen.
No. Hold off. I want you to hold off. During the course of the song, Deborah praises tribes that turned up for the battle and others that didn't. The tribes that answered Deborah's call were Ephraim, Benjamin, Mashir, Zebulun, Issachar, and Naphtali. And by the way, too, let's do this. Since you want to go to Mashir, let's do this for the audience. Let's do this for the audience right here. I'm going to Google Mashir by itself. Mashir.
It's in Numbers 26.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Relax. Because all we're going to do is look at Mashir and look at images. Let me find an image that shows where Mashir actually is. Let's see if I have a map right here. Mashir. I don't see Mashir in this one. Why I don't see Mashir? Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. All right. I don't know why I stopped the show to deal with this one into it. All right. Listen, Mashir is basically a son of Manasseh in the Bible later on. But why didn't Deborah just write Manasseh? Why didn't Deborah just write Manasseh, ladies and gentlemen? If that's the case, why didn't she just say Manasseh? You see, now in Mashir, this person who wrote the article said most likely standing for Manasseh. See numbers, because Mashir is literally a son of Manasseh in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
But look at this now. Look at this. Mute up, bro. Mute up. When I want interjection. So these are the tribes that answered Deborah's call: Ephraim, Benjamin, Mashir, Zebulun, Issachar, Naphtali. I'm trying to point out that the number of 12 or 10 or whatever numbers we see in the Bible is really artificial. It's really not a real number. It's just a number to coordinate what the writers are trying to put forward as far as the program. But I'm going to get to that in a second. Now, look at this now, family. Why didn't she just say Manasseh? Why say Mashir? You see, this is very interesting. This is the judges part of the writing, supposedly, right? And this is one of the oldest writings in the Bible. If you notice, she said the tribes that answered Deborah's call, the tribes that came to help. No one can disagree with this who believes in the Bible. These are the 6 tribes that came to help. Right? Now look at this now. Look at this part. The tribes that didn't answer the call: Reuben, Gilead, Dan, and Asher. By the way, Gilead and Mashir are sons or whatever of Gad and Manasseh. But if Gilead is mentioned, why not just mention God? If the person already existed, if that tribe is already known, that means, oh man, I was about to jam and everywhere stop. Philippines, that's funny. So these tribes that didn't answer the call: Reuben, Gilead, Dan, and Asher, right? Mm-hmm. So now you have 10 tribes. Where are the other tribes that are missing? Now let's ask ourselves a simple question. This is where it gets tricky. Now. When we think of the tribes of Israel, we normally think of them as the people that descended from Jacob's 12 sons. As we've already mentioned, there's significant overlap between Deborah's tribes and the eponymous sons of Jacob. However, if we were expecting all 12 sons to be represented by tribes mentioned by Deborah, then we'd be disappointed that the following 3 tribes didn't get a mention: Judah, Simeon, or Levi. Very interesting. Now, let me just break down this a little bit to everybody that's watching. Why didn't Deborah mention Judah, Simeon, and Levi? Why weren't they called? Why was there no expectation that they'd turn up? It can be because they were located far from the battleground, because a quick glance at a map of the tribal allotments at the back of your Bible will show that Reuben had further to come than Judah and Simeon, and yet were called out for not answering the summons. Why not call out Judah and Simeon since they were closer? The answer is quite simply as we saw. The area of Judah, the hill country south of Jerusalem and northern Negev, was practically empty in the 12th century BC. Let me say this again. The area of Judah, i.e., the hill country south of Jerusalem and the northern Negev, was practically empty in the 12th century BC. The song reflects the reality of the day. There wasn't a Judah for Deborah to call on. Simeon being landlocked within Judah falls into the same category. They just didn't exist as a group. We might want to argue with that and take it personal, but y'all could do that on your own time. But anyway, let me take this off the screen and let me get back to the article right now. And the point of Judah and Simeon not being there is not really the point I'm trying to make on this show anyway. The point I'm trying to make is that the 12 number is an artificial number that causes problems. When you always think it's going to be 12, it's not going to be 12. You're going to get shocked. And remember, this is before the Pentateuch was literally canonized. So this is what we have. We have the oldest writing, don't know a Judah, don't know a Simeon. This is very interesting. Now look at this right here. Other tribes not mentioned are Gad, Simeon, Levi, But anyway, the tribes that conquered Canaan. Judges 1 describes the conquest of Canaan by the various tribes. Here again, many are missing. Only 8 or 10, depending on how you count them, appear in this early passage. Benjamin and Simeon are mentioned only in the section describing Judah's exploits, and they function as part of Judah along with the Calebites and the Kenites. The other 7 tribes whose conquests or attempted conquests are described include Joseph, Ephraim, and Manasseh as separate tribes, as well as Zebulun, Asher, Naphtali, and Dan. The tribes of Issachar, Reuben, and Gad are not mentioned. So now the JEPD theory, although I don't hold to it, you could see that different writers are writing at different time period, because Judges 1, remember, these are the tribes that are conquering Canaan. Now remember this, family. Why is Joseph mentioned with Ephraim and Manasseh when Joseph already is gone and they already split into 2 going into when they went into Egypt and all that stuff? If you notice this list now, this is a tribal list. You're supposed to have the 12 tribes named every time. 12 tribes, 12 tribes, 12 tribes. There's no 12 tribes here. There's no 12 tribes. Again, the tribes of Issachar, Reuben, and Gad are not mentioned. Let's move on to Joshua 13 to 19. This is another early text, but probably later than Judges 1. We have another description of Canaan being divided among the tribes. Simeon, again, appears not to be a full-fledged tribe. It is entirely contained within Judah's territory. Garbini suggests that Simeon had already disappeared as a tribe by the time Judah came into being and these texts were written. There are other oddities with these chapters in Joshua. For example, Joseph is again mentioned separately from Ephraim and Manasseh. Because remember, Ephraim and Manasseh replaces Joseph as a double portion. So Joseph no longer exists as a tribe. It's now Ephraim and Manasseh. Of the 12 tribe foundation legend. There's confusion about what happens with Gilead, here a territory rather than a tribe in Joshua 13. Half is given to Manasseh, but all of it to God. Perhaps an older text has been rewritten with later tribal traditions, leaving telltale signs of imperfect editing. Caleb is again given a separate allotment from the other tribes. Again, is Caleb in the 12 tribes of Israel? Is Calebites? No. One gets the impression that Caleb was as much an independent tribe as the canonical 12 tribes in these early texts. In the tribal genealogies of 1 Chronicles from chapters 4 to 8, we get Manasseh mentioned twice and Ephraim, but not Manasseh equated with Joseph, while Dan and Zebulun are missing. The list of tribal leaders in 1 Chronicles 27 also lists Manasseh twice, but fails to mention Asher or God. It also lists Aaron. By the way, Aaron as a tribe. And I mean, how is Aaron a tribe? We don't hear nobody claiming it from the tribe of Aaron. The blessing of Moses. I don't want to get into that. But anyway, well, let's get into it. Deuteronomy 33 features a passage in which Moses blesses all the tribes. Did I say all of them? Poor old Simeon is missing again. And the obscure Issachar is treated as another name for Zebulun without a blessing of its own. All right. Although it is, all right, so let's look at this right here. Although it is unlikely in historical terms that there was ever a united Davidic kingdom of Israel, the legend of an Israelite golden age followed by its division into Samaria and Judah plays a major role in the nationalistic themes of the Deuteronomistic history. Traditionally, as the story goes, Judah and Benjamin remained under the control of Rehoboam, while Jeroboam took control of the other 10 tribes. The actual text, however, is somewhat less clear on the matter. For example, the division is foretold in 1 Kings 11 by the prophet Ahijah, who tears his garment into 12 pieces and says to Jeroboam, "Take for yourself 10 pieces, for thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, see, I'm about to tear the kingdom from the hand of Solomon and will give you 10 tribes, and one tribe will remain his." You see, that's crazy. Why didn't it say 2 tribes? They'll say 2 tribes. Why say 1 tribe? Because that's 11. 1 Kings 11, 31, 32. And people might say, well, Judah. No, it didn't say the house of Judah. When it says house of Judah, we know it includes Benjamin and Judah. But it says 1 tribe. Why say 1 tribe? Say 2 tribes will remain. Somebody basically couldn't count. The math doesn't add up here. Ahijah appears to have 1 piece left over. It would seem that the original author didn't envision Judah being joined by Benjamin or any other tribe, and whoever added the reference to 12 pieces failed to fit it in smoothly. Consider also the Levite in Judges 19 to 20, who cuts his dead concubine's corpse, again, into what? 12 pieces, and sends them out to the tribes of Israel as a call to come fight Benjamin. To whom did the 12 piece go? Because, ladies and gentlemen, if this 12 pieces going out to fight Benjamin, I thought Benjamin was a part of the 12. So you see that number 12 is just an artificial number that somebody is trying to align us with this 12 tribes, 12 this, 12 that. Geographically, the division doesn't make sense either. Simeon and Reuben are south and east of Judah and could not have been part of a northern kingdom. In terms of archaeological and epigraphic evidence, the other Transjordan tribes, Gad and Manasseh, have little connection with Samaria, and some of the northern tribes, Dan, Naphtali, and Asher, might never actually have been part of Israel. Inscriptions found in that region are in Phoenician, not Hebrew. In an earlier passage, 2 Samuel 2, 8-10, David is made king of the house of Judah, while Ishbaal is made king over all Israel, which is described as consisting of Gilead, the Asherites, Jezreel, Ephraim, and Benjamin. I don't know if it's saying that it's all of Israel include those towns, but that don't make any sense because Ephraim, Benjamin, Jezreel is up near where Dan is, as in where Naphtali is. The Asherites, I don't know who the Asherites is. Those are people who worship Ashur. So are you saying Assyrians are part of the 2 Samuel? What is 2 Samuel saying? You can get off mic for that, my brother. All right. Nobody want to participate. All right. Let's move on. All right. But anyway, the myth of the 12 tribes of Israel is another example of how the Bible in its present form presents an idealized vision of the past based on religious and nationalistic concerns developed through numeric symbolism, fictional genealogies, and etiologic tales. Careful reading can reveal many of the underlying traditions that preceded the text's final form. There's always more than meets the eye. All right. So let's get this off the stage. Does anybody want to participate, want to respond to that article? Anybody want to respond to that? Is there anybody left? Oh, the brother left. All right. So now we got 136,000 watching. So here we go. Here we go now. We're gonna this article here is what these videos that are about to be played are based on. The article is called, Did Israel Always Have 12 Tribes? When you read the Wikipedia article, this is I didn't even know when I interviewed this guy that he was the top dog. He's the top dog on the 12 tribes. I didn't even know that. He was, I didn't even know Andrew Tobolowsky was the top dog when it comes to scholarship on the 12 tribes. And when I interviewed him, he said, I'm going to write a book with the Native American stuff in it. And I said, okay, I'll check it out. I bought the book. It's a very good book. Now listen to this right now. Did Israel always have 12 tribes? The Bible presents Israel as having 12 tribes from both northern Israel and southern Judah. In older northern lists, however, the southern tribes do not appear. Let me say that again. In older northern lists of the 12 tribes, the southern tribes do not appear, and the full list seems to have developed in Judah after the destruction of Israel. Moreover, the idea that the tribes are descended from Jacob developed even later. Now, for somebody who believes in the Bible, you're going to be like, that's BS. Why would you say it's BS? Because, you know, you have Genesis 49, you have Judges 5, you have all these stuff that I just went over. So let's take a look and see what he's talking about. I'm going to play a video, but the two videos I'm going to play are based on this guy's scholarship. Now, look at this right here. As a matter of fact, you know he's a top dog when the Wikipedia article is using him. The depiction of the 12 tribes comprising Israel is central to Genesis through Kings. Remember earlier he said the northern lists don't mention the southern tribes. What are the southern tribes? Simeon, Reuben, Judah, Levi. Those 4 tribes. Well, let's get back to this. 19 of the roughly 26 complete or nearly complete list of the tribes in biblical literature appear in these books. Until the 1980s, most scholars assumed that the descriptions of this 12-tribe system were historically accurate, and detailed scholarly reconstructions of this tribal league and its institutions were a fixture of scholarly histories of ancient Israel. Over the last few decades, however, against the backdrop of growing skepticism about recreating the early history of Israel based on biblical sources, many scholars now doubt the veracity of the 12-tribe system, and even whether the earliest version of this tradition assumes the existence of 12 tribes. Part of the recent skepticism derives from scholars questioning when and how. Let me say it again. Let's look at it, family. Listen to what he's saying, and carefully, because I'm going to play a video that's going to put it in video form so you can understand what he's saying. Part of the recent skepticism derives from scholars questioning when and how Judah in the south and Israel in the north began to see themselves as related. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a big argument in academia about a united monarchy, right? The united monarchy, I have to stop this right here. The united monarchy is about Israel and Judah. My theory, based on what I've studied for 30 years, is that there's only really 2 tribes, Israel and Judah. Israel is split up into 10, and the house of Judah is split up into 2, Benjamin and Judah. It really should be 3, Simeon, Benjamin, and Judah, because Simeon is within the geography location of Judah. Watch this now. Watch this. Watch Garfield now. Watch this, family. What I just said. Let me get it right here. Charts. Let me make this bigger. All right, let me see how it shows on the screen. All right, I wish it just showed better. All right, let's come down a little bit. All right, here we go. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, these are the kings of Israel. They claim a united kingdom happened. They can't say it happened during Ishbosheth's time because he ruled Israel, as it stated in 2 Samuel, and David ruled Judah. Solomon ruled Judah and Israel, supposedly. Then his son Rehoboam took one side, which is Judah, and the other side. I don't think Solomon or David ruled Israel, northern Israel. This is where the argument is, because David is looked at as a chieftain, Solomon is looked at as a chieftain, but the story makes it seem like Solomon was the most popular guy in the world, and whatever happened. But remember, there's really no concrete 100% proof that David ruled all of Israel, because the Bible tells you Ishbosheth ruled for a year, and he ruled Israel, and David ruled what? Judah. Even when you look at the Tel Dan Stele, right? Listen to this carefully. When you look at the Tel Dan Stele, right? You never hear, when they translate it, you know what? I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that in a minute. I'm going to get to that. Let me finish this part right here. The United Monarchy, in the Tel Dan Stele that they found in the 9th century, it talks about an Israelite king named, let me tell you his name right now. His name is Jeroboam. But Jehoram is the son of Ahab, and there's also a Jehoram who is the son of Jehoshaphat. The one in the Tel Dan Stele supposedly is Jehoram of Israel and Ahaziah of Judah. So they're writing about them in separate places because they're not the same. One is from Israel and one is from Judah. And when you read like the Assyrian text, which I'm going to get to in a second, all right? But let me get back to this video so that we could be on schedule. I want to be on schedule. I want to have everything in motion. But I just want to speak about things that I mentioned so that we can have a better understanding in watching the replays. Because this is really, I'm teaching. I'm not here to argue nobody. I'm just here teaching. But anyway, let's get back to, did Israel always have 12 tribes? And let's not get too oversensitive, all right? Now, in fact, several scholars have suggested that biblical vision of Israel identity was invented. I'm going to say it again. Was invented in Judah after the exile of the northern kingdom by the Assyrians in 722. And likely as a way of what? Claiming an Israelite identity that was not really theirs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, some people mad with me when I talk about ADOS and FBA. Imagine Garfield, born in Jamaica, and now wants to claim an African-American identity and get reparations. You would hate me for that, right? It's the same thing with Judah. Judah possibly, what they're saying, what the scholarship is moving towards, family, is that Judah was never a part of Israel, period. And that, when the northern kingdom got attacked by the Assyrians, the priesthood from the north went to the south and created this Israelite identity by making Judah now a part of Israel. That is the direction they're moving from, the JEPD theory to more of a priesthood, Judahite history being written later on after the Babylonian exile. Not me. This is where the direction scholarship is moving. Now, as a believer, I'd be like, damn, man, for real? Listen, again, let me read it over. In fact, several scholars have suggested that the biblical vision of Israelite identity was invented in Judah after the exile of the northern kingdom by the Assyrians in 722, and likely as a way of claiming and what? An Israelite identity. So Garfield want to claim an African-American identity or a black identity to get reparations. Judah want to claim an Israelite identity to reap the benefits of that Israelite history that existed. So now we are Israel too. So Judah really wasn't Israel. Let me say that again. Judah really wasn't Israel. The connection of them being united is purely biblical. Because if you think about it for a second, whenever the Assyrians would write, they never had no beef with Judah originally. It's when he started to team up with Ekron and started to team up against the Assyrians, that's when Sennacherib went over there and beat their ass up. Judah, even in the Syro-Ephraimite war, where the Arameans and the Israelites were attacking, why did Isaiah exist as a prophet? Because he was prophesying for Judah so that they could get a Messiah to defeat Israel. That's what the Syro-Ephraimite war is. Syro-Ephraimite versus the Judeans. And he appealed to the Assyrians for help. It's in the Bible. It's a real story in history. This is why when people say the virgin bird come from Egypt, I'm like, that don't make no damn sense. What does Egypt have to do with the Syro-Ephraimite war? It don't make no sense. That's why Isaiah was prophesying, saying that you would be born of a virgin or a young woman or whatever it is. I'm not here to argue that right now. But again, if Judah wasn't a part of Israel, what are you talking about today as a believer? Think about it. So there's really just two tribes. There's the Israelite nation or kingdom, and there's Judah. The Bible makes them united. This is why the writers are writing to get involved and claiming an Israelite identity, because just like Garfield moving from Jamaica to come to America to claim an African-American / black identity to get reparations. It's the same thing. I'm a chosen people now because Judah, and this is why in the Bible, it's being written from a Judaic perspective. This is why Judah is considered the best tribe. Genesis 49, which was spliced up by different writers. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Anybody wants to challenge what I'm saying? Jump on. Jump on. Let's talk about it. So hold on a second. Ryan Apologetics, a peace and love to you. The Passover was mandatory to be celebrated at the temple. Yes, after Josiah, bro. Because remember, they never celebrated Passover since the Exodus.
Can I say something about Ryan? Ryan is taking over the YouTube. He's going for all the Hebrews. He want all the smoke.
I like Ryan so far. All right, cool. After you snuck in the FBA thing to make it make sense, laugh out loud. Yeah, I gotta give an analogy that makes sense. If I come to America and I come and I claim I'm not African American and they get reparations, I'm gonna line up to go get reparations too. That's called stealing an identity. I'm stealing the African American identity. All right, now look at what this guy is saying. Not me. I'm going with what the top scholar on the topic is saying. Even though most of the tribal lists were composed in Judah, only after the fall of Israel for much of the 20th century, biblical scholars did not see this as problematic since they understood most traditions, especially in the Torah, as little more than a reflection of a much earlier oral literature. But scholars are now beginning to recognize that most 12 tribe lists are in fact late, and they are what? Judahite lists. And that the 12 tribe concept is late. So ladies and gentlemen, the 12 tribe chart, which is based off of the 12 tribes, can't be a reality if the concept is late. So it's a Judahite idea. Judah made it up. Ostensibly contradicting this new model, however, are 3 tribal lists still treated as many as early compositions. Judges 5, Genesis 49, and Deuteronomy 33. So if Garfield come to argue this conversation now, they're going to bring up 3 lists. It's a Garfield, these 3 lists. I'm talking to third person now. I'm doing a Zion Lex right now. So Garfield, you mean to tell me Judges 5, Genesis 49, Deuteronomy 33 was written earlier before the Judahites took over after the exile? So what are you talking about? So he goes into what I just talked about. So before I go into this, I'm going to do this right here. Everything is everything. What up? What up, family?
Respect, Garfield. Manners and respect, sir. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, my brother.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes.
I respectfully disagree when you say America don't owe us reparation, rude boy.
No, we ain't going to talk about that right now. I'm going to take you off the stage. We ain't going to talk about that. I'm talking about if I come here as a Jamaican, I shouldn't be getting African Americans reparations. Now, as far as paying Jamaicans for what they did with Siaga and the guns and all that stuff and CIA, yes, I agree with that. But as far as the other stuff, no. I don't have I'm not going to bring you on stage for that. That's changing the whole conversation. All right, let's get it right now. All right, so here we go. So now he brings up the Song of Deborah. But let's look at this video now that I'm going to play this is from, what's his name? From Matt Baker from Useful Charts. Check it out.
Tribes of Israel. And by real, hi, this is Matt Baker. Today I'm going to discuss the real origin of the 12 tribes of Israel. And by real, I mean the historical origin, according to secular academia, as opposed to the origin that's described in the Bible. Because according to a literal reading of the Bible, the origin is simple. Abraham had Isaac, Isaac had Jacob, and then Jacob had 12 sons, whose descendants went on to become the 12 tribes of Israel. However, if you're familiar with this channel, you'll know that I, like most historians, view the characters described in Genesis and Exodus as being more mythological or legendary than historical. So the question comes up, if the Jacob described in the Bible wasn't a real person, and if he didn't really have 12 children, then where did the 12 tribes come from? Well, that's exactly what we'll be exploring today. But first, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Speakly. Have you ever wanted to learn German, or perhaps French, Italian, Spanish, or Russian? Or maybe you want to improve your English? Well, Speakly can help. Speakly was created after its founders spent 6 years studying thousands of language learners. The result was an app that lets you learn languages 5 times faster than usual. With just 30 minutes of practice per day, you'll be able to get along well in real-life situations within just a few months. And the great thing about Speakly is that it lets you customize your learning. You can choose what time of day you want to learn, whether you want to focus more on speaking or writing, and how exactly you want to study to get the annual subscription. All right, back to the 12 tribes of Israel. Let me start by making 2 important points about the Bible that unfortunately a lot of people don't seem to know or understand. The first is that the Bible began to be written in the Iron Age, not the Bronze Age. This is something that not only do biblical literalists get wrong, but many non-religious people as well. This is because a famous atheist once joked that the Bible was written by a bunch of Bronze Age goat herders. Unfortunately, the phrase stuck, and it ended up becoming a meme. But here's the thing. The Bible wasn't written by Bronze Age goat herders. It was written by Iron Age city dwellers. Now, you might be thinking, Bronze Age, Iron Age, what's the difference? They're both a really long time ago. Well, if you want to understand anything at all about the history of the ancient Near East, and in particular how the Bible fits into it, the difference between the Bronze Age and the Iron Age is actually quite important. Let me explain by briefly comparing the biblical account of things with what really happened. The Bible's story begins approximately 4000 BCE with Adam and Eve. We then get Noah and the flood around 2500, the 3 patriarchs around 2000, and the Exodus around 1450, although some date it later to around 1250. This is then followed by King David around 1000 and the divided monarchy starting around 900. Okay, let's now compare that to what really happened. The secular account dates the Earth to around 4.5 billion years ago, and the emergence of Homo sapiens to around 200,000 years ago. However, when it comes to history, we usually say that began around the year 3300 BCE, because that's when the very first written records were made. 3300 also marks the beginning of the Bronze Age, which is when we get the earliest civilizations in places like Egypt and Mesopotamia. Over the next 2,000 years, these civilizations grew larger, more advanced, and increasingly interconnected, so that by the year 1250 BCE, the ancient Near East looked something like this. Of major note is the fact that Canaan was actually controlled by Egypt at this point. So why would the Israelites escape Egypt only to run into Egyptians again in Canaan? Around 1200 BCE, something very important happened, something that is not mentioned in the Bible. It's called the Bronze Age collapse, and it was probably far more earth-shattering than the fall of Rome. Most likely, a series of large-scale natural disasters led to drought, and then migrations and war, causing every major civilization in the Near East, including the Egyptians and the Mycenaean Greeks, to suddenly decline. In Canaan, a group simply called the Sea Peoples started to attack the coast, destroying most of the big cities. For the people living at the time, it would have felt like an apocalypse. And from that point forward, people would have thought about history in terms of the before times and the after times. And this is why the Bronze Age collapse and the Iron Age that followed it are so important for understanding the Bible. Basically, the Bronze Age collapse explains the origin of the Israelites. I'll be talking about each individual tribe a bit later, but for now, we can say that the origin of the Israelites as a whole is directly connected to this ancient apocalyptic event. Historians and archaeologists are still working out the details, but what happened is something like this. The Sea Peoples wiped out the coastal Canaanites, but the inland Canaanites who lived in the hill country managed to survive. There, they were likely joined by other groups, such as the Habaru, who were previously seen as being rebels or outlaws, and maybe even by former slaves who either escaped from Egypt itself or from Egyptian-controlled cities in Canaan. Another group who may have wound up in Canaan at this point is the Shasu, who originally came from the area that the Bible calls Midian. Because of this inscription, they are thought by some to have been the original worshippers of the god YHWH. Anyhow, once all these people ended up in the hill country, what seems to have happened is that this ragtag group of tribes decided to join together and form a confederacy called Israel. The name Israel was likely used by at least one of the groups prior to the Bronze Age collapse, as evidenced by the Merneptah stele, but afterwards it referred to the entire confederacy, a confederacy that eventually evolved into a kingdom, probably around 900 BCE, which is when the Bible and the archaeological record start to line up quite nicely. Which is why the biblical story cannot be simply accepted or rejected as a whole, which is a mistake that both literalists as well as some atheists make. On one hand, the literalists assume that the entire Bible is real history, and on the other hand, some atheists assume that the entire Bible is fairy tales. But the truth is that it's actually a bit of both, which is why knowing the difference between the Bronze Age parts and the Iron Age parts is so important. To drive this point home, let me show you something that I showed in a previous video. Here is my biblical family tree chart, the one that we sell over at usefulcharts.com. This part corresponds to the Bronze Age, and this part to the Iron Age. Let me now put a check mark over every character from the Hebrew Bible for whom we have evidence for in the archaeological record. What do you notice? They're all from the Iron Age, because that's when the earliest authors of the Bible were living. Obviously, they were fairly well acquainted with their own time period, but
Let me stop it for a minute, right? Nobody is trying to disrespect Bible believers, but and some people on the other side is crazy. Like there's people in the conscious community that say Israel never existed. That is just stupid teachings, and we've moved away from certain things. But let's think about it. Some people say it's all fairy tale. No, it's not. It's some of the writings are just stuff that people write with a theological spin to it. They do it in Egypt. They do it in Assyria. They do it all over the world.
Okay, Garfield. So would you say that European put a spin to the translation of the Bible? Yes or no?
European, I can't say that because people who European put a spin on it. Like what type of spin? Like what?
I mean, put their own ideas in the Bible, so when people read it, they would think it's this way.
I mean, that's from a cultish mindset, no matter if it's a European or a Jamaican. That's just cults. Cults want you to think a certain way. Like Christianity, if you look at Jehovah's Witness, for example, Jehovah's Witness is a cult. Just because I call Black Hebrew Israelites a cult, that don't mean Christians aren't a cult. Also, because remember, you have to think the same way how everybody else in your organization think. You have to teach and think the same way. So, of course, European, Jamaican, African, whoever believe something, they're gonna be twisted the way they want to twist it. Bedouin in Jamaica, who the people up to this day thought he could fly, and the Bedouinites today are teaching his history like it's literally true. So it's the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's a European or an African. People are going to stretch their history. It's like oral traditions in the African world. You don't think those Africans have stories that they're stretching and stretching the truth a little bit? So I don't think I want to put it on Europeans. Saying Europeans do. I don't want to do that, because once we do that, we get into the whole. Although you're not talking about white and black, we're gonna get into the white man said this, and everything that we have down 99% of it is from Europeans. Because
that's the problem. That's the problem, because
when you don't know the language, it's a problem. When you know the language, it's not a problem.
When we hear it from a non-European, we start being like they pseudo. Like we just
No,
like to
no,
throw that
no,
pseudo
no,
stuff
no,
around.
no, no, no,
Yeah,
no,
man.
no. These black folks be pseudo though. White folks be pseudo, black folks be pseudo. They're all pseudo. But at the end of the day, we start looking at color with information, and that's why we're wrong. Because say, for example, like Asari Motep, you're our good friend, Asari Motep. A lot of the things that he says,
tread lightly when you say
a lot of the things he says, linguists think he's pseudo. It's just that's a fact, but we agree with him because he's quote unquote is somebody we know and he's black. So we look at stuff because of color, whether we admit it or not. I'm cool with him. I'm not cool with him, and this and that. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, just like this other person.
We gotta stop. Look, listen. If I'm pseudo, I want somebody to tell me, Garfield, you're pseudo. I don't want nobody to say I'm black and I'm Jamaican. I'm not pseudo.
Just like the other person that's sitting on the panel right now, quiet, and I'm surprised. He called everybody pseudo besides himself.
Why would he call himself pseudo? Well, why would he call himself pseudo though?
But everybody, because people don't believe in the stuff. Because let me tell you something. He called me pseudo because I didn't agree with him on something. So I've been pseudo because I don't agree with him. So that's why the internet coming after Ankh. Because Ankh be calling everybody pseudo.
He needs to call him out. He's a pseudo killer.
But he should expect that he's gonna get backlash. That's all.
Of course, but backlash for what? For telling the truth? Let me tell you something. People never like the person. This is why a lot of people didn't like me on Clubhouse before.
Hey, Mika.
They didn't like me because when the person who points out the information is wrong, they're never liked. They're never liked, Mika. And we're not in this to be liked either, because none of these people pay our bills, Mika.
Listen, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that about the like, because who cares who likes?
Can I say something, Garfield?
Look, like there he go.
Can I say something though?
Say something, Ankh.
So, I'm glad, Mika, I'm actually glad you brought this up, right? If I didn't look at yourself as being at least an internet friend that we have correspondence with, there seems to be something lost and missed in translation. There's a lie starting to bubble. I do not call everybody pseudo. It just so happens that we're in the foremost pseudo community. So everybody, 99.99% of the people, right, promote pseudoisms on a regular basis. So if I turn left, there's pseudo claims being made, pseudo historical claims being made, pseudo archaeological claims being made. If I go right, pseudo claims. So, but of course, I'm going to call them all pseudos. So it's par for the course. I'm not wrong.
So
let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. I've never said that ancient indigenous African culture was pseudo. I've never said that. Nobody that understands the word and the terminology understands that. I would never call it pseudoscientific because religion was never meant to be scientific. It begins in an environment proto-science. Simple as that. So that's the wrong characterization. I've never called voodoo pseudo. So at the end of the day, people are lying and being very, very facetious while being in a pseudo community. So Mika, tell the truth. Now, what did you just ask me? Is who pseudo? What did you say? Because I was talking.
I said that you call everybody pseudo because they don't agree with your stance.
So would that be the truth, or would that be a facetious lie?
That would be the truth. Because when I disagree with you, I became pseudo.
No, I didn't call you. I didn't call you pseudo, Mika. Why would you do that?
Yes, you did. You forget?
No. Okay. What did you? What was you trying to say? Hold on. Whoa.
I didn't agree with you about the Asar situation thing.
Okay. So listen, but wait. I just want to ask you this question. That's a pseudo claim, though. Maybe you don't understand it, but it actually is.
Do you understand anything Asar Imitates says?
No, you don't. Nobody understands it. Nobody understands it, Mika. Nobody understands it, Mika. What I do know is that Asar Hotep, right, has not overthrown Afro-Asiatic. And to say so would be directly pseudo and misinformation. I'm not the guy doing the work
and
on
you
that.
write and exact all the time.
No,
right?
I'm not. I'm just like Garfield's not right and exact, but the experts do a far better job than we do, Mika. That's not even hard to understand. It's called comprehension. It's the issue here. So I'm telling you, you could look it up. You could read a small, very little book on Afro-Asiatic and figure out what it was, how it came to be, what scholars are saying now, and then look at Asar's work, and you would clearly understand that modern academia is not accepting that. And as a matter of fact, if his notions, if his information would overturn it, then we would have to change a whole lot of things. We would have to change how we understand genetics. We would have to change how we understand evolution. Everything will be out of whack if he overthrew modern science.
Who's doing that? You just made that up.
I did not. Go, hey, Garfield, where are you at right now, Garfield? I'm not trying to put you in an Asar thing, but are we?
No,
let
Garfield finish his
Let
stuff.
me finish. Let me just finish, Mickey. Do we not understand that Asar Hotep claims that Afro-Asiatic is not properly formulated and is not right? You can agree to that. Am I not right, Mika?
What's wrong with that?
Man, come on, Mika. See, so now,
yeah. Say it.
Continue the conversation.
Say it.
To continue the conversation at this point, right, would be futile.
Mika, if Asar Imhotep work, I'm not saying. Listen, this is what happened, right?
Look, Garfield. I'm not saying that.
No. Listen to this. Anyone can make a claim on YouTube, right? If you have a problem with academia, all you got to do is make a proposal. I'm gonna give a quick example. In 1970, right? This is over 50 years ago. The consensus of academic scholarship was Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were real people. This is how they was operating in academia. In 1974, a guy by the name of T.L. Thompson and another guy by the name of John Van Cedars wrote two books. One was about Abraham in history. Once that book was written, they challenged academia and said that the writings was in the Iron Age period and that the person is retroactively trying to put themselves in history back in the Bronze Age. And they started looking at the kings and everything in the Bible. And what happened? The academia is that they don't consider the patriarchs to be real people because of him overturning academia. It's just like when people say, I don't believe Jesus existed. You see, I might play with you guys on that, but as far as academia is concerned, Jesus is a real live person that existed in the past. He might have not walked on water.
Yeah, you don't have superpower.
But hold on. When you say don't have proof, it depends on. See, if I show you the proof, are you going to accept the proof? In academia, it's accepted. You don't accept it personally because of whatever bias you have. But I have to go. If we're talking about academia, this is the problem with Asar Imhotep now. If Asar Imhotep have a problem with academia, all he got to do, and me and Unc will back him 100%. Bro, you want to get his peer reviewed and put it in challenge academia? Let's go. I'll get the scholars for you to get peer reviewed. That's it. But these guys don't want to get peer reviewed. They want to sit on YouTube and say, I have the truth. You don't have it. That's a cult mindset. You have to challenge academia.
He would disagree with you on that, but yeah.
You don't know. How are you going to speak for him? But anyway, let me get back to the show. I'll get back to you guys.
Because that's my God, and you know we have to speak for our God.
I know, but wait a minute. Hold on, Garfield. This is actually part of the show. This is exactly what's going on with our community. The 12 tribe chart runs right into quote unquote divine suspect and runs right into Asar and them. That actually has nothing to do with our friendships. I argued with daggone Garfield for a year and a half over Jesus Christ. I said I need a videotape to prove the nigga was real. Our friendship didn't suffer from it because at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to one thing. Where is the scholarly sources on it? Are you comprehending the scholarly sources? I had to let it go. So no one is trying to stop Asar Hotep from putting his ideas into the cosmos, for putting his ideas into academia. But at this point, 20 years later, we're all refined enough to understand how we can do that. We got the connections where that can get done. And at the end of the day, if you do get into academia, they're going to tear it to smithereens. And at that point, Asar would get better with his argument, man. It's not personal, it's business. It's this community that take things personal, too damn personal. And I'm saying, bro, like I appreciate your show and the way you teaching because it's out of control. So I'll be the fall guy. But at the end of the day, ain't none of them getting around me. Ain't none of them getting around Garfield. And they hate. And I'm not saying Assar hate. I'm saying, check this out, Mika. If you're comfortable with a subpar performance and one person claiming one thing over thousands of people with millions of dollars on the subject matter, then that's okay, Mika, because that's your guy. But you know, I fucks with Assar. I still talk to Assar. I just do not agree. I think his work needs to be peer reviewed and put in academic journals so they can critique it. It's called peer reviewed, not reviewing it, not Mika reviewing it, and not Garfield reviewing it, and not YouTube agreeing or disagreeing. It's
Hey,
ridiculous.
let me get back to this. Let me end this real quick. Let me just go through this real fast and end this. But let me just say this carefully. If you notice, I'm using, whose work am I using? Andrew Tobolowsky. If you look at the Wikipedia article for the 12 tribes, they're using his article. This is the guy I interviewed 2021. I didn't know he was a big timer like this. All the videos that I play today, they're using Andrew Tobolowsky's work. This is the standard of academia. Where he's at right now is where academia is leaning towards. So it's not Garfield work. This is Andrew Tobolowsky's work that I'm regurgitating. So I'm regurgitating what the academic consensus is near at right now. So with Assar is saying something that's groundbreaking. That would change all the science. Let's go to academia and beat them up and show them that they ain't shit. That's it. Well, anyway, let me play this video. Let me get this out of the way.
And on the other hand, some atheists assume that the entire Bible is fairy tales. But the truth is that it's actually a bit of both, which is why knowing the difference between the Bronze Age parts and the Iron Age parts is so important. To drive this point home, let me show you something that I showed in a previous video. Here is my biblical family tree chart, the one that we sell over at usefulcharts.com. This part corresponds to the Bronze Age, and this part to the Iron Age. Let me now put a check mark over every character from the Hebrew Bible for whom we have evidence for in the archaeological record. What do you notice? They're all from the Iron Age, because that's when the earliest authors of the Bible were living. Obviously, they were fairly well acquainted with their own time period, but when it came to the before times, meaning before the Bronze Age collapse, they could only rely on myth and legend. Now, of course, there are some traces of real history in those myths and legends, such as a memory of some sort of flood, a memory of life as nomadic shepherds, a memory of Egyptian oppression, and a memory that their god was originally connected to the land of Midian. But the bottom line is that these distant memories from earlier times were turned into literature meant to teach, not a history book meant to record literal events. Okay, it's now time for my second point, and that is that the Bible was written by the Judahites, not by the Israelites. To explain, let's once again compare the biblical story with what actually happened. According to the Bible, Kings David and Solomon, both from the tribe of Judah, reigned over a unified Israelite kingdom consisting of 12 tribes. Then, only after Solomon's death, was the land split into two separate kingdoms, Israel in the north, consisting of 10 tribes, and Judah in the south, consisting of 2 tribes. Israel lasted until 722 BCE, when it was destroyed by Assyria, and Judah until 586, when it was destroyed by Babylon. According to the biblical account, most of the surviving Israelites were carried off, never to be seen again, whereas the surviving Judahites, who were also carried off, were able to return. This is where the idea of the lost 10 tribes comes from, which I'll come back to later. It's also the reason why, from this point forward, the people in the Bible are called Jews, because they were mostly from the tribe of Judah. Okay, let's now look at what really happened. Although there is still some debate about this, many scholars now lean toward the position that a unified Israelite kingdom under David and Solomon never actually existed. This is because the archaeological record indicates that prior to 900 BCE, the population in the region was much too small and mostly rural. However, after 900, we get lots of...
Now, that's a very important point I got to stop at.
Spectacular.
Remember, this is archaeology and history and what the evidence says on the ground. If you notice, he said prior to 900 BC, we really don't have a lot of information to prove that the patriots are a real person. Now, you as a Bible believer hear that Jacob and 12 tribes, we split up and da 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 da. This is called etiology. The word of the day is etiology. This is when people write stories. Like I'm from Cashapot, Jamaica. There's a story about Casha and Cashapot of some mysterious person named Casha that came into town and did whatever. It's a part of the etiology of that community. Jamaicans have their own little history. This person have their own history. So if you believe in the Bible, it's hard for you to fathom an idea of Israel being formed from a confederacy of Canaanite tribes and a few people that came out of Egypt and created this. That's not what the Bible says. The Bible that would make the Israelites Canaanites, which is what historians and archaeologists believe. So what historian and archaeology believe is going to contradict what your belief says in many ways. All right. But anyway, let's back to the show.
Hey, Garfield.
Go ahead, bro.
Well, so how long have we been saying this, yo?
Yeah.
How long? That very thing on that video.
Mm-hmm.
We use archaeological surveys. We use Finkelstein. We used a lot of people. A lot of this information has been upgraded, or however you want to put it. Mm-hmm. We've been talking about this for damn near 15 years, bro. Mika, being close to us in proximity, don't understand a damn thing we saying at no time.
You know what? I'm gonna let Garfield finish his stuff because you really want to smoke.
No, I don't want no smoke, nigga. I'm saying,
let me finish.
Listen, hold on. Let me make this last statement.
If he say something, I'm gonna say
no.
something.
I'm not getting smart. I'm saying that. Do you know how much stuff I don't understand? Do you know how much I didn't understand before running into people like Garfield and stuff like that, and listening to this thing that nobody was actually doing? A textual critique, the different types of text, what number the daggone scroll was. Like, what are we talking about? It's hard. That's why they spend millions of dollars. That's why it costs hundreds of thousands to get a degree in the subject. That's why you go 4 years, then you go 2 years, then you go 4 more years. Money, resources, travel, that hundreds of major universities. It's a scientific study, archaeology. And on YouTube, now I'm starting to realize, Mickey, it ain't y'all. It's me and Garfield. We're suffering from Dunning-Kruger. You know what that is? When humans think they're actually smarter than they are. Me and Garfield think we smarter than we are, that we can really teach y'all niggas. We actually can't. We don't have syllabuses. We don't have anything. We don't have the prerequisites. None of this stuff that y'all would need to even begin to understand what archaeology is, anthropology, and biblical studies. It's hard, man. And to think you're going to pick it up with people howling and screaming in the middle and friendships falling apart, y'all never get it. But go ahead, Garfield.
Of evidence for a large wealthy kingdom called Israel, centered at Samaria and ruled by kings such as literal events. Okay, it's now time for my second point, and that is that the Bible was written by the Judahites, not by the Israelites. To explain, let's once again compare the biblical story with what actually happened. According to the Bible, Kings David and Solomon, both from the tribe of Judah, reigned over a unified Israelite kingdom consisting of 12 tribes. Then, only after Solomon's death, was the land split into 2 separate kingdoms. Israel in the north, consisting of 10 tribes, and Judah in the south, consisting of 2 tribes. Israel lasted until 722 BCE, when it was destroyed by Assyria, and Judah until 586, when it was destroyed by Babylon. According to the biblical account, most of the surviving Israelites were carried off, never to be seen again, whereas the surviving Judahites, who were also carried off, were able to return. This is where the idea of the lost 10 tribes comes from, which I'll come back to later. It's also the reason why, from this point forward, the people in the Bible are called Jews, because they were mostly from the tribe of Judah. Okay, let's now look at what really happened. Although there is still some debate about this, many scholars now lean toward the position that a unified Israelite kingdom under David and Solomon never actually existed. This is because the archaeological record indicates that prior to 900 BCE, the population in the region was much too small and mostly rural. However, after 900, we get lots of evidence for a large wealthy kingdom called Israel, centered at Samaria, and ruled by kings such as Omri, Ahab, and Jehu. We also get evidence for a kingdom centered at Jerusalem, associated with a person named David, but it's relatively quite small. Known as the Kingdom of Judah, it doesn't really flourish until after the Kingdom of Israel is destroyed. When that happens, Jerusalem grows exponentially, presumably because many of the Israelites from the north survived by moving south to join Judah. Now, in a previous video, I talked about the documentary hypothesis, which posits that the first 5 books of the Bible were written not by Moses, but by 4 distinct authors or groups of authors. According to the original version of the hypothesis, J and E were both written before 722 BCE, and D and P were written after. In fact, E was assumed to have been written by someone living in the northern kingdom of Israel. If this is true, at least part of the Bible was written by the Israelites. But this is no longer the view found in the most recent scholarship. The leading hypothesis nowadays is that everything was written, or at least heavily edited, after 722 BCE, and therefore it was all done by scribes from the southern kingdom of Judah. In fact, the idea of 4 distinct layers has pretty much been abandoned as well. The D part still stands out. We know that it was made by the same group of scribes that wrote Joshua through Kings, although this is now thought to have occurred in several stages, the first being completed before the captivity and the rest being completed during or after the captivity. But when it comes to Genesis through Numbers, the only layer that really stands out as being unique is P, which almost certainly was created after the captivity by Second Temple priests, which is why it's called P. J and E, however, have mostly been abandoned, or at least combined as JE. But even this is a bit misleading because it appears that the JE parts contain lots of different layers and edits, something I'll come back to later. What a lot of scholars are now suggesting is that the Israelites and Judahites originally had 2 or maybe even 3 or more different origin stories. The 2 main ones seem to be the one involving Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in Genesis, and the one involving Moses in Exodus. In a previous video, I suggested that the 3 patriarchs story may have come from Judah and the Moses story from Israel, but keep in mind that this is still highly speculative. I've seen other scholars suggest that both origin stories came from Israel, and others who suggest that maybe the 3 patriarchs story can be broken down further into independent traditions, and that maybe only Abraham and Isaac were from Judah, and Jacob was from Israel. But regardless of how it all breaks down, what a lot of scholars are now concluding is that it was P who stitched everything together for the very first time. And remember, P was writing after the captivity. So the conclusion is that the entire Torah, or Pentateuch, as well as Judges through Kings, was done by southern Judahites. In fact, these 9 books, 11 in the Old Testament, were probably at some point considered to be a single work, one that explained the entire history of the Jewish people, all the way from Adam and Eve to the Babylonian captivity. Now, within this grand narrative, there might be a few fragments here and there that can be traced back to the northern Israelites. But even in these cases, they've been heavily edited and carefully placed alongside supplementary material in a way that clearly shows a Judahite spin. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, well, what does it matter? Weren't the Judahites just a subset of the Israelites? Well, that used to be the thinking, even in secular circles, but nowadays a lot of scholars are leaning toward a new idea. But before I introduce it, let me point out that I've put a big list of sources in the description. So if you're wondering who I'm referring to whenever I say scholars, just take a look there. One book in particular that I'd like to highlight is this recent one, Why the Bible Began by Jacob L. Wright. It provides more detail on just about everything that I'm covering in this video. So here's the idea. Judah was most likely not a part of the original Israelite confederacy. In fact, it likely had no association with Israel at all until after the fall of the northern kingdom. To help you understand what this means, let me give you an analogy. I happen to live in Canada, which is right next door to the United States. Of these two countries, the US is by far the more dominant one, with a much larger population and a much larger impact on global culture. Both countries are a part of North America, but only people in the US call themselves Americans. In Canada, we would never call ourselves American. We are Canadians. Okay, but let's now imagine the following scenario. There is some sort of global catastrophe or war that leaves America in ruins, but Canada intact. At this point, Canada is flooded with American refugees, and after about 100 years, the words Canadian and American become synonymous. In fact, after another 100 years or so, Canadian history books start saying that Canada had actually started out as one of the 51 states of America. Now, of course, the truth of the matter is that America has never had 51 states. We all know that it currently has only 50. Well, what if there never actually were 12 tribes of Israel? What if the whole thing was made up later in order to insert Judah into Israel's history? Well, that's the idea that I'm now going to explore. And take note that for this part, I'll be relying heavily on the work of Andrew Tobolowsky. Again, you can find the...
One point I want to make while we're watching this part is Jesus, right? If you notice, Jesus has to be from the line of Judah. That should give us a hint that the Bible itself, the Old Testament, originally wasn't really supposed to be from Judah per se. But what happened is when Judah took over the writing and started rewriting the old stories, that's when, like Genesis 38, if you look at Genesis 38, read 37, you go to 38, all of a sudden Judah goes into Canaan, have sex with a Canaanite woman, have three children. Two of them get killed by God because they didn't want to have sex with Tamar. The third child, Judah said, no, I'm not going to make you have sex with him. He leaves, but Judah now goes into the walks around and sleeps with a prostitute who ends up to be the same woman that was supposed to marry the two sons. So Jesus stems from that union of a man sleeping with his daughter-in-law, which is against God's law. And he's supposed to be God's guy. Just for the record. So Jesus now has to come from Judah because the writing of Genesis 38, it seems to be a Judaic insert. And why I said that, it's actually in my book, is that it can take 22 years for Judah to meet a woman, have sex, have 3 kids. The 3 kids grow up, they're able to get married. So you're talking about 14 years old, and then all of a sudden he ends up having sex with Tamar. She has sex with the twins, and those twins end up having children, and they are part of the 75 that goes into Egypt. But the child that he has originally didn't go into Egypt, because when you go to Ruth or go to Chronicles 4:21, First Chronicles, you see that the children of that third child that didn't have sex with Tamar, you see their descendants living in Canaan. So there's a tradition of Judah being in Canaan and Ephraim and Manasseh and all of them. But the point of the matter is somebody is trying to present a storyline of Moses' tradition out of Exodus tradition with Moses, and a tradition coming from Abraham, which is a Judaic perspective tradition. And then from Judah now, you start seeing David lineage and Judah, and that's where Jesus is supposed to come from. But bear that in mind while you're listening to this part of the video. Brother Law, you want to say something, bro?
Yeah, I basically jumped on Garfield because I was engaging. I don't know if you guys had caught it. I tried to somewhat delete it, but I jumped on the panel because a gentleman, I guess named Joseph Ben, was saying something that was really, that rubbed me the wrong way in regards to invite me to another man's manhood. I don't disrespect anybody on any of these platforms. I don't do none of that. So what I asked him was, if you would like to engage as men, just jump on the panel and we can have a dialogue on what made you feel comfortable with coming at me that way, or saying anything disrespectful, derogatory in that way, in any capacity, form, or fashion. I just want to know.
Yeah, and brother, like, you got a wrench, so you could just
It's
Go on.
somebody.
Yeah,
It's
but
somebody. Because I can't see the
yeah,
comment.
but I'm not. What I'm saying to you, but I'm not into the keyboarding and texting. I don't do none of that. I would respect you more so if he just jumped on the panel, showed who he was, and then we can have a dialogue. Don't hide behind a keyboard and do all the fuck shit. Wallahi for speaking that way. I'm not into those games.
All
Just
right.
jump on the panel, show forth who you are, and let's have a dialogue.
Yeah.
Simple.
Facts. All right. Let me get back to the video.
Now, word from our
Complete
sponsor.
list of sources in the description. Let me start by going over the names and locations of the 12 tribes. Remember, according to the Bible, the 12 tribes descended from the 12 sons of Jacob. Jacob's first 4 sons were Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, all born to Jacob's first wife, Leah. In terms of geography, all 4 of these tribes ended up living in the south, although take note that the tribe of Levi was not actually allotted any land, because they were instead tasked with religious duties. Although they were originally spread out throughout the land, eventually most ended up in Jerusalem, where the temple was located. The next 4 children were Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. These children were not born to either one of Jacob's wives, but rather to his wives' servants, Bilhah and Zilpah. Note that these 4 tribes all inherited land on the periphery. Next came Issachar and Zebulun, again from Leah. They were given land here. Finally, we get Joseph and Benjamin, the 2 children of Rachel, Jacob's favorite wife. Their land corresponds to the core regions of Israel, although take note that the descendants of Joseph eventually get split into 2 tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. This means that there were actually 13 tribes, not 12. This is usually resolved by leaving out Levi or by combining Ephraim and Manasseh into Joseph. Okay, now that you're familiar with who's who, let me show you why some scholars think that the whole 12-tribe concept was a late Judahite invention. As I mentioned earlier, the first 9 books in the Hebrew Bible, or 11 in the Old Testament if you remove Ruth, were likely originally meant to be a single work. It was created sometime during the Second Temple period by stitching together a bunch of older texts and inserting new material in between. And here's what's interesting. In this entire grand narrative, the 12 tribes are listed by name only 18 times. 10 of these are in sections that are pretty much universally attributed to P, meaning that they were added very late. An additional 2 are usually attributed to an even later redactor, sometimes called R. Now, the original documentary hypothesis only applied to the Pentateuch, and thus Joshua through Kings is usually just labeled as D due to their association with Deuteronomy. But nowadays it's thought that there might be some P sections in these books as well. These 2 are strong candidates for that, which leaves us with just 4 references to the 12 tribes that might predate the Second Temple period. Let's now look at them one by one, starting with a list found in Judges 5. This chapter is known as the Song of Deborah, and it stands out from the material before and after it, both in terms of style and language. It appears to be a very old hymn that the Deuteronomists inserted into the narrative. In fact, some scholars believe that this chapter might be the oldest bit of text in the entire Bible, and one of the very few that was written in the north before 722 BCE, which means that this is quite likely the oldest list we have of the Israelite tribes. So let's take a look. First off, you need to know that this hymn is about a famous battle, and it talks about the tribes who participated and the tribes who did not. So the participating tribes are listed as Ephraim, Benjamin, Machir, Zebulun, Issachar, and Naphtali, whereas the non-participating tribes are listed as Reuben, Gilead, Dan, and Asher. So first of all, that's only 10 tribes, not 12. Second, there are 2 unfamiliar names, Machir and Gilead. Elsewhere in the Bible, Machir is said to have been the son of Manasseh. So the assumption is that the tribe of Machir is probably Manasseh. Likewise, Gilead is where the tribe of Gad was located. So again, the assumption is that Gilead is probably Gad. So who's missing then? Interestingly, it's Judah, Simeon, and Levi, the three tribes who made up the southern kingdom of Judah. However, in the flow of the narrative, the north and the south had not yet been divided. So why were these three tribes not mentioned? It can't simply be because they didn't participate in the battle, because the hymn specifically goes out of its way to reprimand.
He made a good point talking about when this was being written that the tribes weren't divided yet. So there's no reason for Judah or Simeon not to be mentioned. Something to think about. Let's get back to the video.
Those who didn't. So the conclusion is that maybe in the original Confederacy, there were only ever 10 tribes of Israel, not 12. The next oldest tribal list is found in Deuteronomy chapter 33. It's known as the Blessing of Moses because it contains separate blessings given by Moses for each tribe. This time, Judah and Levi are mentioned, but again, not Simeon. However, when you look at the original Hebrew, the first two blessings for Reuben and Judah stand out as being quite different, which indicates that this part may have been inserted at a later date. In addition to this, Ephraim and Manasseh are combined into a single blessing, as are Zebulun and Issachar. And therefore, the conclusion is that the original poem likely had only 8 blessings. When you put this next to the list in Judges 5, what it shows is that even in the north, the total number of tribes as well as their names likely changed over time. For example, it appears that Reuben may have dwindled and eventually disappeared. The blessing for Reuben given in verse 5 seems to hint at this because it says, "Let Reuben live and not die, nor his people be few." Also, it appears that Levi may have been added later. Interestingly, the name Levi actually means joined. And according to Richard Friedman's book, The Exodus, the tribe of Levi may have been the only tribe to have experienced some sort of literal exodus from Egypt. One of his main arguments is the fact that all of the personal names for individual Levites found in the Bible are names that have Egyptian origins, whereas most of the other names have Canaanite origins. Others have suggested that maybe the Levites had been priests in Egypt, perhaps even the leading priests under Akhenaten. So maybe it was this new tribe that introduced the idea of monotheism to the Israelites. Let's now look at Genesis chapter 49, which also contains a blessing for each tribe, this time given by Jacob. But once again, the text appears to have an original core that was then added to at a later date. All 12 tribes are mentioned, but the first 4 blessings stand out because they're written in the first person, whereas the other 8 are written in the third person. So yet again, it looks like the Judahites have inserted themselves into a much older text, making it look like they were there all along, which is why there ends up being some confusion over which son of Jacob was his heir. On one hand, it would appear that Joseph was his heir because he was Jacob's favorite son and was given a double inheritance. However, on the other hand, it also appears that Judah was his heir because in verse 10 it says, "The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet," which is a foreshadowing of the ruling house of David. The argument is that Reuben, the firstborn, was disqualified because he slept with his father's concubine, Bilhah, and that the next 2 sons, Simeon and Levi, were also disqualified because they were too violent, meaning that Judah, the 4th-born son, is the heir. Let's now jump to Genesis 29 to 35, which is where the birth order is explained. Like I said earlier, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah were all born to Leah, Jacob's first, but not his favorite, wife. Now, if, as I've been suggesting, Judah was not an original member of the Israelite Confederacy, but was rather inserted into the story later, why then would they decide to place their tribe 4th in the birth order and not 1st? Especially if they wanted to promote the idea that their tribe was the most important. This is, in fact, what they did elsewhere in both Numbers and Joshua. Well, as we've already seen, the tribe of Reuben was most likely extinct by the time that Judah rose to prominence. So they weren't any sort of threat. Some have even suggested that Reuben might have been the Shasu. So maybe they were given the ceremonial top spot because they were the first to worship YHWH. When it comes to Simeon, although they were once seen as being a separate southern tribe, By the time this was written, Simeon had been fully integrated into Judah, so they too were not a threat. The Levites, of course, were religious leaders, not political leaders, so they weren't a threat either. Therefore, Judah was able to place themselves fourth, making the insertion look less obvious. Note, however, that they very diplomatically made Joseph and Benjamin the sons of Jacob's favorite wife, Rachel, but placed them at the bottom of the birth order. This is because these tribes were still a threat in the present. The two Joseph tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh, had been the core part of the kingdom of Israel, and some of them had likely fled south, where they maintained their tribal identity long into the Second Temple period. Likewise, the kingdom of Judah eventually stretched to contain the former territory of Benjamin, so there were a lot of Benjamites still around too. Note that the name Benjamin literally means son of the south, indicating that in the original Confederacy, Benjamin was the southernmost tribe, not Judah. This leaves us with 6 more tribes, the 4 born to Bilhah and Zilpah, and the 2 later children of Leah. As I mentioned earlier, the 4 born to Bilhah and Zilpah all received land on the periphery of the kingdom of Israel. Note that Dan was located just north of the Philistines. It has long been suggested that the Philistines might have been one of the sea peoples who destroyed and then settled some of the coastal Canaanite cities. Well, it has also been suggested that Dan might have originated as one of the sea peoples too. However, unlike the Philistines, they opted to join the new Israelite Confederacy. One of the main arguments for this hypothesis is the fact that Dan is often associated with boats. There's also the fact that the main hero from the tribe of Dan, Samson, is a lot like the Greek hero Hercules. So maybe this legend came with the sea peoples and got passed on to Israel via Dan. I'd also like to point out that both Asher and Gad are named after Canaanite gods, which is further evidence that at least some of the Israelite tribes had been Canaanites all along.
Yeah, I want to make this point about Asherah and God real quickly. Being Canaanite gods, why would you name your tribe after your children, after the people who you're supposedly not to be get along with, or you're not? Asherah, word linguistics, whatever. Asher, I think, is the male counterpart of Asherah. And God, we know God from the records in Canaan of the people with wearing those Theophoric names. But God, in the 9th century, was not a part of the Israelite Confederacy at the time. How do we know that? We know that because of this right here. Let me take this off the screen for 1 second. And let me share this with the family real quickly. Where is this thing at? Okay. Right here. Hold on there. Let me get it right here. Hold on. Yeah. Right here. In the Misha stele, you talk about God. It said, but the Gibeonites were not the only tribe living on this strip of land. The Gadites lived there as well. Lines 10 to 11 of the Misha stele reads, and the men of God dwelt in the land of Ataroth from wherever, and the king of Israel built Ataroth for himself, and I fought against the city and captured it, and I killed all of the inhabitants. This is the only contemporaneous extra-biblical reference that we know of to any of the biblical tribes of Israel. Ataroth is only a few miles west of Debon, and both are listed as Gadite towns in Numbers 32-34, one after another, but which at first glance makes the Misha stele and the biblical record tally well. But if we read the above text carefully, we can see that Misha does not call God Israel. He claims that while God had always lived in the land of Ataroth, at some point the king of Israel came and built Ataroth. In other words, this suggests that God was a native Transjordan tribe that had been conquered by the king of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, when we go to the dictionary of deities and demons in the Bible, we see God is the name of a deity of good luck, equivalent to the Greek Tish and Latin Fortuna. God is mentioned together with many in Isaiah 65:11 as being worshipped in post-exilic Judah. The God is also attested in personal names, Gadi in Numbers 13:11, Gadiel in Numbers 13:10, and in Ezra, and place names, most probably in the sense of an appellative meaning good fortune rather than as the name of a deity. As good of fortune, God is attested in texts from Canaan, Phoenicia, Haran, and Arabia. First reference to God when it comes to the earliest West Semitic attestations of the God, attention must be paid first to Gedi as an element of personal names in Ugaritic, Amorite, Phoenician, and Punic. God means fortune, good luck. So the name is actually from a Canaanite deity, and it's mentioned in the Mesha seal in the 9th century. And in the 9th century, GAD, the people who worship GAD, was not a part of Israel. This totally contradicts the Bible completely. All right, but let me get back to the video so we could look some more at that. And also, one more thing that I forgot to tell you guys when it comes to the deity, to the tribe of Dan, we also got to remember that. Hold on one second. Let me see if I got it right here. The tribe of Dan is considered Greeks. When he talked about sea people, the sea people. Remember when the pig was brought by the Greeks. I think it's the sea people brought it. I might be wrong. Somebody can correct me in the audience. The Greeks, that pig, Egyptians were against that pig. People eating that pig. That's why the Canaanites didn't eat pig. So when you see in the Bible, they say they don't eat pig. It's because that pig that the Greeks brought during the Iron Age, the beginning of the Iron Age with the sea peoples, nobody wanted to eat that filthy animal. So the tribe of Dan, they consider it today in academia sons of Israel. So now are of Greek mercenaries hired by Egypt. Samson the Greek, 3,000-year-old archaeological finds that Tel Dan suggests that the Danites were Aegean soldiers hired by Canaan's Egyptian overlords to keep order. The tribe of Dan, one of the 12 Israelite tribes, may have started as no such thing. New archaeological evidence suggests that the Danites originated with mercenaries hired from the Aegean and Syria by the Egyptian overlords of Canaan to keep order. According to the Bible, after the Israelites conquered Canaan, the land was split between the tribes, with the exception of the tribe of Dan. Bitter at their lot, the tribe went northward, conquered and destroyed the city of Laish, then rebuilt it and renamed it after their ancestor, and the coast of Dan. So, by the way, too, with Dan, what's his name was Jonah. Story is connected to a Greek story with Hercules, because with Hercules' story in Greek tradition, he was swallowed by a big fish, just like Jonah. He stayed in the fish for 3 days and 3 nights, just like Jonah. And he was actually in the same town where Joppa is, where Jonah was. It's the same town. So the stories, the sea peoples being there, is actually, he's not off by a lot. He's actually smart for making that claim. All right. Let me get back to the video real quickly. Hercules is Haru. Oh, Lord. Never heard that one there before. Help. I need help with that one. All right, let's finish up this video right here.
Hey, Garfield, real quick. Oh, you're watching the movie.
So I think we're ready to make some conclusions. When it comes to the origin of the 12 tribes of Israel, the first thing that we can say is that the idea of 12 tribes, specifically, as opposed to 10 or 8 or some other number, originated with Judah long after Israel even existed. They probably chose 12 simply because it's a nice round number and therefore symbolic. In reality, there very likely never were exactly 12 tribes of Israel. However, the second thing we can say is that at some point before Judah inserted themselves into the story, there was indeed a group of Israelite tribes, although the exact number probably fluctuated. When it comes to these tribes, there was not a single origin. Reuben might have come from the Shasu. Levi might have come from Egypt. Dan might have come from the Sea peoples. Asher, Naphtali, and Gad might have been former Canaanites. As for the rest, Zebulun, Issachar, Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin, they might have been Canaanites as well, in particular, hill country Canaanites. Or maybe they were the Habaru, which might explain where the name Hebrew comes from. Now, before I go, I have to address the question, where are the Israelite tribes located today? Because even if there were never exactly 12 of them, there were in fact Israelite tribes at some point. Well, like I said earlier, a lot of them ended up moving south, where they integrated into the kingdom of Judah, meaning that they eventually became Jews. And those who were carried off, well, most of them likely integrated into other Middle Eastern societies. But what about all those various groups around the world who claim to be members of the so-called Lost 10 Tribes? Well, I might do a future video on that topic, but for now, I'll just say that if there are any legitimate Israel groups out there, they almost certainly trace their lineage from Second Temple Judaism, not directly from the Northern Kingdom of Israel. This includes both the Samaritans as well as Beta Israel from Ethiopia. So to sum up, even though Judah was not one of the original Israelite tribes, it is only through Judah that any notion of Israel has survived. You see, by creating a story about 12 tribes who dedicated themselves to one God, they gave themselves something they could cling to. So instead of needing to be citizens of a specific state, they were able to become a people called Jews who could survive anywhere. And survive they did. And not only did they survive, their story went on to inspire others, and various different understandings of it led to the creation of the world's two largest religions, Christianity and Islam. Okay, so that was a look at the origin.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, King J.
Yeah, I'm here. No, I'm listening to the video. That Misha Stela is interesting because it actually refers to mentions of King Hezekiah as well in the house of Jehu. Oftentimes they use the word bit as house of Omri, house of Hezekiah, house of we'll find them referred to in that regards often with the bit Adani, things like that. I'm not too familiar with actually the mentioning of Israel though. Like I don't know if that's ever actually mentioned.
What did you say, brother? That Misha C was the first to mention what? I didn't hear you.
I know that it mentions Hezekiah and Jehu, but I didn't actually think it mentioned the word Israel.
It didn't mention Hezekiah or Jehu.
It doesn't?
No.
What's the
Even
Stella
Reggie knows that.
Reggie, which one talks about Hezekiah?
Lord Abba challenge your presentation about what? Hold on. Let's time out for 1 second.
Big up
Lord Abba, you were never on my level. You're not on my level. You're on a fake level. You see, your level is based off of people who don't know how to research. So whenever you debate people who don't know how to research, you come out on top. But people that know the truth, if you're trying to use the Misha steel for Moabites to prove that where Moabites transferred, oh man, bruh. Here he go. Garfield, you know the research. Garfield, you know.
So Lord Abba is here, right? First and foremost, Garfield, you have never ever been on my level. That's first. I smoked you in every single from the 8 hours.
Hold on a second. Do not aid us conversation. I smoked the shit out of you.
You would never be crazy. Garfield, you delusional. You delusional, bro.
Hold on. All the ego talk. Let's put all the ego talk.
Yeah, because you're delusional. But go ahead.
All right. Let's put all the ego talk aside. You believed and taught for years you were a Moor. And you're talking about delusional? Now, brother, let me just say this out of respect. You are one of the dumbest researchers I've ever seen in my life. So your work has been nothing. Just because a scholar quoted your work, because people don't know the Moors. So people quote my work too, and scholars reach out to me all the time. That don't mean I'm a top scholar. They just respect a certain aspect of what I'm teaching. So when scholars call me, scholars are writing books and call me like, yo, I need to add something about a prophecy. You have any ideas? Why are they calling Garfield? Is it because I'm a great scholar? Because I know what the F I'm talking about. So your levels and what you judge it on, I don't care. Now let's pick a topic right now. Forget all the ego bullshit talk. Pick a topic and we set it up right now.
All right. Is it my turn? Is it because this is your show? I'm gonna respect your boundary.
Pick a topic.
All right. Hold on. Let me respond to you first, because you said a lot and it was a bunch of
Lord Abba, I don't want to do that. I want you to pick a topic right now. I don't ego talk.
Well, then let's debate on Moab, because I did the presentation. You can't debunk nothing that I did. I've had scholars. Hold on.
No. What on Moab is your dispute? What are you
Hold on. I've had scholars that read my paper.
Hold on.
No. I'm framing it.
What are you saying about Moab, bro?
Let me frame it. You just trying to do the bulldozer tactic.
Come on, man. What is it you want to debate on Moab?
You doing the bulldozer tactic right now. You ain't letting me speak.
Oh man. Okay, let him speak because I want to hear this.
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, I've had scholars reach out to me.
What is the topic on Moab?
See, Garfield knows that he can't fuck with me. That's why he's doing that. Garfield, you know you can't fuck with me. I already told you what the topic is. Yo, Garfield, I already told you what the topic is. I already told you what the topic is.
What about Moab?
Go. This is what you do, Garfield. This is what you do. Being that you're such a great scholar that's level above me, which is straight and complete bullshit. I just think you're a fraud, first and foremost. The presentation I did on Sinetta last week simply refuted. And bring your man Reggie with you. Bring your man with you. I bet you can't touch it. I bet you. Matter of fact, I'll put a $500 bet up that you can't prove it false.
All right. Hold on. First of all, you see, now you want me to acquiesce to a faulty premise.
No, ain't no faulty premises. You the one started with all this bravado bullshit. So that's where we at right now.
Yo, Abba. All right. Okay. That's fine.
That's right.
You said that you want me to watch your presentation and refute it.
That's right.
What topic do you want to debate?
I already said Moab. You're not listening. You just running your mouth like you always do.
Oh man, bro.
Okay, he said Moab. Okay.
That's right. Moab.
What about Moab? Lord Abba.
Go watch the because remember, I was on a week prior.
What about Moab? What do you want to debate on Moab?
Yo, Garfield, you gonna let me talk or you just gonna keep talking? Because I could just drop off there and we could just keep the shit the way it is.
Give him like 2 minutes.
No.
See, because he doesn't want to do that, because this dude is full of
I want to
shit.
hear what he got to say.
Garfield full of shit. Point blank, period. Just like his man's over there. Full of shit.
That's fine. What on Moab do you want to debate?
I already told you. Go look at the topic. The presentation, and simply refute.
I'm not watching that. That is dumb. That's a show you what you want me to refute what I never watched. I can't but premise. That's a show you don't know how academia works or how scholarship works. I asked you for a topic. Moab. Moab is not a topic. I know Moab existed.
Right. That's historical.
This is what happens when you debate fools your entire life.
See, this is what happens when you
everybody freeze. Hey, Garfield, put him back up. Freeze. I got it. Come on. Hey.
You gonna keep hold on. No, because I need to respond to this dude.
No, you is. Hold on.
But I want to do it right now. So first and foremost,
hey, hold on, Lord. Hold on, Lord. Hey, Lord, we want the transition from being back in the day.
That's what I mean. This dude came. I came on.
No, y'all both did it. I watched it. Y'all both did it. So let's tune it down.
Man,
let's have a good conversation.
Don't do that, bro.
I'm saying let's just have a good conversation.
Time out. Everybody stop.
Let's have a conversation.
Yo, Garfield, you full of shit, bro. Real talk.
What is
you started it on this. We didn't have to go there. We didn't have to go there. First and foremost, none of this shit had to happen. Right, that we going through right now. You made it that way.
What is the topic you want to debate?
Listen, I tried to frame the.
Yo, I'm not doing it with Lord. Lord, but don't worry about it. I don't need to debate you. I'm good.
Hey, Garfield, hold on. Whoa.
Don't pick back my presentation.
Hold on. Now we know what's going on. If you ask a man, what topic do you want to discuss, right? And they say, but see, we know it from back in the day. Abba was saying that the Moors was connected to Moab. That was the real conversation. Let's debate that. Why don't y'all debate that? Because that's the conversation. Everybody know the Moab is a historical. That's not. No, he said they was the Moors that was in America. That's what he said. That's the conversation, bro. Put them back up there, and won't y'all debate that?
Yeah,
with all the nonsense.
I would debate that in a heart.
Right, that's the debate. We're not gonna play. We've been around for 15 years. Come on, Ab. And I'm with both of y'all. But that's what I want to hear because that's always been the conversation. See?
Yo,
hey,
man,
what's up, Reg?
Bring him back.
Hey, Reg. Hey, Reg. How long we been doing this? We know all our arguments and beefs. We know when we was right. We know when we was wrong. See, people just watching this. That's the debate. You said that the biblical people, the Moab people, was the Moors. That's what you said. See?
Yo, Ankh, listen, man. We wilding out now because we need a moment of silence for New York Knicks losing.
No, we ain't talking about no Knicks, man. Get out of here, man.
Not
Let me move you down.
Not
Man. Get out of here, Rob boy. They got time for that today, man. They got time for that. They got time for that.
Yo, man. That's why we upset, man. That's why Abba upset.
Bro,
Bring him back up and start over.
Now you try to bring up the Knicks. I don't want to hear about the Knicks. I'm already depressed. I'm moping. I'm contemplating if I should do a show or not today. I'm depressed right now. I don't want to hear about the Knicks.
Ah, man, you get over it next week. You get over it next week. Bro.
Oh, bring him back up, man. Bring him back up, man.
It's that game they shouldn't have lost.
Right here. I never said any biblical Moabites were Moors. Now, why are you bringing up the Misha Steel then?
Bring him back up so he can explain it, man. Bring him
back. Come on, Ab. Hold on. Let's stop. Ab, come on, yo. Ab, don't do that, Ab. Come on, bro. You did used to say that. Come on, Ab. Why you, Ab gotta stop that. You see the word Moabites? He would say they was Moors. Come on, man. I can't believe that. Hey, Reggie, am I making that up on Ab?
No, because you just got to go back to what the prophet his prophet said, right?
Oh, what he
that
said?
They're the ancient Moabites.
Let's get it.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. They are the ancient. So now he's going against his own ancient prophet. Now, when he says,
"Come back up here, Abba. Let him back up here."
Now, when he says biblical,
that's true.
Now, when he says biblical, the problem is that we're looking at the Message Stone. So that's historical. That's not biblical.
Yeah, I remember all the articles.
Right? That's not biblical. So the question is all the ancient, they ain't no ancient Moors, all the Moors, right? Moabites. Right?
People.
So I'm not going to argue back with that because we have to go back to the Prophet Noble Drew Ali and see what he says. Now, if he wants to go against the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, then all Moors, Lord Abba wants to go against the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Right, he's a new prophet.
But regardless,
change the stance, though.
I think no. What we're doing, we messing up right now.
Who?
Moabites are real people in history, right?
We know
he's saying that the Moabites, who had a king by the name of Solomon, by the way, too, is he saying that those people are Moors? He's no different than a Hebrew Israelite. He's no different than an Arabic crazy. He's no different than any of them. So all these Asiatic wannabes want this work. I set it up, link up with Ankh, and we set up a date, set up a topic on a date. Because he came on here and he called me a delusional guy. So when I got spicy and said some shit back, you
said you was scamming. I think he said you called you a scammer.
You know what? We all talk on the internet. So.
We all spicy. We spicy chicken.
So let's just
we
keep
spicy
it cordial
chicken
and get this debate,
Nope, I want it right now.
Let me get back to my show.
One second before you do that. Did you notice, family? We never ever go on his shows. We never entertain it. We don't go on his show.
I do. I like Abba. I like Abba. I went to his
show. I like his show. He came on our show too, but he's not a Moor no more.
Remember a while ago he said that. Remember what he said? He said, Garfield, I beat you up on the ADOS debate. If anybody go back and listen to that debate, I replayed it here like 5 times. But watch this.
No, I don't like you with the ADOS debate. I don't like you there.
Time out.
I don't like that, Garfield.
Time out. Do you guys remember when he argued with me about ADOS? and he had to come back and say, I apologize, I was wrong about what's the name, when he tried to take pictures with the gay chick, and then he said, oh, Godfrey, you was right about ADOS.
Bro.
Yeah, I thought you wanted
I remember that.
You confess
but we can grow and change stuff though. So we passed that now. We supposed to make mistakes and come back and change it. What y'all supposed to do is talk about the Moors being Moabites right now, though.
That's the same dude that the FBA argument that he's a freedman and talked about my Range Rover. Look at Garfield coming over here, like me being an immigrant and buying a Range Rover is a problem for African Americans.
Oh, man.
Lord, but you've lost so many debates with me. Get out of here, bro.
Yo, Garfield, what about the day we was outside with him, man?
No, stop that. You know who brought it up to me? I forgot to Zara.
What y'all about to fight?
You try to fight Lord.
Who tried to fight Lord Abba?
Punch him in his head. You was talking shit about Monica. That's why I got mad.
Oh, yeah, okay. Abba about 7 foot, yo. Y'all better leave Abba alone. Y'all
He's about to catch this right from the Bronx. I tell you that right now.
Hey yo, man. Why y'all doing this?
Nah, he playing. Come on, yo. You know damn what he's playing.
Right. Yep.
Yo, why isn't Abba up here, Garfield? Why?
Right, come on, man. Put Abba back up here. Stop that.
Why
yo.
is he
We
not
all
here?
friends. Come on, yo. We ain't doing that. Put him back up there, yo.
Abba hit the link.
Come on, Ab. I ain't gonna let him get you. I was trying, Abba. You over talking. I was trying to even it out, yo. Y'all came in hot. Y'all gotta do that. We want to hear that. We want to hear. Hey, Reggie, do you got that work? Do you have the Noble Ali? Because he always said it was the Moabites. Where's that at? Let's pull that up.
Yeah. I'll go find that.
But he don't say that no more. Ankh, you know that, right?
No, but that was the argument.
Yo, let me speak for myself. Rob Bourne don't know what the hell he's talking about when it comes to me. Let me speak for myself. Yo. So first and foremost, I'm gonna always recognize myself as a Moor. That's first and foremost. So I don't know what y'all dudes is talking about.
Wait,
I said I'm no longer a part.
You cut out. Say it again.
I said I'm going to always recognize myself as a Moor. I don't know what y'all talk about. I said I'm no longer a part of the Moorish Science Temple of America in that movement. That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
On the issue of the debate with ADOS and Garfield, like this dude is such a liar that is crazy.
We don't want to talk about that, though.
We debated about the delineation and reparation. He focused his attention on the two individuals, Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, and their character. So when that whole thing blew up, he hit me up and was like, I told you of them. I said, yeah, you were right. But those people were never my leaders. The same. Hold on, Garfield.
You said it on my live. I was right. I was right the whole time.
Yeah, I said you was right about them too. That's what I said. The principles, because I got attracted to the principles. That's what brought me in. The first conversation I had was with Wu Zhao and all of them online, and we had a discussion about this thing. That was like 2018, 2019. I'm still standing on those principles. I wrote a piece of legislation in the state of Massachusetts with my own hands. That's moving through the judiciary. Hold on.
That's your strong suit.
Let him
talk about ancient Moab. We want to talk about ancient Moab.
I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there.
All right, okay.
I'm gonna get there. Let me get there. So, because I want to address what Garfield is saying, because this dude is just a liar, and he's been that way since I've met him, twisting up truth and facts, because that's just what he does. So he's lying about that. I had to clear that up. I never claimed that the biblical Moabites were Moors. I made the claim that the biblical Moabites and the Moabites are two different entities.
What did Noble Ali say, though? I'm asking you.
He never said that they were Moors. He just said that the Moors were the Moorish Americans were the descendants of the ancient Moabites.
Okay,
that's what he said.
I know that's the same thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Where are we getting right now? Where are we getting?
We get into the debate. We get into the debate, but I needed to address what was said first.
Is that a true statement?
Hold on a second. Time out. This is my show.
Yo.
I'm teaching a topic. I want you to tell me, would you agree to the ancient Moabites are the Moors in America today?
A debate on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could. Yes, we could debate on that. Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yo, what happened, son? You was on the show. We was talking about the Black American history. You went into it. You said, "Yo, I didn't know y'all was on that time." And what the hell happened? Yo, you reverted back, son. Ah, man.
That's flatter.
Damn.
He dropped off.
Hey
You can
Reggie,
go
am
to
I wrong when I say if you say the Moabites?
I put him down. I got the
Don't do
topic.
that.
All right, I'll inbox him.
If you descended
Why
from
you
the
keep
ancient
kicking him
Moabites,
down, Garfield? Don't kick
Nah,
him
I'm not
down.
doing the back and
Garfield,
forth.
not easy.
It's gonna go somewhere it don't need to go.
You're not wrong. You could go to Wikipedia and you can get the source. So it says Drew Ali believed that African Americans were all Moors, all of us, who he claimed were descendants from the ancient Moabites.
right? So ain't that saying that the ancient Moabites at the end up being African Americans?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
what
the
do we?
same. That's the same
So
thing.
so why would Abba say that? See, we gotta
I
stop
don't
this,
know
man.
why.
See, we gotta
That's
stop this, bro.
strange.
That's always been the damn argument, man. Come on,
Hey,
Ab.
y'all are hilarious, man. How
How
y'all
we
just
wrong?
twisting stuff up. But
Go
look,
ahead,
I did a presentation on Sinetta. Y'all could go look
We
at it. I
don't
just
watch
did it
that
last
shit.
Sunday.
We don't watch
Yeah, we
Sonetta,
don't
bro.
watch over there.
All right,
So
well,
I watched on that. I watch it. Go
listen,
ahead, Ab.
Yeah, whatever, man. But
You
go
ain't
ahead, Lord
watching
Albert. Tell us
Sinetta.
what your bill was about.
What it say? Go ahead.
Hold on. You ain't watching Sinetta. You going to watch my presentation.
Yeah,
My
but go ahead. Now,
presentation is this.
What's
break
your
the bill
conclusion
down,
on it?
bro. I just want to Lord
It's
Albert break the bill
exactly what
down.
me and Garfield going to debate about right now.
No,
About
I'm asking you.
that Moorish Moabite connection and the fact that Moab existed outside of the biblical narrative.
No, we agreed to that already.
Yeah,
Don't do
well, Garfield doesn't agree to that, and
We
you
do.
keep saying biblical Moabites, so you off. But Robon, real quick.
Hold on, time out.
Wait. Let me just add. I want to say something to Robon real quick, and I'll shut up. I just want to say something to Robon.
Time out. Now, if I say something about Lord Abba,
Oh
that's
God.
not true. Would Lord Abba call me a liar? Yes.
Yeah.
Lord Abba just said Garfield don't believe more. He didn't say it. I'm paraphrasing. Garfield don't believe there's Moabites outside the Bible. Now bear in mind, I just showed the Misha stele. I just corrected King J for saying Hezekiah is on the Misha stele. So I'm teaching that Moabites are real. They have a king by the name of Salomanu, which is very similar linguistically, phonetically to Solomon of the Bible. Coincidental, I don't know. But anyway, I'm saying I know Moabites existed. I'm just saying African American.
I said that about so I don't know what you're going off on a tangent for, but
hey, I'll hit you up when I'm ready, okay?
So here's the problem.
I'm talking on my own show. I didn't hear if Uncle Robon, who know me like for 50 years, they interrupted me. How is this crazy ass, tall, fake ass Moor gonna come out here and try to interrupt me?
Yeah, we've been interrupting you for 50 years. You're right. We haven't interrupted you.
Here's the problem.
Listen, don't make no damn sense.
Can I
I
talk
agree.
for a second?
20 years we've been interrupting you. I agree.
Here's the problem. So here's the problem. We know from the prophet Noble Drew Ali, right, that the ancient Moabite kingdom, right, which is in Saudi Arabia, which is in that area, right? Okay, that's where it is, right? Okay. Now known as Morocco. So someone has to show how the ancient Moabites from Saudi Arabia got to Morocco, right? Which existed in northwest Mexico, which is now known as Northwest Africa.
Oh man, you get
it. So the problem, so there's lots of problems with a religious doctrine and real history, because you're gonna have to show how those groups of people you call Moabites from Moab, that is talked about in the Misi Stela, right, got to Morocco, right? And so this whole context of then you got to do geography. Moab is in Saudi Arabia, huh?
Yeah.
Just like
So that means they Arabs then.
Yeah.
You know what though?
No, they ain't
Arabs.
We gotta be researchers and be careful.
Yes.
What Reggie is saying.
Why would they be Arabs in Saudi Arabia?
What is Reggie saying? Reggie is saying that we got to figure out. Let me put this on the screen. Reggie is making a good point, right? But I don't like that methodology. Listen, everybody knows that in that region, it's a region of confluence. This is the word that used a million times when they all talking about Egypt. It's an area of confluence. The people in Moab, and I need to put up a map on the screen so people could see.
I don't know what that means. That's for damn sure. He think it's only rivers. Nuts.
Hold on a second, guys.
Well, and you
Bunch
said
of
you didn't like my
scammers.
methodology?
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let's look at a map of hold on. Let me see if I could put a map on the screen so that we could have an idea of where Moab is and where Morocco is. Now, bear in mind though, if you put yourself in a position, Reggie, where you're saying that we have to prove that somebody from Moab went to Morocco, and if he finds one person, that means we lost the debate.
No, that's not what I said.
Let me finish
my
point.
That's not what I said.
All right, hold on. This is Moab right here, right? This is Moab, historically speaking, right?
And where is it? And where?
Right here, below where Kingdom of Judah is across from Kingdom of Judah, right here, Moab, right above Edom. Saudi Arabia is right here where Edom is. Come down to the Arabu tribe, Nabatu tribes. This is Saudi Arabia right here, right? Now the problem is, we know North Africa. He has to go past Egypt.
Can I ask a question?
No, let him finish.
Was I talking?
Oh yeah, he ain't got no sense right there, yo. He gone. Bruh.
Anyway, as I'm saying, I don't understand, yo. I don't know what's going on today, bro. Listen, this is what I'm saying. There's possibility that people from Moab could end up in Morocco. It's possible. It's not likely because it's two different cultures, but because Morocco is all the way to the west, over to where the top of North Africa is. So I don't disagree with your premise, Reggie, but I don't want to put it on that we got to prove X, Y, and Z. No, because we know culturally more by who they are. And these people assimilated into other cultures, whether it was Judah or whether it was Arabic cultures or whatever, they got involved with other cultures. All right. And this is
so you have no problem with the ancient Egyptians going to West Africa, because if you want to do, if you watch this, if you want to do Moab what? To the east, way much further to the east. And so how do they track? How do they track themselves? They have to be, the only way that they could track themselves is if they become, at the time period when they become Islamic, then the Islamic movement. You have a little bit more.
What the hell? Somebody fighting in the background.
Somebody fighting. Dang.
No, that's not me. So don't say it's me.
Dang, you better stop that, raw born. Snatching up people on the streets of Harlem.
Lord Abba right now. Beating up Lord Abba. That's what he's doing.
Damn.
Okay, we could table that. We could talk. I don't want to interrupt. What you're doing. But the fact of the matter is,
the ancient Egyptians went to West Africa, yo.
I'm not going to say directly. But
did West Africans go to Egypt?
Did West Africans go to Egypt? Their ceramics did.
Oh man.
Come on, man. Let's not go there. Let's stay on the topic.
What about sickle cell? Any haplotype end up there?
Let's stay on Moab, man. Come on, man.
Moab.
All right.
With
Moab,
we got Egyptians, black people.
On a serious note, if you notice
black
the conversation
like
he's in the chat talking shit as usual. This dude's a sucker. This is all you do, Lord Abba. You just bitching.
Yeah, man. This shit is that was the fun part. That's the entertainment part. Let's leave that alone, man.
Get the information.
I mean, I think it's like this, Garfield. This is what I think about. If I could talk now, if you wasn't gonna say nothing, I'm saying this. We had this conversation before. We got to change the bill, right? Okay, the Moabites in the Bible got a whole different origin story, bro. Some crazy sodomy, whatever that crazy story is, right? That's not the story of the ancient Moabites. We know who they are. It ain't lined up with that, right? So remember, I asked Lord Abba questions. What did the ancient Moors teach? What did they teach? Do we know they existed? Yes. These dudes had libraries in West Africa, all through there. So I asked Lord Abba, what did the ancient Moors teach? We know what they taught because of the law. Then none of them say that they Moabites. We don't got to go too far. We know their schools are called madrasas, meaning they move and going across. These dudes were Islamic. They were teaching the prophet Bible. I mean, the prophet, the history of the prophet, the Arabic language, Sufism, all of that shit. We know everything that they was talking about in this whole area. Where we going with this? Now, there is a case you could make, but it don't got nothing to do with Moab. You could look at Dar Tichet, right? That's the oldest place that they could say that of a stone city in West Africa. They got different dates on it, 1500 BC, 2000, whatever date you want to choose. Now, those people that founded that are the people who are the Phoenician people, who then later become, you know, the people of Ouagadougou or Ghana and all that other stuff. You could say that, but will that attach you to ancient Moab and the shit that they was doing? No. So like where we going when we got real people who are the Moors who have their fucking libraries all through West Africa, all through these madrasas, and we have them. And I gave the book, I told them, the Trans-Saharan book trade. The shit got everything in there, every library. They got articles with every book they had. None of them people say they Moabites, so what we talking about? So now we saying, yeah, there are Moors. There are people who are identifying as such. This is the Moorish, this is the Moorish knowledge. This is the Moorish secret science. They not saying none of this shit. Except Sufism if you want to do with that, but that ain't got nothing to do with no Moab. So what we talking about here? We talking about the Prophet Noble Jew Ali who came around and put this ancient thing to that, and we know why he did what he did. Looking for a whole new thing, for a whole group of people to erase this thing that we are slaves. Thus, we not black. To be black is to be a slave. No, we got other history. End the discussion, bro.
Remember what I said earlier on the show? I said Asari Motep had a slide, and I stole the slide. And the slide said, here's the conclusion. What facts can we find to support it? I believe Noble Joe prophet, and I believe I'm a Moor from Moabite, and I believe that. So I'm going to find information that agrees with that. That's not research.
It is research. That's how we all did it. That's why I'm not mad at Abba, son. The same thing when I was with Stone Cold, I'm trying to prove y'all cool. I'm trying to prove all this shit.
But that's what I'm saying. We already had the conclusion, and we're looking for facts to support it. That's what
I was looking, and when I'm looking, I'm like, oh shit.
Oh, you had that SCLTG, whatever shit. Yo, nigga, you was on that shit, boy. I was in the background laughing, like, look at this nigga right here.
Yo, but I mean, it's true. It's that I didn't lie about it.
That's your belief. So that's when Lord Abba said, I have the facts. Now he's saying that Rawbon, you ain't have the research. So you ain't got the research, Rawbon. So he said he could prove it. He got
but when we was outside and I asked you about this, he didn't know. He said, I don't know about that. Of course you didn't know. I'm talking about real. What is the Moorish knowledge? What did they teach? He didn't know. That doesn't mean that he didn't know at that time. I hope he know now.
You know what? I'm going to show one last slide and end this conversation that I'm having because you guys took it somewhere else. So y'all could talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. Where is this? Here we go. The brother that wanted to ask a question. What's up, my brother? What you want to ask?
I wanted to ask. Well, since
first and foremost, peace and love to you, King Stiz. What's up?
Peace to the gods and earth.
Since it's your show, go ahead, my brother. You can speak.
Oh, okay. Now I was asking about that map you had pulled up, the purple part that you was talking about. If they from that part of that land, wouldn't that make them Arabs though?
Yeah, well, in a modern day sense, yes.
One more question with that. So if
some of them Arabs, some of them, because you know these places change names over the years and people change identities.
So. I don't think we know what the fuck them people was. We know what those people was. The DNA on Moabites.
Like phenotypically, did we even have the same characteristics as the Moors that he talking about?
That's
hard to say because it's different people, you know.
So I'm confused as to why we so much in love with some people that we don't know what the fuck they look like. We really don't know where they come. We just got pictures and stories. It's the same shit as being a Christian, if you ask me. So my how you say my theory of the situation is that we just hate ourselves and love being anybody that we could find something on. We want to be Indians. We want to be goddamn Chinese when it comes to Kung Fu. It's just the man is delusional. He don't love himself like he think he do. You know, it's got to be a lot of self-hate to make you want to be something that you just truly don't know.
No, it's fly to be the Asiatic black man. So it was fly when Prophet Noble Drew Ali introduced that, right? So that we can be something else. We didn't have to be those enslaved people. We had what he was trying to say. We had a glorious history, but it was outside of Africa, right? It was outside of the birthplace, and so that begins this whole thing of replacing your ancestry with your feelings and not with evidence. So you're right. You're right.
Hey, does anybody know what the map is on the screen? What the two maps are?
Nigga, that's the kingdom
Middle
of a
East.
Mexican. That's the kingdom of a Mexican and the Asiatic black man. Reggie's right, man. I'm the Asiatic black man. God damn it.
Well, hold on. Hey, yo, you know, just with the lesson state, that don't mean that's who you is, brother. Peace, though. Peace, Rob.
Teach him a lesson, brother. Teach him. You know the lesson. What's today mathematics, Rob? On since the Knicks lost.
That's knowledge, man. Knowing the foundation, bro.
All right. All right. So everybody look at the map right now. This is very important part with the whole 12 tribes. The whole 12 tribe chart, based on it being written by the Judeans, that means you couldn't have 12 tribes that got lost in the first place, or 10 tribes, because it's just something that's artificially made up by the writers of Judah. That's the base of the whole show, right? But watch this. What on the left is when the Jews took over the areas that they once controlled during the Hasmonian Kingdom. Now, if you look at where Moab is,
yo, what time frame is Hasmonian Kingdom?
2nd century BC. Watch this. Remember, the ultimate goal of the Israelites is to take over back their land and rule it independently.
Mm-hmm.
This is the time when they rule themselves for almost 100 years. This is what y'all ultimately looking for. Y'all want to get Israel back. Y'all say 1948. They already got it back in the 2nd century BC, which eliminates all these arguments that you guys are quoting from the Old Testament. But one thing that I thought about with Abba, if you look on this map, Moab is below Reuben, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the Hasmonian Kingdom, the Israelites took over Moab. So how are these? So now the Israelites are the Moors. Because they took over the area where Moab was.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, ultimately, the Yahweh groups that they're below Reuben, right? Moab and Edom, the Shashu of Yahweh. Yahweh's a little portable doll in a pocket, right? And his converts have to fight and defeat those people in Moab to get to the Levant. So then they bridge with El. So the Yahweh groups of people are underneath fighting to get through Moab.
They got out of Egypt, you're talking about?
No, they're on the other side. They're not even in Egypt. None of them. There's no El in Egypt, and there's no Yahweh in Egypt. El and Yahweh never existed in Egypt. So Moses' people wasn't worshiping El or Yahweh. At best, they were worshiping Baal, right? So what I'm saying is the Yahweh people who are primarily in Saudi Arabia, they had to fight Moab to get across because Egypt was so strong. So they had to fight the Moab people. And then when they ultimately defeated the Moab people, then they merged with the El groups of people, right, in the Levant, right? And that's pretty much what happened. So that's where we have a problem. We have a merging it becomes syncretic, a merging of beliefs at a later time. But what I did want to come on and say is that Tel Arad, right? That's Judah, right? We find that these early Yahwehists was getting high, hallucinating,
and eating shit at the same time.
Well, they was using it on dung because dung had a low burning temperature, so they could fumigate the room and get high. So I don't have to deal with any of their stories anymore because the basis of them are hallucinations. So you can read, so thank you. So we haven't really dealt with that. But why should we search for anything factual when to get close to God, you had to get high? Therein, you got the Most High, you got holy smoke, right? You got holy shit, right? You got And so I was working with Morpheus on this, right? You got the Most High. The Most High is not a measurement. The Most High is how much he's been hallucinated. I'll stop.
All right, cool. Let me get this. Let me just
Yeah,
get this out
that's
of
crazy.
the way. Let me get this out of the way. Hold on, King J. Let me get this out of the way. Now, this is the Hasmonian Kingdom, right? Now, let me ask you a question, guys. If you look at the maps of Asher, Naphtali, Zebulun, Issachar, Manasseh, what do you think the people called the regions that they lived in that time period? Because remember, if we look at this, let me take this off and put this one back up. Hold on 1 second, guys. Let me make a point so that everybody could understand what I'm saying.
Garfield, can I make a request before you go? Can I make a request? Can I make a request, brother?
Garfield not sure.
Is it yes or no?
You never know what's gonna come out, Rob boy.
Can we please let Lord Abba talk?
Lord Abba talk about what?
What do you want to talk about? I see. I'm captain for you, Lord Abba, only because you from New York. That's it.
Was from.
That's the problem.
They did lose though.
He from the island. He from Far Rockaway. He from Far Rockaway. That's the island.
That's not even really Long Island. That's Far Rockaway.
All right. Hold on a second, guys. Let me just teach this part right here.
If it wasn't for the Bronx.
Facts. All right. If you guys notice, right, with the 10 lost tribes, you see that around 40,000 people was taken, right? I gotta make this point real carefully. Based on the estimates that they have and the archaeology and what they do and X, Y, and Z. Hold on 1 second. Where is this thing? Where is it at? All right, here we go. They said around 40,000 was taken by the Assyrians, according to their records, right? The archaeological surveys indicate that between 222,500 and 350,000 inhabitants were living in the northern kingdom of Israel at that time. Therefore, the population of the northern kingdom of Israel would not have been decimated by the Neo-Assyrians if they only had carried off approximately 40,000 people over a period of about 14 years. Surveys and excavation indicate that the population of Jerusalem suddenly increased from about 1,000 to 15,000 inhabitants, while the population of Judah grew from about 40,000 to around 120,000 during the last decades of the 8th century. Most archaeologists suspect that this sudden expansion has everything to do with the collapse of the northern kingdom of Israel and the sudden influx of large numbers of refugees into the southern kingdom of Judah. This is a distribution. This is from Eric Klein's. He did the story. He did the book about the he's the leading scholar on the Bronze Age collapse. So he basically did a whole presentation with Bible Archaeology magazine, and this was from his slides. So he said the distribution of Israelites after 720, if the population was 220,000, 100,000 would have remained in Samaria, 40,000 would have exiled, 80,000 fled to Judah. So he said basically, if it was 350,000 now that was there, then 230,000 would have remained in Israel, 40,000 sent into exile, 80,000 fled to Judah. So those who were carried off into exile in Assyria were most likely taken to the few specific locations given in the biblical account: Halar on the Habar, the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. This is important because Hebrew Israelites, some of them, teach that Scythians, I don't know if anybody who's familiar with who Scythians are. Scythians are folks who basically come from the Siberia region. And from the Siberia region, hold on there.
Yo, blow that shit up, bro. Blow, make it bigger. Pause. Make the map bigger.
Live stream is. I'll call you right back. That's yeah.
Yo, make it bigger, Garfield. Pause.
Make it bigger right now. Pause. Everything we gotta say. I'm too old to say pause now, man. F all of that. I ain't getting. All right. So Neo-Assyrian deportees from Israel. Halah was a district north of Nineveh. Gozan was situated on one of the branches of the Habar River, and it's probably to be defined with Tel Halaf. The cities of the Medes were located in the Zagros Mountains. So now we know exactly where the people went in history, and we also know through the Bible, because the Bible says the same damn thing, right? So now what we have, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that these tribes These tribes, let me get off of this now and go back to the other slides real quick. These tribes, so we can agree that the majority of the Israelites remain in the land. Majority of them stayed within the land. So if they stayed in the land, this is why I brought up this map on the screen right now. Hold on. To say that what were the people calling the land places? If they stayed in the land, the majority of them stayed in the land, 80% of them stayed in the land. What are they calling these areas? Are they calling them Zebulun, Issachar, Asher, Naphtali, Dan, Ephraim, Gad, Benjamin? The only place we know, as a matter of fact, the entire place was now called Yehuda, Judah. All of Israel was called Judah. I wonder why. Why didn't they reverse back to the name? Because in the New Testament, you know, they talk about Anna from the tribe of Asher or whatever, right? They don't use these tribal names that we're used to.
Exactly.
So what happened, ladies and gentlemen? We go in the Bible now. We go in the biblical text, and the biblical text tells us, let's go to the Bible and say, let me just do this, guys, and then we could finish. All right. We go to the biblical text. We go to 1 Chronicles 5, verses 26. And I'm gonna bring up, I want to use the King James version, because this is the most popular version that we have. Let me make this bigger for the audience. All right, let me make it big on the screen. And the God of Israel stirred up the spirit. And by the way, Lord Abba, the reason why I try to swing on you on 125th, since you don't remember, you was talking about Monica and the show that we have on the stream. You said we was tricking the people or some shit. That's what made me try to punch you in your head. Just for
hold on, Garfield, what you talking about?
Because because I said what I said earlier. So Monica is asking him, you talking about me? He was talking about the show that we do on Wednesdays, the economic show. He mentioned that. That's what pissed me off, and I tried to punch him in his head. That's what started it.
Are you talking about that day? Are you talking about that? Are you talking about that day me and you was out there?
Yeah, when me and you was out there, right? Mm-hmm.
You ain't swing at him. What you talking about?
Dude, he said,
why you trying to get this nigga Lord Abba mad, son? Why you doing this? He's purposely fucking with Lord Abba, bro.
Let him. He having fun.
And the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pul, king of Assyria, and the spirit of, we could talk Bible and craziness at the same time. Ain't this something, man? Oh, man. And the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pul, king of Assyria, and the spirit of Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria. And he carried them away, even the Reubenites, which is the tribe of Reuben, and the Gadites, which is the tribe of Gad, and the half tribe of Manasseh, and brought them to the same places we say in Assyria, Halah, Habar, Hera, and to the Gozan River unto this day. So unto this day is what the writers use to say up until this day, this is where they at. So the book of Chronicles, ladies and gentlemen, how they date the book of Chronicles is that 8 generations after Joachim, the king Joachim, his descendant named Ananiah survived, and they are mentioned in Chronicles. So you date 8 generations after 586 BC. So 8 generations could be from the age 25 to 40. So 8 generations would be either 200 years or 320 years. So 200 years from 586 would be what? 386 BCE, or 320 years would be about 266 BC. So that's the range of when Chronicles was written. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if it's written after 386, that means the tribes was still there up until this day in the same areas. How could they have migrated to other areas on the 12 tribe chart and gone elsewhere? It makes no sense. You are contradicting what you say your Holy Bible says. So for those who believe in Second Esdras, I'll get into that I think the week after next, because I'm doing something about Second Esdras 2 weeks from now. If Second Esdras was written by Ezra, Ezra wrote it in the 5th century BC. So if Second Esdras is correct, which it actually was written in the first, second, and third of the Common Era, and I'll prove it on that day. But if this is written in the mid 4th century or mid 3rd century, how could they still be living in the same eras according to your Bible? Because y'all, some of y'all are so literalists. How could they have migrated and be a part of your 12 tribe chart with the Scythians around 7th century BC if they are still there until this day? So that means we know for a fact, based off the Bible, that the Reubenites couldn't have been on the 12 tribe chart. The Gadites couldn't have been there, or the tribe of Manasseh, because these guys have an all or nothing type of attitude. So when you have an all or nothing type of attitude, the Bible is going to kill you itself. So ladies and gentlemen, Chronicles was written between the middle of the 4th century, around 350 BC to 250 BC. That's the estimate by the scholars. What are you going to do now? All right, let me go to another one. Let me go to another one to bring up this point real fast, real quickly. And I'll close out on this. Let's get back to this map right here. If we look on the right side, family, if you look on the right side, you see Simeon, right? And you see Judah. How could Simeon be one of the 10 tribes if they're living in Judah? So the other day I had a conversation with priest Daniela from Land of Israel, and my brother Yawasap said, well, the 10 tribes, when we use these numbers, they are artificial. 10 and 12 and all this stuff. There's no 10 tribes and nobody running anything. That's what the Bible says. Watch this now. Simeon is the Dominicans according to the 12 tribe chart, right? Simeon is in Judah. Simeon didn't go anywhere. Where in the Bible does it say Simeon was taken by the Assyrians? And if they were taken by the Assyrians, they would have to come into Judah, which the Assyrians weren't beefing with. So why would they come to Judah when them and Judah was cool? Now watch this now, family. They now brought up something about the Bible and they attacking whatever. But I got something to debunk that. I waited somebody try to debate me on that part. But Simeon couldn't be the Dominicans. So I took the Reubenites, the Gadites, the Manassites, Simeon. Show me in the Bible where it says Asher, Zebulun, or Issachar went on with the Assyrians. There's nowhere it says all the towns it names. It names Ijon, it names Kadesh, Hazar, Shimris, Hamath. It names all these towns in Naphtali, and it names all the records that they have in the Assyrian culture. They have Ephraim, which is Samaria. Samaria is where Ephraim is. So we know they took Ephraim. We know they took Naphtali. But these tribes, ladies and gentlemen, the majority of them continue to live here. So if these two tribes are the only ones that went to Medes, because the other area is called the Medes, where they went in the scripture that they took the tribes was Medes. So technically speaking, we could prove that pretty much all the tribes remained in the land. They weren't taken anywhere. They didn't leave from where they were. They continued to live in the land. And even if we look at Asher, Naphtali, Zebulun, Issachar, if you Google Issachar right now and say, what do they call Issachar during the Hasmonian time period? They're going to tell you Upper Galilee. Upper Galilee. Lower Galilee. Ephraim is where Samaria is, the capital of Israel. So we know they took people from there because they documented it. All right. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, on the left-hand side, you see the Hasmonian Kingdom. It's called Judah. And everywhere the kings took over, they call it, this part is now Judah. So Judah took over the entire area, almost the entire area, including Edom and Moab, was controlled by Judah. So now those people are Jews when you know the history period, Hellenistic period, right? Facts. Anyway, man, I'm out of here with this. Let me move on to a different topic before I run everybody out of here. I got two.
Yeah, Ankh wanna, you know, his.
I'm gonna get to Ankh right now. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Ankh. I just gotta show two websites real quickly, and I'm done with this stuff. The charts of the kings of Israel and Judah. So basically what we know about the charts, the only time they claim that they were united was under David and Solomon, which there's an argument in academia of that. So right now, the reason why David and Solomon is talked about so much in the Bible is because they're writing from a Judaic perspective, right? But if you look at all the kings coming all the way down, they have always been separate. You have the Israelite kings and you have the Judean kings. Judea has always lived and done their own. They just happen to worship the same gods that the people in Canaan worship, which is Yahweh, El, Baal, as Reggie said earlier. So if you look at the list of the kings and compare them, you see that they've always been separated, not united. They're only united in the Bible, not in history. Because if you look at this article here, let me click that off. I'm done with that. I got two more articles to show. There's this article here. It's in the description of the show today. Through Assyria's eyes, Israel's relationship with Judah, right? Then it talks about Judah and Israel beyond the Bible. Look at what it says here. The Assyrian and biblical references agree that Tiglath-Pileser campaigned in the region of Let me bring it down to here. Let me see right here where it says where they differ. Hold on. All right. So basically what this article is saying is that when the outsiders are talking about Israel, they associate Israel with Syria and they associate Judah with somebody else. They never associate Israel and Judah as one. So this actually agrees with what the current scholarship is on, is that Judah and Israel were always two separate entities. So Assyria, if you look at Judah, Judah is paying money to Assyria and Israel is paying money to Assyria, and they talk about them in different lights. Here we go right here. Here's it right here. Sargon II provides a background history to the defeat of Bit Omri. Ayubidi from Hamath, Let me see if I could find it where they talk about it. Nah.
So Garfield, right here where you just mentioned where they're talking about the Bit Omni, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is the house of Omni, right? So we'll find that Omri is through like the house of Hezekiah, Jehu. Those are northern kingdom kings. So the reference of Bit Omri is they're always going to refer to him as the house of their father, right? Bit Omri, the house of Omri.
Mm-hmm.
Hezekiah didn't happen at this period. That's much later. So
he didn't have the what?
Hezekiah is in another period than the period of the Meshe stone, right?
Well, no, it's not. Well, Reggie, it's a period of 42 years. I think Hezekiah is like 742 BC.
No,
so
Hezekiah is from 715 BC.
715, yeah. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. These are their kids. So it's not a different period. Hezekiah, then we have Jehu, then we have Omri. So these are the houses of these people, of these particular.
No, I understand that, but when you
but why would you say that as if it's a different time period?
Because he didn't exist at this direct period, right?
Yeah, he died.
Huh?
He was dead at this point. At his son, so Jehu has the wars between. So when we're talking about Jehu, that's who. So Hezekiah actually was cool with the Assyrians. Is that correct? He didn't have
He had a beef because he went to Ekron and supported Ekron against Assyria.
Right.
So that's why Sennacherib came and beat him up. Let me just deal with this and end this whole section right here. The evidence for ancient Israel. The first earliest record of the name Israel. The name Israel first appears in a text at Ugarit, just south of modern Turkey, and dates to around 1500 BC. It is the name of a chariot warrior, probably no connection with our ancient Israel. Then you have the Moabitete stele. All right. What archaeologists find the slow birth of Israel? All right, here we go. The first evidence for a kingdom. The only reference you're going to find of actually being called Israel is in the Kirk stele, when the Assyrians call him King Ahab of Sur Ilah, which presumably is Israel in English. The Assyrian description. Then, of course, you find the black obelisk. It says King Jehu, the son of Omri. It don't say Israel. That's the name that they're using for the people of Israel, for Israel, right? They have the Moabite stone. Then the Moabite stone does speak of Israel. I'm sorry, I did say that's the only one, but the Moabite stone does say Israel, king of Moab, set up his monument, speaking of Israel and King Omri. All right. Monument 4 is the Teldan Stele. Teldan Stele say house of David. And if you actually look at the translation, when it says house of David, it's actually referring to a king from the Judah that's separate from Israel. It mentions a king of Israel, and it also mentions a king from Judah, showing that they're two different entities. Nimrod Slav, Adad Niraris III, 803 expedition to Palestine. He called it Hatiland, Amuriland, and land of Omri, the regular Assyrian name for the kingdom of Israel. Then you have the Rima stele, which mentions the King Joash of Samaria, still not mentioned in Israel. Tiglath-Pileser said King Menahem of Samaria. Then you have Sargon II, who says the whole house of Omri. After this Assyrian country, there is no more state called Israel. This land of Omri around the city of Samaria became a province of Assyria, and that was the end of the kingdom of Israel. So what the 8 monuments tell us, not a lot, except that from 853 BC to 722 BC, we have a clear evidence of a small kingdom of Israel around the city of Samaria. The regular Assyrian name for the kingdom was land of Omri or house of Omri. The only capital mentioned is Samaria, which without the Bible would historians have ever called the kingdom Israel at all. It would more likely be known as Omri or the house of Omri. Then we have archaeological evidence for Judah, the settlement of the Judean highlands. A separate process from northern settlement above makes it extremely difficult to conceive of the formation of a state until 900 to 800 BC. The evidence points to sparse population and scarce material resources. This is evidence against the possibility of there being any sizable empire or kingdom until that time. Again, this is the reason why we know the Bible is from a Judaic perspective, because Solomon's empire, the man have 700 wives and 1,000 concubines or whatever he has, and it's supposed to be this big ass kingdom that he has. But in reality, it was a small spot. That's why you know the writers are from the Judaic perspective. According to the archaeological evidence, Jerusalem did not exist before 900 or 800 BC. There was no conquering kingdom of David or great and wealthy empire of Solomon. Even if David or Solomon did exist, they would have known nothing of a city of Jerusalem and certainly had no way to wield power beyond a few hills. All claims by biblical archaeology that Solomon was responsible for the major building activity at Giza, Megiddo, Hazer at this time are inspired by Bible story. They have no basis in the archaeological evidence alone. The Great Karnak relief in Egypt lists the many places plundered by Pharaoh Sheshonq. Although his campaign was in areas in or bordering Israel and Judah, his monument contains not a single mention of Israel or Judah. There is no evidence for the limits of Israel's kingdom and no evidence of any united kingdom of Israel and Judah. The archaeological evidence tells us that the northern and southern highlands were settled and developed independently. There was no link between them. It is implausible to suggest Israel, which did evolve into a small kingdom, broke away from Judah, which was nothing more than a very sparse and insignificant settlement. The evidence suggests that the likelihood that Judah was formed as a state in the 800s BC, possibly by the Assyrians, as a buffer state between Egypt, Samaria, and Damascus, to exploit an olive oil industry with Jerusalem as the regional market in the south and Ekron as the main industrial center. All right, cool. There is no evidence that this kingdom of Judah was ever thought of as Israel. It is possible that the northern kingdom of Israel and perhaps this late kingdom of Judah saw themselves as part of a greater Israel, but there's no archaeological evidence for this. Another possibility is that the idea that Judah was somehow linked with Israel may have been a consequence of Israelites fleeing south from invading Assyrians. But the idea of a link between the two kingdoms may also have been a later fictional invention we have no way of knowing from the surviving evidence. The Kuntalit Arjun inscriptions refer to Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah, and Yahweh of Teman and his Asherah. The Kerbet Elkom inscription further said that this worship of Yahweh and his female companion was widespread. Countless female figurines are the most common archaeological artifact dug up during this period. All right. All right. All right. I'm done with this.
Yeah, so I
Unk. I need Unk to come on now. Where's Unk? Unk, where you at?
Yeah, here come the real smoke.
So it looks like that the Moab stone and Hezekiah is roughly, the difference is about 100 so years. So that was my point. So I'm just confused about what King J was talking about, right? When I'm talking and when I'm just saying the Moab stone is not talking at all about Hezekiah, right? Hezekiah is going to come later. Moab stone is 840 BCE, right? Hezekiah is around 715 to 686 BCE. So I'm, you know, sometimes with dates and stuff, anybody could be confused, even me. But I don't mention Hezekiah with the Moab stone.
No,
Right?
Reggie, it may be a misunderstanding in the point being made. I was mentioning Hezekiah in reference to being in reference to the house of Omri, being the father of Omri.
Okay, from the Bible or from?
Well, I mean, I would attest that Hezekiah is a historical and a biblical figure.
No, he
The
is.
house of
Yeah, he
the
is.
house of Omri. But I'm curious about that bit, that word. So why are they referencing everything as bit house of? Like, is that Aramean type of
Oh, that's how they did it. But that's Assyrian calling them that though. Remember that. That's from the Assyrians.
That's from Assyrian, the bet.
Come on, man, jump on.
And I don't know if you say, because bit I think is daughter or female or.
That means house. House. It does mean house.
It means house in the Semitic language.
Okay. Yeah, but
Reggie is also shaped as the shape of the house in Metanetta, the bed.
Okay, like a pearl.
Yeah, the
Right.
pearl.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, King J, you my man. I just, I'm just trying to make sure my dates are right. So, that's cool.
You pseudo.
All day, every day.
All day, every day.
I don't know what you call those people. Oh, listen, the Met opened up the African art exhibit, the Rockefeller, and they opened it back up. And so I went there. I made a video. I'll show it eventually. But it's
when are you going again, Reggie?
I went there already. I got to go back because it's just too much. Huh?
Fortune coming to New York, man. I'm gonna get Fortune to come so we can go together, bro.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Where's some?
Yeah, you got to take me, Reggie. You got to take me up to the Met again.
Think about Burkina Faso, the guy, what's his name? Traore.
Yeah, and before that, Thomas Sankara. Yeah.
What's your opinion on that situation?
I followed Upper Volta to Burkina Faso in college. That's uniting Africa. That's uniting the Sahel, right? It's kicking the French out, right? I'm trying to figure out if the Ivory Coast really have a coup, right? But there's a lot of changes, right? But unfortunately, the Russians and the Chinese are coming in, and that's why America is really upset. You know, Traore's new bodyguards is Russian and Chinese, right? They don't like that, right? Because they want those resources. France wants to destabilize Africa. So, anything African people are doing, for the most part, that is protecting their resources, I'm with. Right?
You think you think so is there a difference between him and what's his name? I forgot the guy that they killed. That was from Libya.
Gaddafi's not. Gaddafi is of Northern African, and whoever Gaddafi was, when he fell, you saw what the people of Libya were. They murdered Africans left and right. So Gaddafi was more pro Pan-African. Not after that, it was people like the Arab League and stuff like that. They don't like Africans. Gaddafi invited Africans into work, and those Libyans after him murdered those Africans, right? You can I don't know if you saw the videos where these people were trying to get out, and there's a big trade there in Libya on body parts. So,
Wow.
So African body parts trying to escape to to Spain and stuff like that. And so it's horrible over there for Africans. It's one of the more most of racist places in Northern Africa, Libya.
Would you say that the people in Northern Africa now are the descendants of the ancient people that Lord Abba and Israelites are claiming? Are they the descendants of those people from those lands?
No, absolutely. I mean, it's the most mixed area because you have every group coming in, and you have the Greeks coming in, the Romans, you have the ancient Libyans, right? So, no, I don't know what those people are talking about. I don't know what those people are talking about. I know, of course, there's Morocco certainly had a very African past, but during the Islamic period, that's when the Caliphites came in, and and different kind of different strains of Arabs, along with the Greeks and everybody else. So I don't know what they're talking about. I respect the Prophet Noble Drew Ali because he gave some new ideas. I just don't respect a lot of the converts because they don't know history.
So in that same aspect, you would have to have a slight disdain for the religion that came in and enslaved and conquered Africa. You know, we get on the Israelites a lot, but I mean, what about the Arabs enslavement, and they use the religion?
I talk about that all the time. So that is my my problem. Invaders into Africa, all of them, right? That we call them the Amo, right? The ancient Egyptians talked about the Amo, about that they're hungry, that their stomach leads them. They come from places resource poor, land poor, climate horrible, and they come into Africa, and and they have all destabilized Africa. But now they are Africans. They're on the they control the whole north, almost the whole northeastern part of Africa and western part. That whole area is.
Hey, 93, where you at? Hold on, my brother.
Okay.
Hold on, brother.
Yeah, you can hear me.
What's up, brother? I didn't know you was a Moor, man. You got that A marker, man. You a Moor, brother.
No, I was looking at the M by my hand. You know, Dolo told me that when he was doing them push-ups, Reggie. Remember?
Yeah, you was right there. You see that? We got if you got an M on your palm, right? But shout out to Dolo the Moor. That's my dude.
Hold on.
Domo. Huh?
So the M, I got an M in my hand. I'm a Moor.
You're a Moor.
I got a question, Garfield.
Go ahead.
When y'all get a chance.
Go ahead.
No, because I was at the Oriental Museum yesterday. I was talking to an archaeologist who was doing I don't know if he's a Christian or whatever, but he started talking about Gobekli Tepe. You know, you yeah. I don't know if y'all familiar with any new research on it, but he was talking about how it kind of was changing the timeline as far as
Yep. First building structures and everything. Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, y'all want to build on that real briefly because I heard it yesterday and I just wanted to get some, kind of.
It's the oldest temple building civilization. It's older.
It says predates Stonehenge about 6,000 years in this article I was reading.
Yeah, Stonehenges don't even compare to Gobekli Tepe. So that is in that particular place you have to respect their innovations, right? And some of those innovations may have come into back into Africa. You have to respect that.
That's the real Asiatic black man, Reggie.
I don't know if they were black, man.
They were black.
I don't know about all that. No.
I know black is only cultural. Black is not skin color.
Images of them are dark people. Let's put it today that way.
Okay, dark skinned people don't necessarily. Blackness is cultural. It's not having nothing to do with skin color.
So we're gonna call them the Asiatic dark man.
Well,
Nah.
hold on. You know the significance though when they at this time period, whatever they did there predates farming in that region. So that means people have to, they were having trouble explaining how a quote unquote pre-civilization, pre-civilized people did that with no farming, no king, no writing at that time. So that's
Who didn't
really
have who didn't have farming?
the people of
And you
Turkey
don't
didn't
need
have
writing.
farming yet.
And Global
Yeah.
Tech, Global Tech.
Not at that time. Not at 13,000. They're attributing farming to about 10,500 years ago, which would be like what 8,500 or maybe even 9,000 BC. So at 11,000 BC, these
Yeah.
people
But
probably are hunter gatherers
no,
doing
they
this kind of
want
stuff.
exactly. So they want to capture farming, the concept of farming, as if no one else did it, like the African on the continent couldn't conceive it until those Natufian groups brought it over. That's preposterous. That's just that. Yeah.
Let's be honest though.
Those things on that wall though of Gobekli Tepe look like that shit was done with a laser or something, bro. That shit, that
No,
shit in the stone
That's
look like
Dr. York. Dr. York Planet Risk people, yo.
oh
yo,
shit.
bro. That shit look crazy,
Oh my
bro.
goodness.
And they trying to say that predation after prior too.
It's overlaid.
Well,
It's
it's a
overlaid when you just shave
pre-agricultural.
down and create it.
But why are
It's
we?
a pre-agricultural achievement.
Hold on, though. But why do we care if it predates Egypt or anything in Nubia or whatever? Why do we fall into that trap though?
Because they
Because
always try to.
everybody says that civilization started in Egypt.
No,
That's why.
Garfield. Let me tell you what the archaeologist said. Now, some people are entertaining an out of Anatolia kind of alternative too. So that's why I was like, "Are you a Christian?" Because we already know where they're going with that. If they're trying to say life is starting over there, a lot of people with a religious slant want to connect that with the Ark and a lot of those Sumer. Because he was a Sumer. He's an expert in Sumerian flood myths as well. So you already know Garfield. I got his information.
So wait, what did you say about Anatolia again?
Oh well, they seem to form an out of Anatolia as opposed to out of Africa model. Some people propose an out of Anatolia kind of model, out of Turkey model, and that kind of coincides with anybody making a religious argument. Because remember, the Ark and certain Sumerian epics point to that part of Turkey, where people survived a quote unquote flood. So I was like, do you have a Christian slant to you
You
or
want to know
something?
what's crazy about what you just said, bro? So the word Asia in itself first comes around with Herodotus, and the area he's talking about is Anatolia. Therefore, the Asiatic black man stands. God damn it!
So watch this. Watch this question to the brother. So when the Bible mentions Cush, right?
Hey yo, so you
And,
stick on that,
wait,
Rob?
hold on, real quick. When the Bible mentions Cush, right, and he talks about his son, Cush has a son named Saba, Havilah, Nimr. Those lands are in Saudi Arabia, correct? It's not in Africa.
No, they're not.
No, they're not in Africa.
So when we have that genome coming back into Africa, why do we always categorize it as a non-African genome? Why do we label it Arabic when
Those people.
Kush is a
Hold
black
on
man?
one second. First of all, you need to make a point first, and then use it without the Bible.
So Kush is supposed to be black, is the father. So the point that I'm making is that if these geographical land locations are in Saudi Arabia, like Yemen, it's close to Yemen, Seba, Havilah, Rama, those lands are not in Africa. So but they're black people, right? They're Kushite, right?
Oh, okay. He confused the
That's where we
Cushions.
get it confused.
There's Kush and there's Kish, and these territories may have the same sounding words, but not necessarily
I'm not talking about
place.
Kish in Mesopotamia. I know what you're talking about. I'm talking about Kush. So Kush has a son named Saba, right? That's in Saudi Arabia.
We're doing
Havilah.
Bible stuff. Please, they were getting high. Don't use
But
no.
Reggie, but
Please,
Reggie,
please.
those are real geographical locations. Havilah is in Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia.
but their genealogy and all of that stuff. Come on, they was getting high, man.
So what what are you asking why people that they call Hamites are not exclusive to Africa? Is that what you're asking?
No, so when we do see these people coming back into Africa, we're calling them Arabs, right? Arab is just another word for nomad.
No,
Nomad.
we're not on our shows.
Okay.
No, we call them by the people, by the lands that they come from, their leaders. We don't do that on this show, right? You must be talking about some other crazy show, but not on this show. We do history.
Yeah. So what you want to know, my brother?
So it's not strict. So that land is not strictly a Semitic area.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the land I just named.
Yeah, that's just there's some
So
Semitic
we're
speakers.
talking about Nabatean, Nabatan, that group, Sabaean groups, those traders, right?
Yeah, but like
I don't understand what we going here.
So now historically we're talking about Nabateans, right? So biblically we would refer to them as Sabaeans, right? Historically we call them Sabaeans, right? They're from that geographical location.
No, so Sabaean Empire was a large stretch of empire, right? All the way down. That's where you have the so-called Queen of Sheba, right? Right. So it's a period of in a group of a culture, right? They're stretched, they're traded. So they're not just located in one area. But go ahead.
Of course.
Everybody stop. Freeze up. I got my big bro here.
Uncle Cat.
I got my big brother Ankh, and I gotta ask Uncle a question, right?
Yeah, what's up?
You my brother from another mother, right? And you always provide wisdom in what you do and things that you say. So I'm going to show the people a post that you made on Facebook. And this is where we're going. And if anybody is friends with Divine Prospect, aka Ron Shields, if they want to invite him on, I'm not reaching out. But if anybody want to bring him on, I'll bring him up. It's not a problem.
Oh yeah, they already snitching.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
This is the post right here. This is from 2 days ago. The quickest, fastest way to find a pseudo in your friends list. Vaccine science helps save humanity. And see, I guess Unc is saying how people react to it, right? Now let's go to this post right here. This is a post by Ron Shields. Hold on there. Ron Shields. Let me click on Ron Shields.
You know, go to his post first, and then you can see what I was reacting to. I think this is important.
Okay. And be careful. He's from the Bronx, yo.
You said what?
Divine Prospect. He's from the Bronx.
You say be careful.
Yeah, he's from the Bronx.
Let's
go. You from the Bronx.
Yeah.
Ron Shields hit the link.
Yeah.
All right, this is the
No, keep going. You was going in the right direction.
Hold on, what was that? Was that a white woman in here right there?
No, man, come on, yo.
Uncle was in the Bronx. He was in City Island.
Do that. Right there, that's his daggone wife.
That's a joke, man. All right.
Yeah, we ain't joking on people. Come on, yo. Right here. We can't do that.
Yeah.
But this is the post that the brother Ron Shields made, aka Divine Prospect. He said, "Peace and shalom, family. As discussed." Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure this is on the whole screen.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, let's get it right here. Peace and shalom, family. As discussed in our live streams, we have the Silver Scroll Blessing Pendant available for purchase. Click this link to purchase yours. What's the significance of this item, you may ask? See below. The Ketef Hinnom scrolls, also described as Ketef Hinnom amulets, are the oldest surviving text currently known from the Hebrew Bible, dated to around 600 BCE. The text, written in Paleo-Hebrew script, is at least partially from the book of Numbers in the Hebrew Bible and has been described as one of the most significant discoveries ever made for biblical studies. The two silver scrolls were discovered in 1979 at Ketef Hinnom, an archaeological site southwest of the old city of Jerusalem, and were found to contain a variation of the priestly blessing found in Numbers 6:24-26. Scrolls were dated paleographically to the late 7th or early 6th century BC, placing them in the First Temple period. This keychain pendant is a replica of these scrolls.
Yeah.
They were rolled up and placed in an amulet and worn as a bracelet for protection against evil. The wearer is imbued with the priestly blessing of Aaron. Now you can have an ancestral part of history with you and the benefits that came along with it as well. So then he poses Kingdom
Hold
Hearts
on.
Ministries.
What does that word mean? What does imbued mean?
That means you're taking over with the blessings, or you're protected.
No, God.
It's shared. The blessing is shared with you. Let me look it up. Imbued.
Yeah, but you know
No,
what he believes though.
no,
Hold
bro.
on.
That's
It
not
means
what
to
we're doing right now.
inspire or permeate with.
Right. And what did he say about the ancestors? What did he say?
The wearer is is inspired with the priestly blessing of Aaron.
Keep going.
Now you can have an ancestral part of history with you and the benefits that come along with it.
Okay, so he's saying there's an ancestral connection to this. Am I not right or wrong?
Yeah, he said that.
Okay, so we're not concerned about what he believes. We're concerned with the scam, and that's the scam. We do not have a problem with him believing that Noah's Ark was real, that blase is this, and he that the God of the world is Yahweh. We don't have a problem with that. He can practice his religion as much as he wants. But when he starts to disseminate misinformation, pseudo-historical information, that's when I'm stepping in. Okay,
All right,
that's
but it's
always
like,
on. That's always on.
Check it out.
Let me finish my point.
Hold on.
This is always on the docket. That's all. That conversation is always in queue. That African Americans from West and Central Africa are one, are not the ancient Egyptians, and two, sure as hell ain't from Palestine and Judea.
That shit.
Simple as that, bro. So I'm never not dealing with that. Anytime I feel like it, I'm gonna deal with it. And I'm gonna deal with it in a scholarly manner, and I'm gonna use the tools around me. A.E. Garfield, A.E. Rawborn, A.E. Everybody's dedicated to reality. Knock it off. We're not the Native Americans. We're not the ancient Hebrews. We're not the ancient Nile Valley. We're none of that. So we're gonna stop playing. I'm not doing that. I'm not trying. No pendant from the Middle East, from Jerusalem, or 10 miles from Jerusalem is going to give African Americans any damn thing. It's just a belief. So I'm teaching historical, accurate African American history, all right, using anthropology, archaeology, and that should not be a problem. Yeah. So he got a little cute. He got a little cute in his response. So I'm gonna get a little more cuter.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm gonna go after you, Garfield.
Yeah. So Ankh West wrote 2 days ago, divine suspect Ron Shields scamming African Americans as if they were real ancient Hebrews, are selling them silver scroll blessing pendants. Save your money. No blessings from the Middle East. And for the record, red algae doesn't protect you against viruses.
Yeah, because he said that too.
Hold on. Let's look at some of the comments. Let's look at what he said. I think he responded in
keep going. No, find him. Find him.
Ron Shields. Ankh West just wants the attention. I'm willing to discuss it with him on a neutral platform.
Yeah, it's a nice guy.
Mali has provided, but he's quiet as a mouse, so I'll move on. All right, let me go down to where he speaks actually for himself.
I mean, they just sold more crosses, right? They done sold more crosses. People wearing crosses, and then after crosses, Ankhs, right? I do think Ankh has a point in the sense that we ain't from the Middle East.
Look at this guy right here. I've asked Ron Shield if it's real silver at least, and what type of blessing would I receive seeing it happen? Yo. Oh, man.
Yo, Garfield, this goes into my conversation that I have with him and the other conversations that goes on. So when he starts talking about Aaron and all of that priestly blessing, you know that he believes that that ancient Israelite religion is based off of Aaron. And that's dealing with the ephod best and divination and all of that. He says that that is the true religion of the fucking Israelites. So when he's talking about this blessing and all this other shit, he talking about that pseudo shit right there. That's what he talking about. He's dealing with that. He always dealt with that shit. That's why I always talk about, let's talk about that priestly vest and all that wild shit, this divination y'all doing over. He'd be like, yes, Rabon, yes. You see, this is the connection with West Africa because you see, we did divination too, and this is the true way.
No, they got high. They got high.
Nah,
Yeah,
not
I
this
do all
shit
that,
that he
man.
talking about. He's dealing with that pseudo shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look at his response. Hold on, let's look at his response for a second, Raw. Here comes Anquest out the blue looking for new content instead of focusing on creating his own.
Ooh,
how
shots.
you come out the woodwork with this? You got my number, plus we in the same city. We could have discussed this first. How am I scamming by selling something that people are actually able to buy and understand the significance of?
Identity scamming. We got to name it different.
From
Identity
the
scamming.
identity thief. Yeah. Let me
identity thief. Right there, what I say. Oh, go back. What I say?
I agree. I'm not from Egypt. I've never claimed that. But on the other hand, at this point, Dr. Ron, after years of conversation on all types of subjects, vaccines and red seaweed, you're scamming our intellectual property between our ears. West Africans are not and have never been related to Palestinians. This conversation has always been on the docket and it never left. I'm going to pick it up whenever I feel like because I'm my brother's keeper. And yes, we are in the same. Enjoy your evening, sir. Oh, man, Ron Shields, I tell you.
Threats. Oh,
yo,
boy.
listen. We need to have a royal. We need to. We need
What?
to have a royal fucking rumble, son.
Yeah.
We need to have all of these old Lord Abbas and all the rest of them, and just squash this
Go
shit.
to the next.
One,
Go to the
one
next
thing, bro.
page. The next.
I
page.
agree, Robborn.
We need to have a royal rumble, son.
No,
Yeah, we need
I'm
to have an
saying that-
elimination chamber.
Unc ain't gonna talk to the boy with the gold teeth.
Hey, go to the next one, Garfield.
What the topic? You mean the topic you wrote? Which one? This one?
With the steel, right?
Yeah. This is it. This is it.
Open it up. I want people to see the picture. It's important.
The matter concerning the so-called case of the enchanted steel pendant sold by Dr. Ron Shields warrants serious scrutiny. The claim that this pendant possessed the power of prayer specifically for African Americans is unsupported by credible evidence. In fact, these scrolls were discovered at an archaeological site southwest of the old city of Jerusalem and have no legitimate connection to African American history or to indigenous African spiritual customs and traditions. They hold no recognized influence on traditional African spirituality. This, my friends, is nothing but a scam. Furthermore, Mr. Shields promotes the notion that African Americans are the Black Jews, a term rooted in post-colonial constructs rather than historical authenticity. I am ready to address this, Dr. Ron. Look at the steel.
Enchanted steel. The blessings from the steel. Right. Yeah.
Yo, we done as a people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look, the Metropolitan Museum of Art is open, like a lot of museums. We can go there and we can see Seth on Mount Sinai, right? The Egyptian god on Mount Sinai. So listen, good criticism is good, and you guys know each other, so it's not really like personal. But
I'm promoting a Royal Rumble debate.
Hey, let's be clear though. I wouldn't call Divine a scammer for that though. I think was y'all trying to say he was scamming the people? Selling
absolutely.
Yeah, he's saying that your identity scammer,
Figure
bro.
it out.
So y'all don't understand
just
that you can also scam without selling somebody something. And so if you're promoting identity theft, right, and you're selling and making money off of that lie, it's a scam, bro. And if you're telling African Americans prior to a pandemic that they can take mushrooms, red seaweed, and sage to fight against the COVID, you're scamming. What are we talking about here? That's not reality.
In regards
That's
of
not real.
health,
And it
So
put people
in regards of health.
Come on, bro. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, bro. It's an overall scam, bro. It's wrong. It's not true. African Americans that promote that they're Native Americans, they're scamming the public. Dan Conway is a scammer, bro, and he sells products based off the scam. What are we talking about?
Can he change some of his words? If he changed some of his words, it would be better. So
No, Reggie, I'm gonna ask you,
No.
Reggie, are the Black Hebrew Israelites that reside in America, are they part of that ancient tradition?
No, they're converts.
Okay, it's okay for them to be converts. I've said this a million times.
Yeah,
they're promoting a pseudo history, bro. It's
that's
clear, right? So me saying it should not affect any friendships. What they need to do is get out there and dig in the damn dirt and prove something otherwise.
Yeah, right. They're conning our people, creating lies, Hebrews to Negroes or stuff like that.
Which was a scam. Don, what's his name? What's the guy name?
Which one?
The guy that Nick wrote the Hebrews, the crazy guy. So we're saying he's a nut. Tell me he's not a nut.
I'm gonna say.
Wait, I'm confused. So is he selling? Is Divine selling something?
He's selling.
He's talking about the pendant.
The pendant.
He says the pendant gives you powers, man.
But that's hold on. But I got you. But you can sell that to Christians. You can sell that to regular Jews. It's just a damn pendant.
And PJs, they be selling that Jesus water and all.
Holy water.
It's a pendant. It's a
Ankh
pendant.
is right overall.
$20.
Ankh is correct. All of this stuff, right, coming from post Cherry and Crawley, all of it has been kind of scam. All of it.
Misinformation, bro.
Okay, all right. When I was in New York and I bought a $25 Ankh, was that a scam? When I bought an Ankh at Sinetta, okay, so
if it's religious, yes.
Right.
If somebody was selling it religiously, fine. You got scammed.
Hold on, I like that. Hey, check this out, though. 93. First, Ankhs. This is an African American New Age innovation. Now, I'm gonna say this again for all the slow people. Ancient Egyptians did not wear chains with the sign of Ankh. You find this in a meta-nation. It simply means life. This is a later-on modern innovation.
No, they
so
didn't.
Anybody promoting this gives you special. Hold on. Anybody promoting that this gives you special powers are scamming you. Anybody that sell you crystals are scamming you, bro. Like y'all don't get that anybody selling you an elixir and claiming it will heal you. He's not scamming you, bro.
The people he's selling it to already prescribe to that kind of belief, so they already believe that they could be protected by any kind of god, their god. So how they being scammed?
It's a scam.
It's not a. It's not a.
So
it's not a
If
scam.
a Muslim sell you a Quran, hold on. If a Muslim sell you a Quran, and he telling you, is that a scam?
No, that's a religious belief.
So is the Hebrew Israelites.
It's a religious belief.
But he's selling you this book, right? Claiming that it's gonna give you the keys and the understanding of life, and it's gonna do all these things.
It's part of their religious belief, yo.
But is it a scam?
It's different. No, they have a right. No, it's not a scam. It's called a religious belief. Humans believe, bro. But if you
just like they believe in protection from the amulets.
Hold on. I'm confused.
Okay, well, you stay confused.
Wait.
No, if you're selling the Quran, you're selling a book, right?
Right.
And if you buy the book, you should try to read the book, right? Now, if someone is saying that it does something special, right? Then that may be a little bit that's problematic. Don't let he just sell.
But he's not doing that. He's not saying that giving you power.
Yeah, you take up for a saw. He did. He said it's the ancestors.
We're not
the
tied. Hebrews believe that.
That's not the no. The Hebrews. Hold on. The Hebrews don't believe that. African Americans believe that, and we
the ancient Hebrews did believe it.
Well,
they did believe that. The ancient Hebrews.
It's their cultural religion, bro.
Oh,
if you're
you cannot.
You understand that? Hold on. 93. Since you fighting for that, then you take the debate.
Yeah.
Since I'm fighting for what?
Time out.
You take the debate. It's not a timeout. You take the debate. 93.
What's the debate? I'll take it.
The debate is that African Americans aren't the ancestors coming from Aaron. That's the debate, bro. And no Middle
No.
Eastern
Well, it ain't a
prayer
scam.
is going to change
No,
their
but
lives in America.
Time out,
No,
That's
but-
great.
Time out.
So anything more than that, you're muddying the water at this point.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a simple question. Do we call when people sell crystals a scam?
Yeah,
That's
it's a
what I'm
scam.
saying.
Okay.
No, if they're selling it for special powers.
No, because
Okay, are we calling people
If
who
you
do?
sell a Bible, if you sell somebody a Bible when you say, hey, listen, I'm selling you this Bible, and this Bible gonna change your life. This Bible gonna make all your dreams come true. You're gonna go to heaven. That's a goddamn scam, right?
Yeah, the
No,
Bible.
it's
Bible
not
don't make no
scam.
claims
Okay, so-
like that. Neither.
But it's only a scam because you sell them Bibles. Bibles can be found for free. But no, here's the thing. Divine is
No Bibles.
I just want to say this. He's talking to his audience who already prescribe to supernatural beliefs. He's not scamming them if they already believe that they can.
I didn't say that.
Not only
I
are.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said
No,
he's
no, I'm
scamming
not saying what you're
African-Americans.
saying.
No, listen to the words. I said he's scamming African Americans.
Okay, he's scanning. He's not scamming the African Americans who prescribe to his beliefs.
So once you think that you're ancient Hebrew, you've already been scammed into a cult, bro. What are we talking about here?
Okay,
yo?
hold on, wait. If
already
you
done it.
willingly believe that, that's your freedom of religion. You got the right to be wrong. But he's not scamming them if they already prescribe to believing in those kind of
Want the
beliefs.
next part before you dove out the window? Since you dove out the window without a cape, let me give you a pillar to land on. If you're claiming to be a doctor, and he claims to be a doctor in theology and all of that, then he know it don't teach that, bro. He at least knows that. No historical, accurate anthropology, archaeology, biblical study says that. It can all be tied to a few African Americans. 93. So is that not a scam? Hold on. Is that not a scam?
No, he's not scamming anybody. First of all, you know me. I'm not a Hebrew apologist at all. I'm not a Hebrew apologist.
You sound like it. 93.
No. What it's called is being balanced and nuanced, which a lot of our people don't think. We always black and white with things. You can't look. We don't agree with Divine. I'm not gonna try to make him a scammer because the brother's selling a pendant.
Scammer is a bit rough.
No, it's not.
Well, then you would have to say that Muslims
it's not.
are scammers. Well, you would have to say
not.
in the same. Hold on.
No, it's not.
Hold on. In the same pretense, you would have to say that Muslims are scammers, Christians are scammers, Hebrew Israelites are scammers because they all selling you something, promising you some shit that don't exist. So
I didn't say it. You said it.
The crystal sellers are scammers. So if you going across the board like that, I can get with you. But if you saying that it's just a religion.
I'm saying that religion is more than just a belief.
Divine could also sell those to Christians too. Christians could just buy that just to have it because it's a biblical artifact.
Let me get this straight. So we connected to Moses and Aaron, yo, African Americans.
Absolutely not.
Are y'all hold on? Are y'all certain?
Absolutely.
Is that part of the damn religion? Yes or no? No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It is not part of the ancient religion that African Americans are part of that contingent. He just did the whole 12 tribes, so it's not. So anybody come with that, whether it be polite, whether it be divine, they scamming on that, bro. I don't know why it's hard for y'all to see. Then if you claim to take professional, if you say you're a professional, having a doctorate, right, and such, they don't teach that.
So, all right, well, you're adding a lot of stuff outside of him selling the darn amulet. Okay, what you gonna focus on?
They said ancestors, bro.
And all I'm
you know what an ancestor is?
They
don't teach that.
I get
they
that.
believe that.
But for you
they
to
do
say
believe
that,
no. If you have a doctorate, then you read the same shit that Garfield read and the same shit we read, bro. So that means it's something you know that the average person here don't. 93, you know damn well what I'm saying right now, bro. You know what I'm saying.
It's no different.
You know that like you do. Now, whether I believe it or not, it's something different.
It's no different than any religion selling whatever thing connected. The people already prescribe. Hold on, you acting like these people are people who never seen this before and didn't agree to this. They already are part of that worldview. And even if you were a Christian, you can buy that amulet because it's a biblical artifact.
That's different.
And I agree with you on the pretense that the information is incorrect, that the information is pseudo. But to say that the man is scamming you by selling you a goddamn wooden chain.
No, I didn't say that. I said for proclaiming that particular prayer from Aaron, right, protects you because you're in line with the ancestors. That's the scam. And I know y'all hear me very, very clearly.
Okay, can you put that up where he's? I want to see that your ancestors. Put it back up, Unc. Put it back up. Just put it back up.
He did, bro.
He said your ancestors.
93. Why I gotta do this with you?
Well, the problem, Unc, is you can't. You're not. You always keep interrupting. That's why we got to. You can't never finish it because you keep jumping in and it's always moving goalposts and stuff.
Oh damn.
Well, the real problem is that I supposed to have been up this motherfucker doing this, having no conversation with people that's supposed to be able to read and write like me on said subject. That's the real problem, 93.
Hey, Unc, don't do that. Don't do that.
That's the problem, though, 93. So really, I'm not interrupting you. You interrupting me with bad information, with not having the whole part.
What bad information?
I would never do you like that. I would never
listen.
Do you like that.
You so quick to try to make.
I'm not. I'm saying I would not fight you with a piece of the story, bro. I know better.
Well, look, Unc, you should know as much work I put in against the Hebrews. I wouldn't be defending the van out of nowhere. I just don't think you should be so quick to make him out to be a scammer. That's not
okay. So you think he's not a
slow
scammer?
to do that?
You think Ron Dalton is not a scammer? Saying the Hebrews is in South Africa? You don't think that's a scam? Then
you see what you doing? Y'all see what he doing right now because of the van. You sanctioning all. I'm not sanctioning all these people because I don't think you should do the van like that.
They're in the same group, bro. In the same group, bro. What you talking about, man?
Listen, this is just for jokes. This ain't that serious.
Come on, man.
Nah, not
I'm gonna play the video for you. You made me do it. I wasn't trying to get you.
Okay,
good.
Go ahead.
I wasn't trying to get you. You did that to yourself. I know how far to go with you, 93. See, I respect where you at with shit, but you ain't respecting what I'm doing, yo.
I'm just not quick to call a man a scammer.
No,
he's a real black atheist.
How is that not a scam, yo? To say that the ancient aliens built the fucking pyramid, yo.
Scroll it back up. See, Unc, you jumping from topic to topic. How you going from divine to alien?
So is that a scam, though? Yo, if you say you're Egypt, if you say you got a doctorate in Egyptology, and then you come tell me that the aliens built the pyramids, how is that not a scam?
Okay, so yeah, he said now you can have an ancestral part of history, but these people that he's marketing this to are Hebrew Israelites, so they already believe that they're Hebrew Israelites.
It doesn't
matter.
How they being scammed? Because he knows better. Because none of the documents he reads says that. He know better, bro. He know that seaweed don't stop. Don't leave that part out because that's part of it. No, I'm not jumping.
You see what y'all see what I'm doing?
No, I'm
he
not
talking
jumping.
about one topic, then saying, "Hey, but seaweed, aliens."
It's all together.
What are you charging Divine with? You charging with being a scammer because of the scroll or seaweed?
Listen, I'm charging for the whole package, my nigga. It's a package deal. You the one keep separating that shit.
No, you moved the goalpost.
I didn't move the goalpost. You never read the whole thing.
I did read the whole thing, and there's something Divine said you didn't show either. But I'm not gonna do all that.
No, read it then.
I ain't gonna do all that. I'm just saying. Look,
no, why not do it? If you mention it, why not do it? Please correct me.
All I'm saying is,
no, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. What was it that we did not show?
Just go to the responses. Go to all the Divine responses there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the man ain't here, and we calling people scammers.
What?
You know Divine better than I do.
What you talk about?
When the man ain't here? What you mean?
I'll call me a scammer for a whole year. He's still my brother.
Right.
Yeah, but everybody don't take kind to that stuff. Like that's defaming.
But so what? Not defaming nobody's character.
I'm Brother Reggie. I put a lot of work in this. But
y'all crazy as hell, yo. If an African American stand up right now and say that the Egyptians call themselves black people, they scamming. What are we talking about?
No, hold on, they're incorrect.
No, they're scamming.
Being incorrect and being a scammer.
No, they're not being. They can read right. The people know. Some people know better, yo. The average person wouldn't be scamming, but a Divine would be. A Reggie would be. You would be because you know better. Because you can read and write and comprehend. Reggie got a college education. That's why I say, Reggie, stop it.
So you saying the fact that he might be in
If I said it
in
in
the area?
Yeah, yo, I'm saying yes. This nigga is very educated on the Hebrew shit, bro. What are we talking about right now? We're not talking about an average person that's believing in religion. This man, no.
So you saying he deliberately?
He's deliberately doing it,
perpetrating a lie.
Yeah, what is y'all talking about, man?
In that sense, I concede in that sense.
That's all I was saying, bro. That's divine suspect. That's why I call him divine suspect. That's like Jabari. Jabari be scamming when he start that. Jabari know better. He teaches at college, yo. He know better, yo. He know damn well this book right here, this damn book right here that we all in red right here. It's called Ancient African A Global History from 2000 to 300 CEE. Christopher Eric, that Reggie's first did a daggone thing on. Don't say nothing about black people in here, but he said it did. Then he's scamming. Come on, man. Y'all playing with me today, yo. I'm not playing with y'all, though.
There's a difference between being wrong and scamming.
No, he's not
based
being
on the
wrong.
product.
He's not being wrong.
Hold on, damn, man.
Well, I'm not flip-flopping, but I'm just saying, if he's saying that he deliberately making a statement, knowing that the statement is false and pushing the narrative anyway, that would technically be a scam.
All right, well, he's allowed to be wrong about being Israelites, but if people who subscribe to it, he say, I'm gonna cater to y'all and I'm gonna sell y'all an amulet that whatever. That's not a scam.
So now you're insisting and talking about being wrong, but what about the part that you're aware of what you're doing is a false narrative? The fact that you
How
have
you
a
figure
whole
he
bunch
aware?
of people.
Wait.
That you have a whole group of people following you is the fact that you're selling them a scam, because you full well know that Western.
Well, hold on.
I disagree with that.
You don't know that you can't presuppose what he knows. We can't do that. You got to do things the right way. We don't know what he knows.
How you presupposing he doesn't know?
But how you
Well, I got you. He's not here, so why are we sitting here acting like the matter is settled? If he was here, he could tell us what he know. We got to be fair, yo. Can't be so quick to defame each other.
Talking about moving the goalpost.
Ain't no moving the goalpost. I'm the only person on here trying to be fair.
No, you're not being fair. Fair is where they sell pigs at, yo.
No. Fair is putting hours against Ankh the God Killer. Fair is putting in hours on Garfield channel presentations, 100 slides against Hebrew. So I'm not biased. I would never agree with their narrative. I'm just being as transparent as I can be.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Are the Hebrews, are African Americans, come from Palestine and Judea by way of West Africa and got caught in slave trade and ended up in America? I'm gonna ask you that
Absolutely
question.
Not. We're not Hebrews.
Okay.
If any of us are, it's very few.
Hold on for a minute. How do you know that?
How do I know that?
How do you know that?
Anthropology, genetics, archaeology. It does not line up with even their own biblical narrative.
Hold on. So if you start saying tomorrow, because you thought you had a vision, if you start saying that, would you not be scamming?
Well, it's not just based on a vision, though. It's also
but I'm asking you a question. If you start saying that, if you start saying that the evidence say something different, wouldn't you not be scamming?
If me 93 knowing me purposely knowing the evidence doesn't, I would be a scammer. But Divine has not done the research. Hold on, he has not done the research I've done.
That's not true, bro. The nigga go to all the scholarly conferences. You tripping right now?
Hold on. Listen, no. You're good. I've seen you get beat up by Divine. But let me tell you this: Divine doesn't know He doesn't know genetics the way he should know. And it's evident. It's evident what he doesn't know.
So what did Divine beat me up on? Because what I said was, based off your underestimation of what the guy knows, you would get beat up. Now, what did I get beat up on with Divine?
Hold on. I've seen conversations where Divine was far more articulate, and he looked like he was about to run circles around you.
But that's hold on. But wait a minute. But that's always the case. I just look stupid.
That's a horrible thing to admit.
No,
that's a fucked up thing to admit.
No, it's not. It's right where I'm supposed to be at, though. So hold on for a minute. No. So hold on for a minute. So just because he sounds articulate, who articulates better than polite? Who articulates better than him?
Polite is not the polite is not articulate.
Let me finish.
He used words wrong a lot.
Let me finish. Very articulate. You tripping? How about Bobby Hemming?
No,
how about Phil? Hold on. How about Phil Valentine? How about
Phil,
Umar
that
Johnson? How about
why
Umar?
we
Because I'm making my point. They're very articulate. But when the goddamn rubber hits the road, ain't none of them niggas ever beat me in a conversation when that fucking rubber hit the road. Why they in the middle, they smell and they Brooklyn Madness? Yeah, they got me, nigga. Of course. When they pronouncing every word at top-notch enunciation, of course. But when the fucking rubber meets the road, my nigga, now Divine did what?
Okay, let's
No, stay there. No, stay there. Divine
No,
has
no,
done
no.
what?
Let's get back to the information because
No, you made a
getting heated.
statement. I want to
It's
deal
getting
with that. Then
personal.
we can move forward. It was personal when you said it. It was personal when I said it. So let's get it out the way.
Okay, you said Divine. You said Divine will run over me. I'm saying that he'll run over you.
I didn't say that. What I said was, based off your underestimation on this nigga on said topic, he would get you because you're not recognizing these.
Garfield is my witness. Garfield is my witness. We know me, Garfield. You know that I know that Divine's understanding of genetics is lacking.
No, that's
I'm
not
saying
what we're not talking about genetics yet,
sir. I'm talking to Garfield. To your point, I understand you're talking about. I'm underestimating him. Garfield can tell you
that's
that
why I said that. Hold on. That's why I said that. I wasn't talking about a conversation that took place. So now
I'm trying to tell you something.
You know what I'm starting to see? Yo, you kind of got a little affinity for that. The nigga ain't never got me in a conversation. The nigga, just like you said, he be fucking that shit up on purpose. You know it and I know it. So when I ever to the point where get out of here with that.
Well, don't speak to me in that manner, and I won't speak to you in that manner. You talking about who will run over me just because I don't think he's a scammer. Listen, all I'm saying is
that's not what I said. What I said was based off your underestimation that this guy, he goes to scholarly conferences, he buys scholarly material just like you do, bro. And if you don't think that, then you tripping. That's what. Then that would be an underestimation of you, and he would catch you. That's what I'm saying.
No,
bro.
he would not catch me. I'm telling you why he wouldn't catch me.
Why don't you try? He caught you just now.
No,
he
sir.
Got you right now.
He doesn't have me right now because I'm able to compartmentalize and. No, man, no. Now you're misrepresenting me. All I'm saying is he's wrong about the Hebrew thing. But him selling something to his audience doesn't make him a scammer. Are y'all trying to get him locked up because the nigga sold $20 pendants? Y'all done sold fake Jordans, fake pendants, fake binders of Amarat books and shit.
Hey, Garfield. Hey, Garfield. Garfield.
Yo, I'm here.
Take the thing off the screen.
Divine.
Take the thing off the screen.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, hit the link. I want to know what kind of.
Hold on for a minute. Hey, 93. Open up your thing, yo. Open up your thing, yo.
What you want?
I want to see your face, yo.
Man, no, I'm not showing you my face.
Okay, nigga, I want to know what fake Jordans I sold somebody, nigga, because I heard you. That's where that's at. You hating right now. Explain that to the audience, bro.
That's a joke.
No, it's not a joke, nigga. My shit was a joke.
All right. Let me tell you what I've seen. People
Where did I sell fake Jordans, nigga? Because that's what that wild ass Divine nigga said. When did I sell fake Jordans?
Hold on.
Stay right there. I'm not gonna listen.
I'm gonna answer.
Stay right there. Thank you.
I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer. I said, y'all niggas. Listening is a tool. Y'all. I'm not singling out Ankh.
I'm including myself in the y'all. Go ahead.
Okay, well, include yourself.
I'm the only nigga sell shoes, but go ahead.
I've never bought any of your shoes, so that's how you know I'm not talking about.
Shut up on that, then. Well, you need to say what you said it.
No. I said y'all, meaning collective, conscious niggas.
With the shoes.
I'm finna listen. Look, listen. I went to New York 2016 3 times. I bought stuff from people. I bought Ankhs. Niggas was trying to sell shoes. I'm not saying you in particular. I'm talking about conscious community niggas.
Oh man, now you backpedaling. I don't respect it.
No, you trying to make it solely about you. I'm talking about you conscious niggas. I'm talking about you conscious niggas at period that was selling anything. Clothes, jewelry, amulets, shoes, fucking water. And then all of a sudden Divine sell a pendant.
Why would you put me in that category? You talking about me and Divine.
Oh, he got a good point though.
We talking about me and Divine. We talking about me, you and Divine.
I said y'all
niggas. Ain't nobody had no fake Jordans though. You talking about me and now you backpedaling.
You making it about you. You making it about you.
You just said it, yo.
I'm trying to talk. You keep trying to interrupt. Yeah, I went to New York. Red Pill and them had shoes and clothes. You
They
had a
don't got
binder,
no
I
damn
think I bought.
shoes.
Listen, bro, I bought a binder from you. I bought an Ankh from somebody. I even bought Ali Muhammad's book in the name of so-called black economics. So when black people can't sell products according to their false beliefs, then you can't just call a man a scammer. If you want to challenge him on information, debate him. We all think that he's wrong about being a Hebrew, Ankh. Damn.
I
That's
want
what
to get
I'm.
back to the shoes. And the reason I want to get back to the shoes,
Oh,
because Divine said the same thing. And
Bro,
let me
you
tell you
got hit
exactly
by
what
a rock
Divine
that I
said.
didn't throw.
No, you did throw it. You the only one up here. Everybody heard you. And you could only be talking about me. Red Pill and them don't sell shoes. It's me
What
and
you
Tariq
mean?
that
They
sell
did sell.
shoes.
They were selling.
They
They
was
did sell
not,
some
man.
shoes,
Come on, yo. Now you making that up. They ain't sold no damn shoes.
and they was trying. And they
I
was
got
trying to
two
sell a damn
companies.
sweatsuit to me.
Okay, but they can sell a sweatsuit to you.
So Divine can sell a pendant to his followers.
And he can sell a pendant to his followers. But what he can't say is that the ancestors that earn is our ancestors. What he can't say without getting a response, without you
Bro,
diving into the shit, bro. It doesn't make sense.
Unc, you dead wrong.
Okay, well, I can be wrong. I've been plenty of wrong before. I don't have a problem being wrong. But what we are hearing is, did you think that maybe Aaron might be our ancestor? Did you think that Divine don't know better? You tripping, Divine do know better. Divine
Okay,
is
so now
young.
I didn't never said that. You're doing that.
Oh, you said Divine don't understand genetics. Divine can pronounce every fucking genetic word to a T. He can do all
Garfield,
that.
help
He
Unc.
go to
He
all
don't
the
know what he
daggone
talk
conferences.
about.
But I want to get back to them fake damn Jordans, and I'm addressing fucking Divine right
Garfield
now.
staying out of
I
it.
want to address that right now. I am telling you, I have never sold fake Jordans. What I'm trying to tell you is most y'all don't understand the shoe game. Okay, the shoe game is clear. There is a patent on shoes, and once that patent run out, everybody can copy that patent. Last time I checked, if you look at Timberland, if you look at Dockers, right? Look at all those boat shoes. They're all the same shoes. They just have different logos on them. It's the same pattern. It's the same thing. It's not copying it. That's what the shoes are. And as for the little game about China and shoes, it's one of the only places that produces shoes. Taiwan. Everybody on this panel right now, including Divine pseudo ass, got shoes from Taiwan and China on his feet, but yet it's something he got to say against me. That's why he's scamming, because he don't take the time to look at his own shoes. You have not taken the time, 93, to understand what shoes are and how they work and where they are produced. United States don't have production places where you can get your shoes made at high numbers and batches. It does not occur. Africa do not make shoes.
Hey, if Divine
So
is in the
you
chat, he
say
should
that,
come up
it's
here.
crazy.
I'm saying if he in the chat, he should come up. He can speak for himself. I ain't gotta say nothing no more if he here. Come up here, Divine. Defend yourself.
No, don't
Yeah,
get quiet now, bro, because you made the fake comment about the Jordan.
No.
If the patent
I
is
don't
no
care.
longer, you can
I'm not
wear
running
that,
from
which is
nothing. I'm
good.
just saying if he's here, he should speak for
No, I'm
himself. What I gotta speak for him
no,
for?
he ain't saying. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you and Divine about them damn shoes. It's called hating, bro. I didn't know you had it
Listen.
in you. It's not
Listen to
nothing.
me. Listen, just listen. I just said fake Jordan. You're the one making it about you. I don't know
I'm the
nothing about.
only one that had a shoe that looks similar
No,
to
you are
that.
not. No, you are not. I'm speaking just in general, bro. I'm speaking in general. There was an RBG shoe.
Nah, man.
There was an RBG shoe at one point. The Mossy Trap had a shoe at one point. So are they scammers?
They did not, man. What are you talking about, bro?
Bro, I'm in the chat, bro. I used to talk to Ben. We used to talk about them RBG shoes. He used to show me. So are they scammers?
Nah, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about, man. I'm gonna let
Oh,
you.
you don't know what we? Okay, you ain't got to know what we talk about. I be in that chat and we used to talk, and we used to talk, bro, about them damn shoes. I could show you all. They had a Black Panther shoe.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So if he sold that, would he be a scammer?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You just called him that. Then you said Jordans.
I'm just speaking in general. I'm just throwing names.
So why would I be talking to you and then start talking about something that I know you do and then say I'm just speaking in general? You've been up here defending that crazy shit for the last hour for no reason.
I said, y'all niggas. I'm just saying, if you gonna take one semi-conscious person, the whole conscious community sell a bunch of stuff.
Because the whole conscious community is pseudo. What the hell is wrong with you? You act like that ain't what it was. Ain't my fault.
Are they scammers? Are they scammers?
Yeah, they
so
when I didn't know that.
All right, when I bought a was I scammed? I didn't think I was scammed because I prescribed to that belief at the time. That wasn't a scam to me.
Okay, so what belief did you subscribe to? I still wear What belief is that? It's simply in the glyphs meaning life. What is that? He just didn't even wear that.
Dude, I was listen. 2016 behind y'all. We was pro-Kemetic at a time, Joe.
No,
Don't act like that.
you made that up, yo.
I made that
King
up.
Osiris never was that. You tripping.
He trying to
bugged out.
gaslight.
I'm
Some of
not,
y'all
bro.
wasn't here in 2012, 2013, 2014 watching them.
So you
They
trying to
were
say
pro-Kemetic.
so you trying to say Ngozi and them was pro-Kemet? Yo, you trying to say
I let
Ngozi
him
and them?
speak for him. I let him
Right,
Ngozi speak for
no,
himself.
he always talked about it in terms of genetics. You tripping, bro. You
What the
supposed to
hell?
be on that team.
What the
What is
hell?
you talking about? No, so you saying that Ngozi and it was saying that African Americans was Egyptians? You saying
I
that
ain't say nothing about what Ngozi said at all.
You
He
said that,
strawmanning me.
no. You said that Raw Squad said that African Americans was Egyptians, yo. Is you saying that?
I said y'all were pro-Kemet. I didn't say what
we
exactly y'all said what we were. Y'all
was
niggas were pro-Kemet.
we was pro African American history and African history. My fault that Kemet is
The
African
Amin
history.
Ra Squad, huh? Unc Katek, huh?
It's coming out. It's coming out, dog.
Reading the meta. Come on, bro.
I really appreciate you, man.
Yo, you got an
now I'm not-
Egyptian name, bro.
93. A 93. Since you've seen the grown up a little bit, yo, debate that nigga. Do that.
Doctor, don't try to say
Oh, I'll debate you. I would debate you up. I would debate you up.
Since you ready to get it, you can get it. Now.
You had y'all was
Since you've been trying to get that, since you a hater now, and you trying to get it, you can get it, 93. Nah, don't do it. He felt real jumpy because he got hate in his heart, and I heard it.
I have no hate towards you.
Now, the slickest thing I said was Divine would get you based off your underestimation of him going to scholarly conferences and having the real information. You didn't know that prior to what I said, else you wouldn't have argued me over it.
You getting way worked up over.
I'm not worked up. I just like to see who my friends is, my nigga. Okay,
you know what?
I remember you flying through the air.
Hold on.
No, let's go back to you, 93. You know you're my man, but I remember you flying through the air, nigga. Don't start with me.
Okay, wait a minute. Listen. If I was your friend, wouldn't I tell you the truth though? If I wasn't your friend, I would just lie and agree with everything you say. A real friend would challenge you if you're wrong.
We talking about the shoes, nigga. We talking about the slick shit.
I'm not accusing you about your shoes.
No, you said
I'm not accusing you.
You said it in the conversation with a man that has a shoe company and acting.
I'm really wishing that you stopped doing it because you acting like a hit dog. You acting like you revealing something I ain't even trying to do.
No, I'm saying Divines. Y'all saying the same shit, nigga. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He said.
Oh well, I don't know nothing about him saying. I'm saying fake. I say fake Jordans about shoes anyway, but I'm just saying y'all, not you. When I say y'all, I'm grouping conscious niggas together.
I don't need you to. You're a conscious nigga. I never was that.
Okay.
Nigga. I was scientific literacy nigga. I was
new black consciousness. I was new black knowledge, nigga.
See, that's your pseudoism. See, that's your pseudoisms.
That wasn't pseudo. We was tearing y'all. We was tearing pseudo niggas up. What you mean?
He said it. Pseudo. He said it.
Hey, you was pseudo.
What you mean? We was NBK. Wasn't nobody pseudo in NBK.
All right, then.
Wasn't nobody pseudo in NBK.
So what's your problem? So you just admitted, bro. If you studied the things that you studied, and all of a sudden you would say that African Americans was from Israel, then you would be scamming. You just admitted that, yo.
You dead wrong, and you misrepresented me.
Did you not just admit that, or am I tripping? I'm misrepresenting you.
In no way do I sanction the belief that we're Hebrew Israelites. But
that's not what I said. That is not what I said. I said if you, when all of a sudden you start saying that African Americans is from Palestine and Judea, would you not be a scammer? And you said yeah.
I would be wrong. Scamming is selling.
No, it's not. It's more than that. It can be more than one thing. Look it up, bro. You can actually scam somebody misrepresenting something. Have them thinking it's something is occurring that's not. Can also be a scam. I'm not saying that he's scamming a person by selling them a pendant. He can sell what he wants to sell.
No, that is what you did. You did say that. Now you said that. Now you gotta read. Hold on.
I never said that. What I said was
it's about you was talking about the pendant.
Man, no, that the pendant connects African Americans to Israel. That a prayer from some Asiatics in Israel that we're connected to that is the scam. I've said it 30 times. You just on purpose doing it.
Okay, hold on. So that you're saying his overall Hebrew Israelite view is a scam.
All right, yo.
Listen, Unc, you wrong about how you going about this. Period.
Okay, but why you
And you keep interrupting and you refuse to talk. I'ma just be quiet.
Nope.
The last
quiet.
thing
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
say.
I'm quiet. Nope. I'm gonna shut up and you get it. Go ahead, bro.
No, the last thing I'm gonna say on this topic is I think Divine is incorrect about his Hebrew Israelite claims. If you want to turn that into what you saying is the scam, then I ain't gonna say nothing else about that.
Well,
But
that's
as
all
far
I've
as
been
him
saying the
selling,
whole damn time. You've been fighting against the shit I've been saying.
We were talking about the pit. We talking about the pendant that he's
I ain't
selling.
say that. Man, I didn't even
That's
argue
I don't
over
consider that a
whether.
scam.
Are you serious right now, yo? Really, yo? That's what you doing, yo? Huh?
I'm not even gonna take this serious because I've had discussions with Unc like this before. Unc, you just very passionate and disagreeable.
Nah, yo, I don't appreciate the shoe comment, yo. I'm taking it you was talking about me. And then
Oh
you
no
backed away
no!
from it.
If you took that like that, I did not say. I don't know nothing about you
you
selling.
didn't say
I've
that to
never.
me.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about. I've only
I
seen
don't
other
think
people sell shoes. RBG shoes. There was another red Black Panther shoe. I don't know about you selling shoes. I'm just saying in general. Fake
that's
Jordans,
crazy, man. All right, man. I'm
outfits, pendants, books.
So is in the out of Africa theory,
I
right?
don't want to talk about that, yo.
Man, you don't want to talk about. Oh
Nah, man, I'm just fighting with my fucking friend on some silly shit. He ain't even
on, man.
seen the video the nigga made about me. I'm gonna shit the nigga and talk. You know what I'm
First-
saying? And at the end of the day, yo, you tripping, yo. The nigga said that the ancestry is coming from Ern, bro. That's a
Yeah,
fucking
that's wrong.
scam.
That's wrong. But
It's
man
not
can
just
sell a
wrong
pendant.
though. It's a
He can sell a
scam.
pendant.
You can't sell a pendant. That's not the conversation.
All right,
These
you got it.
issues.
You got it. You
Right.
got it. I'm not gonna say nothing.
Yo, listen, bro. You should watch the video before you do what you're doing right now. That's what you should do, bro.
Okay, play your video then.
What video?
You
So
push,
me off
now you push me in a damn position to get you for no reason. Come on, yo, like I have not learned things from you. You
I'm just
tripping
saying,
right now.
man.
Yo, that's wild shit.
I'm just saying. You and him on talking terms. You quick to call the man a scammer. Y'all on talking terms with each other.
Nigga, did you see what the nigga said about me? The nigga's scamming. And I'm not saying he's scamming by selling items. Everybody get their item. That ain't what I'm talking about, and he know that shit. Y'all can make it about that if you want to. Come on, dude. I'm not gonna sit up here and teach evolution for 10 years and then act like niggas came out the garden and eat. You know, then I'm scamming. Come on, bro. Stop it. Then went to evolutionary conferences, the whole 9 yards. I'm gonna tell people they come from the garden eating. That's a scam, yo. How you not know that? And then sell some shit based off that. The fact that he's selling something based off of misinformation is the scam. We have been getting scammed, bro. We've been getting scammed with pseudo books. We've been getting scammed with pseudo information. We have our intellectual real estate between our head is scammed. The only reason we coming together 93 is because niggas was scamming us. From Malachi, York to Divine Suspect to all of them, yo. What is you talking? Bad, crazy information that can be easily disseminated and found out in colleges and universities. And everybody act like that ain't what it was. The same way Garfield just played that video about the 12 tribe chart, yo. That shit is very easy, very simple, and to the damn point, explaining what Israel is and what it is not. How long do it take for us to get that? And if you're going against that, claiming yourself to be a leader, you scamming. If you talking about vaccines, don't stop pandemics and all that shit, you scamming. You got 200 years worth of history on vaccines.
I think your usage of the word scam. I think the usage of your word scamming is where me and you have a difference.
Right.
Because
right. So
hold on. Because when you
why don't you look it up?
Hold on, listen. When you say scam, I'm hearing something he should be arrested for, like a really sick.
That's crazy. Oh,
hold on, wait, hold on. For real.
Why would I say that about Divine, yo?
Because that's how I look at a scam.
For having a religion, yo, that's not my
argument. Okay, so that's why I'm reacting. That's why I'm reacting that way. That's why I'm reacting that way. Because you keep using scam in the way that you use it.
Man, so you not be listening no more though. You don't be tuned in. You be doing other stuff, which is fine.
You should be calling him a pseudo, a charlatan, maybe a crocodile skin salesman or something. But when you say scammer, it's a little.
Salesman is a scam. Selling holy water is a scam. Selling how you say the holy oil when these pastors who call pray over some Goya oil, some Goya olive oil and send it to you as enchanted and divine or blessed oil. It's all a scam. That's considered a scam.
You tripping.
You selling a piece of enchanted steel is a scam. and
Paying
saying
for a
that
weak
the
ass debate is a
enchantment works
scam.
because you're directly related to that culture when you know better. It's simply a confidence game. It's a scam, whether you want to accept it or not.
All right.
It's a
So
scam.
is the scam the identity claim or the fraudulent claim that you'll be protected by the amulet? Which one? Reason I'm asking because you have people who buy charms and stuff, and that stuff is pseudo. It's not real. So, but they prescribe to the pseudo beliefs. So,
Hey, yo, it's called a persuasion tool, yo.
You're confusing the victim
Yeah,
for
man.
the
Digital
perpetrator.
misinformation,
The
online
people,
scams.
the
So if
people
I
that
tell you
go
a placebo
and
Yeah,
get
is
you
their
know
that a
what,
own,
yo?
scam?
You know
the
what, yo?
people
You know what
that
I
go,
realized? Now, go. My fault, Cedric. Go. You know what I realized though, yo? That man, come on, yo. You not reading them. You stop reading, yo. So I ain't fucking with that. Nope.
who stop reading? That don't
Yeah,
do that.
yeah.
the
Because now you
victims
kind
of
of act like you don't understand what a digital scam is. It don't gotta necessarily be you took somebody's money. You just be Con Calloway. This nigga got thousands and millions of followers. He's scamming niggas, yo. Just the whole misinformation is a scam now. The whole fact that Divine would act like mushrooms, sage, and goddamn rare algae, you know what I'm saying, will somehow fought some types of viruses, that's a scam, bro. It's misinformation out the door. And then he'll do a whole presentation on some shit where they did some tests and a fucking daggone vow and act like that's what he was. Man, come on, dude. Like, what are we doing, yo? How vulnerable must we continue to be, 93? A talisman from the Middle East, prayer. Going, really, yo? Is that what we at? Come on, man. And you defending that right now?
I'm not defending. No, now. Anybody on this panel?
Hebrew
Did he
killer?
just Did he
You the
represent
Hebrew
my
killer.
point,
You the
or did
Hebrew
he
killer.
misrepresent me? He just
You
said,
ain't the,
and
oh,
you're defending that. He just said I'm defending that. I'm not
you ain't the
Went over
Hebrew
defending
his
that.
killer
head.
no more. You
Yeah.
ain't the Hebrew killer no more. That's for damn sure.
Look, look.
Yeah, you ain't the
I'm gonna
nigga
just say
killer no
this.
more. You ain't the nigga
Cut
killer no
it
I'm
more.
a I'm
Like
I'm a
you ain't.
Unk the God killer because you've been messing up in this whole
Yeah.
discussion. Terrible at debating. You've been
And,
misrepresenting me.
yeah. What?
You've been
All right.
overgeneralized. You've made so many logical
Okay.
fallacies.
Oh yeah. Right.
Look, I do agree with you, divine and pseudo, when it comes to all of those topics. I'm just
I ain't even
hesitant
call him that though.
to
I
use the
didn't even
word.
call him that.
I
The
am,
vaccines eat
and
pseudo. The vaccines eat pseudo.
he's pseudo. No, divine is pseudo, and I would respectfully say that around. I say, man, your information is. I think your information is pseudo, respectfully. But I'm just not so quick to throw scammer on him like that.
All
I'm
right.
hesitant to do that. That's all.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be fair, Unc. That's all.
Yo, you got example of misinformation based scams, yo. What is wrong with you, yo? Why do I
Garfield, do
gotta
you
go
think
through this with
Divine is
you?
pseudo? Because Garfield agrees with some of the stuff Divine said. Let's keep it on
Man,
100.
forget that, man. Hey,
Look,
hey,
look,
hey,
look.
hey, 93, you don't know, yo, that in today's world, yo, they got examples of misinformation based scams, yo. You didn't know that, yo. So I'm here to
Okay.
argue with you,
No,
and
no,
you
no.
ain't even getting that. Did you think a scam is simply me selling you something and running off and not paying for it? Yo, come
No, no,
on.
no, 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 no,
Why
no.
would you
But
give me that, yo?
words have meaning, and when you say scam, that's the main one a lot of people go to. If you mean digital scam by misinformation, that definition, then fine. Most of our adversaries, our weekly enemies, if this was a TV show, we'd be beating up the bad guys every week. They all be scammers and pseudos. Yeah, that definition.
That's
So
what I'm
the word
saying,
is
bro.
not
That's
being
all.
used incorrectly. It is your incredulity to the extent of the
Oh,
definition of the
here's
word.
Cedric.
So we're
And then
I'm
you
using
know
sorry.
it
I'm
is
sorry. I didn't think
pseudo.
Oswald Bates was Jamaican. I didn't know that.
Right?
I'm
Really,
Jamaican
yo?
again. You're confused. Your geography is limited, so I think you should stop
And the
entertaining this
pumpkin and the
conversation.
My
But if
star.
you
geography
come,
is not
if you
limited.
come,
Your
if
ability
you
to
come
speak the
full,
English language might be.
if you come full circle and agree that the term is not being used inaccurately, don't make the
It sounds like
argument about
another
ignorance.
polite, bro.
Look,
Don't make the argument.
everybody, chill out. Everybody, just chill out.
No, you argued for
You're the
3 hours
only one who
over
needs to
words you
chill out.
didn't even
Yeah.
understand, bro.
At the end of the
Exactly.
day,
That's
yeah,
the
Horrible for
point.
me.
yeah. At the end of the
Don't you
day,
dare
And
insult my intelligence.
Yeah, that's
if you
not fair
assume
though,
that I'm
yo.
Carl.
Come on,
Jamaican,
yo. That's
that means
horrible,
your
yo.
geography is off and you're very limited in your
That's
travel.
horrible, yo. Yeah, that's
Dude,
horrible, yo.
you
That's like
tweaking. Just
confluence, yo.
zip it.
Let's do this without howling and screaming. Do you understand the word confluence can be used in several ways? Do you get that, 93? Is that a
Oh
possibility?
yes, yeah.
No,
There's nothing. Listen.
Stay
I
there.
don't have
Stay
a
there.
I don't have a
Stay there.
problem with you. I don't have a problem with you using definitions. All I'm telling you is, for one, I'm not so quick to use language that could be defaming. You already know Divine Prospect is a Hebrew Israelite. He believe it. We didn't try to debate him so many times. He's gonna do what he do.
No, that's not what I'm talking about right
But you
now. I'm
calling him a
talking about the words. I'm talking about the word
cut me
can
off.
be used more than one way. I'm talking about the word confluence can be used in more than one way. I argue with Jabari for hours on this, bro, and you doing me the same way. It is crazy. Jabari never took the time to look up the word confluence and recognize it could be rivers or it could be things that are intersecting, like people. He never looked it up like you doing, bro. And you've argued for an hour and a half. This is very unprofessional on your part, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell
Man, you gaslighting.
I'm not gaslighting.
Hold on. In the
Use
way
the term appropriately for what I'm talking
first
about.
of all, the way you've misrepresented me several times
No,
in this
okay, bet.
conversation,
So let's take all of the way.
you should not be taken serious.
Let's stick right here. I want to stick right here. So I'm not gonna let
He
you
did
dive nowhere else.
misrepresent you, but you did come full circle and agree that the word that was used could be used in the way that he represented it. So I think, at the end of the day, maybe you should just concede that part, because in all actuality, when we broke it down to the nitty gritty, that when he was using the word scam, he did mean it in the way that he said he meant it.
Well, the way it was presented initially on Facebook, it's dependent. See, he could have, you could have been, hold on. He could have been calling him a scammer by this definition years ago, and anybody for that matter. Depending on Facebook, that was what caused this conversation. And it seems like because he was selling something that I'm gonna land my plane. I'm gonna land my plane, son. I'm just saying the way it was presented is that initially Unc had an issue with him selling something that he thought Divine was selling that would give people some
But
kind
did you actually read it though, yo?
No.
I did.
Let me convey this point right quick to 93 if I can. No, I get what you're saying, and I understand your point. I understand that you're saying when you heard scam, you automatically thought Unc was saying that this nigga out here trying to get niggas for their money. He on some bullshit. I get that. But in all actuality, once he explained his premise, you got the fact that he was saying the information alone is a scam, not that the brother can't support himself with selling goods, that the information tied to the goods is a scam. Now you conceded to the point that if he was using the word in that way, that was okay. So all I'm saying is, now that we there, maybe we should just say
No. Maybe we should look at how disingenuous Unc has been in this conversation. This is part of the problem.
He has been.
No, but don't hold on. The way it was presented was not that definition first. The way it was presented was
no. He said scammer.
We're gonna take forever if I can't get. I'm gonna just keep going back to this point. If we had to go in a circle, the way it was presented is not the way it's ending right here. Unc is getting me to agree with him based on his definition, but that's not how he led with this conversation. And you still should
Wait,
hold on. And you should have some humility, because the way you've been arguing
on that, the
way you argue, the way you argue is this. You gaslight, you misrepresent.
No, the truth is 93. I've been saying this. We've been saying people been scamming for god daggone 2 years. I said just scamming our intellectual real estate between our fucking brains, bro. I've said it 1,000 times. That's what I'm saying. What is meant by you're scamming our intellectual real estate between our ears?
Is that see, this is what I'm talking about. Was that the phrase he used today? He just saying that now. You saying that now.
Hold on 1 second. No, he did, brother, because that's when I conceded my point and I asked him the question about the Muslim face, and I said, oh, if you meaning that he deliberately did something that he knew was incorrect and did it anyway, that was a scam. That's when he came with his premise about the information. So and now I got to say that Cedric was right, brother. Just because you didn't understand the way in which he was using the word when it first got presented to you, doesn't mean that he did anything wrong. Now, of course, he did like burn your points up a little bit and made you sound like you love Hebrews and shit, which you don't, and you clearly stated you didn't. But nonetheless, you just didn't get the way he was using the word, and that's all that was. So Cedric,
no, what I'm saying is he didn't lead with that.
Said that to you.
I did.
He didn't lead with that, and he's moved the goalpost several times in this
That's my whole
conversation.
platform.
He didn't
My
lead with it,
whole
but once we got into the fact of he didn't lead with it, but once we got into to the fact of disputing what he was saying, he then in return said, if a man is saying that we descended from Aaron, that's a scam. So once he made that point right there, that leads to his premise is not saying, nigga, you selling the amulet, you scamming the people. It's no, nigga, the shit that you telling people is a scam, and you selling the amulet with that.
Okay, I got you. So, if you going by the definition of scam by misinformation, I'll concede that point. But the reason this conversation has dragged so much is because you have not argued in good faith. You've done several bad things in this debate that has drugged this out, and your credibility in this argument leads me to have that kind of doubt on you because of the way you argue with me.
So then why not talk about the things I argued wrong so that people can learn, bro?
Okay, well, for one, you've misrepresented me several times. You think just because I don't, my argument is I'm not defending anything he bred just because I'm hesitant to call him a scammer. The fact that you misread, well, you argue for the .93. So now, when did you become that kind of framing is disingenuous. That gives me room to doubt anything you say credible because you can't argue in good faith. You shouldn't argue like that.
No, you don't get to doubt anything the man say just because he.
I get to doubt what I because if he can't,
I might have meant. Excuse me, I might have used the wrong words when I said you couldn't. Now I don't mean that you can't. I meant that it might be a little bit disingenuous of you to say that anything that the man stated after the fact that he made a mistake is wrong because you made a mistake in fact yourself, just not understanding the terminology he was using when he said scam.
He didn't make it clear. He didn't make it clear. He didn't lead with that. He didn't lead with that.
The word has multiple meanings, so he don't have to use. He don't have to specify exactly which one of those.
Yes, he do.
That he was. Hold on, brother.
Yes, he do. If it has multiple meanings, he do. So I don't default to a meaning that I think is the default. He has to clear.
The word has multiple applications.
Brother. You don't
then
have
the context in which it's been used is relevant, and you missing the context doesn't mean that the word needed to be explained. It's your incredulity that's being exposed.
No. It's no incredulity. Just go. Okay. All I'm saying is, if you have a definition that you're going for specifically, because this is why I think y'all missing the gaslighting. The focus was on the pendant. Now it's shifting to his overall worldview. I'm not about to let y'all.
It is not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it did.
Hold on, brother. Don't do that. Don't say that. Don't finish that statement, brother. Because if you read the little post he made, he had the Aaron stab. He had the red algae stab. He had all those things in there, brother. So he had the proper context in which the word was used.
Exactly.
As soon as we heard scam, we went straight to this nigga on some bullshit. That's just what it was, brother.
Hey, no, he came because of the. Go ahead. Now I just respectfully I don't agree because there's disingenuous in the way he argued.
Hey yo, let me tell you.
I get what you're saying because the way he represented, the way he was representing your points by saying because you don't want to call him a scammer. He was saying that you love Hebrews and shit, but he might have just been poking you with that shit. He was poking you with that shit.
Hey, I agree with 93.
But him poking you.
Time out. 93, you did your thing.
Time out.
I'm right. Uncle's wrong.
Time out.
And the rest of y'all wrong too.
All right, cool. Time out. All right, lively conversation. I'm gonna end the show in 10 minutes, and so y'all can rock it out in 10 minutes. I gotta get out of here.
I would like to say this, right? If misinformation adds to a sale, it equals a scam, yo. How about that? What's the misinformation? That African Americans are connected through time and space and ancestry to people in Palestine and Judea in the Bronze Age, Iron Age. In some kind of way, they migrated to West Africa and ended up by way of the slave trade to America. And if you're selling merchandise based off of that fraudulent misinformation on purpose, it's a scam, bro. Like, let me put it together. You never gave me a chance to finish the whole thing. Mika know I say on regular occurrence. That's why she quiet. Cause she know I say, hey, you scamming. That's a regular saying of mine, yo. It's a famous saying by now, bro. I'm never saying that the Sahotep is scamming motherfuckers taking their money. He's not that type of guy.
And another thing.
No, and another thing. That means you get away
Hold on, let me say this. Hold on. Unc, you get way too emotional in these arguments. I mentioned fake Jordans in passing. You took that personal and went on the whole thing. It almost looked like you were ready to confess to some shit. And I wasn't trying to say that about you. And I didn't know you were.
I'm confessing that because you said the same thing the divine suspect said about the shoes, I'm thinking that's your homeboy and y'all talking on the phone.
No, that's faulty reasoning. I just threw out fake Jordans.
So I just threw out what I threw out. You said
I just want to be a
let me play the video.
I just want to be a contrarian today.
Really? Did he just wait? Did he just say that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the non-sequitur argument.
He just wanted to be a contrarian for all that.
Exactly.
Nah,
he
yo,
just
you
wanted to argue. So again, he's coming with the non sequitur arguments which are not relevant to the subject. The whole point is this whole debate was instituted based on your incredulity. You simply didn't understand the context.
Sir, you keep saying the same thing and you're not making any sense. Chill it out. Chill it out. Chill it out, sir.
Issue. You know, you simply lack a little bit of discipline.
Sir. You've been on this show for how many years and you don't know who 93 is? The niggas you come to see respect me. So nothing you saying is true, sir.
Irrelevant. So now just
because you're you know I do research for the niggas you look up to. Know that, nigga. Talking about ain't nobody gonna be screaming. Hey, listen, Cedric, ain't nobody gonna be screaming that Portuguese Jew shit on this channel when I'm here.
Go ahead, crash out. Go ahead, crash out. Yeah, show you.
Point made, shorty.
Hey, Garfield.
Now you can let defend himself.
Hey, man, let me get my last question in while I finally got.
Hold on, before you ask that question. Hold on, I'm gonna ask. Everybody on this panel, is this what happens to me and Divine when we on Sunday having a conversation? This how you know he tripping. He's being very disingenuous.
And to do it on a neutral platform when he don't got Sonetta helping him out, is all those conversations I had with Sonetta helped him out, dragged him out of there several occasions. You're getting whooped on. They don't want the smoke.
So you think something that ever helped me out in the conversation? Ain't it always the other way around, yo?
Nah, yo, I'm a Roscoe. I used to help you a lot in your conversations.
No, man, come on, man. You just doing
shit.
You just doing that shit on purpose, yo. You talking about
you on your contrarian shit for real?
Yeah, yo, I'm taking that shit tripping.
Hey, somebody in the chat said 93 had him in a logical trap and allowed him to escape. Yeah, because it's still sharpening still. But
I'm asking you about this video, yo. I'm saying, do you saw that to help me out in any motherfucking conversation when we on there, yo? When?
Based on one video? Based on one video, I'm supposed to determine if he helps you.
Down, man, because you know.
I'm asking you, bro. Through the time we've been on Sunday, has he ever helped out our position with some show?
I don't know because behind the scene, sometimes he will.
No, we not talking. Okay, you know what?
He hasn't. I've seen the debates. No, he hasn't.
Done with you, yo. Yeah,
Sonetta has aided people like when they on camera. I've been there in person. I don't know if y'all ever been there in person.
Me and what we doing, yo.
I don't know about you.
I've never seen him aided at
That's what he's right here.
I've seen the debates. I'm not just. I ain't glazing or nothing. I've seen the debates. I ain't never seen
this
him.
This is crazy. I cannot believe you being disingenuous, bro.
No information.
I'm surprised Divine didn't come up here and defend himself. Why was he just in the chat?
Man,
that's what he do.
You can't defend.
You were on a roll.
Because you was defending him. That's why. Yeah. He ain't need to come up here, yo. You was Captain Saber.
You should have.
But you did.
Hold on. I ain't no Captain Saving nothing. Don't use those words towards me, nigga. Because when I start doing that to you, you gonna be hooting and hollering for another 10 hours. Nigga, stop that.
I said you was Captain Saber ho. I didn't call you a hoe.
I don't like even being associated with that. I wasn't saving him.
What was you saving then with the whole hour conversation about?
I didn't save any. I didn't save. Hold on. I didn't say.
I didn't know you were saying that. Get out of here, bro.
God killer. The God killer. That's your fault for not articulating your point the right way. Now, if you
articulate the right way, Mika was here. Everybody was here. You don't want to act like you're here.
Yo, good brother 93. That's why Cedric keeps saying that same shit over and over again.
Yeah, but Cedric he kind of that nigga need to just chill. You know what I'm saying? He ain't coming with nothing.
Hold on, brother. That's why Cedric keeps saying that shit over and over again, because you keep saying that didn't articulate his point clear enough for you to understand.
No. He didn't come with the definition that he's coming with now. He didn't lead with that. So he revealed that midway in the conversation. He did not make that clear.
See, now, brother, good brother, that's this when I would have to hit the cue the Cedric button again.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put Cedric right in his place. I'm gonna put his ass right where he belongs. You jump out your body, you gonna see what happened.
Come on, man.
You understand?
You guys stop 1 second, please.
Nigga, if you heard what he was saying,
come on,
ESL, English language, learn it.
93, man, you gotta have a little bit more decorum for the brother than that. Now, come on now.
Bro, I got to deal with 3 people when Unc is a man. I got to deal with you and him, and Unc is a grown man.
Or I'm trying to bring reason into the conversation.
You just need to have a conversation with me. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to have a conversation even basic English, because if somebody needs to come with a dictionary for you to understand.
You're nobody, Cedric. You're nobody. You don't contribute shit. You just a Garfield dick sucker. That's what you are.
You're ignorant again. Because I can have this conversation in multiple languages. You don't have this conversation. You're displaying.
Why don't you let Unc speak for himself?
I'm speaking to you for myself based on what you.
I'm not talking to you, you corny ass immigrant ass nigga. Shut up.
I'm just addressing your stupid.
Nobody gives a fuck about you.
I was just trying to bring reason into the conversation.
I didn't ask
because it's a healthy conversation.
Everybody stop. Hey, Anonymous Hebrew, I see you in the chat, right? Did you ever have the conversation with Courtney?
Yeah, Courtney eat him up.
Courtney eat him up?
Courtney eat him up. Come on, yo.
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying.
Serious with that thing. Let me ask you something, Garfield.
Mm-hmm.
Is it remotely possible to use a word in such a manner that you understand the definition of that word? Is that now how words are used? You're supposed to understand it based off of the usage of it. Am I correct in that?
Hold on. I'm gonna mute up. Hold on 1 second. Let me take this call.
Well, I need to play this video. That's what I probably need to do. Where you at, Mika?
Right here, listening.
Have you not heard me say it 1,000,000 times about the intellectual real estate between our east? Have you not heard me say that? Is that the first time you ever heard me say that, Mika?
No.
Right.
I just wanted to know what was the argument about. Was it the pending or was it his information?
It was the information that led to the sale of the pendant, yo. It's the fact that beyond the pale, the continually acting like African Americans are some kind of way tied to Israel, Judea, Palestine is the craziest lie ever. It's what humans do to connect themselves to what they think is the God. Okay, that's exactly what humans do. Japanese people do it, Chinese people do it. So African Americans aren't new in this thing, but it's the same thing. We call it pseudo history. It's not backed by academia, and a person who routinely goes to academic conferences who claim to have some type of degree in divinity is scamming at that point, because he can't find that nowhere. He can find it in some wild books. He can find, but he's not going to find it being conversated in a scientific conference. Where's the scientific work on that? Where's the academic research on that? It's not there. The Chinese aren't part of the 12 tribes. The Mexicans aren't part of the 12 tribes. It's wild information promoted to African Americans. And if you're selling products and goods based off of that, it's wild. That's not the same thing of me selling red, black, and green damn shoes. Last time I checked, my ancestors, right, was Africans. Last time I checked, blood was spilt in the transcontinental slave trade. Last time I checked, green is for Africa, the earth. Last time I checked, I got every right as a businessman and an African American to do that. Nobody's saying that. All of a sudden, we want to conflate the pendant with the shoes. How is that making any sense? How's that based in reality? How is that making any sense?
I guess he's saying that he's selling a product
From China.
Yeah.
From China. Right, Mika? Is that not what he said?
From China.
Yeah, he said, here you go. Let me just play it.
Well,
Better for me to play
most
it
of the
to you.
stuff comes from China.
I know. Yes, I mean, so why is he allowed to get away with that? Hold on.
How can you be an ancient people? All the ancient in China, these back if you're interested in the
Here we go. This is exclusive for y'all. He could for y'all ears.
I think it's kind of low.
Yeah, I'm going to do it right now. Yo, I'm going to get to it. And 93 going to know why he stepped into the shit on some bull crap. Come on, let's go. Show the screen.
And probably doing an event or something out there in Detroit.
Turn it up.
All right. So yeah, starting question already. All right. While I'm munching this, I'm gonna show you all this new neck piece right here. That's part of a lion. You see the beads on it. It's like a marble color, white marble and black. High quality beads. Homemade and home-brew pendant. Right in the House of Divine. Anybody's interested in a new neck piece, see that? Email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. As far as I know this is being put on the website. So as soon as that link is available, I'll put it in the description below. Or if you email us, we'll send it directly to you, the link directly to you. And also say, thank you everybody who supported our keychain pendant. Man, we sold 50 of them joints, about 50 of them. You know what I'm saying? Which is phenomenal. So thank you all for your support. Also, in my last picture that I had was holding the envelopes up like that. If you ain't see it yet, then go check it out on the post or the community tab on YouTube, or you can also check it out on Instagram and Facebook. And it's funny because somebody got really upset because of that, but I'll discuss that in a second.
So I don't have a problem with that man selling necklaces and stuff like that to feed his family. Why would I have a problem with that? It's all in the game. Do what you do. I'm not concerned with that. If somebody want to buy that, then they should buy that. That's not the issue here. Let us move on.
Then we also have now, if y'all are interested, I mean, we've had this for some time. We just sold out, but we got these back. If y'all interested in instead having a smaller version like this as a necklace, you'll see me also have it in that image as well. Here's the bigger version. This is the keychain. Here's a smaller version, and this is the necklace. All right. Now, still getting some hate from people in regards to what this is. understand its value, its importance, its historical nature, etc. So there's only but so much that you can share and give to people that they're gonna feel away. It's interesting because also on Facebook recently, I was gonna ignore it, but I'll call it out, right? So as y'all know, and maybe some of y'all don't know, there's a brother called Ankh or Ankh, the real black atheist, the God killer, pseudo killer. This brother, I've been going back and forth with him since 2014. So we talking almost 11 years. I've been going back and forth with this brother, right? The crazy thing is he was selling some RBG shoes that was made in China, saying that it's going to fund the revolution, but yet he pocketed all the money. And all the sales went to his house note, his car note, him taking his wife out to dinner and all of that. None of it went back to Black liberation. None of it
Hold on. Pause that shit.
No, Garfield, stay out of it.
You know what I'm saying? And in 96, see? 93, he got up here and he talked that shit. Don't say nothing to me, 96.
Oh,
I told you, bro. You run your mouth and protect this nigga. Did you know what he said out of his mouth to me? Now, I ain't mad because I poked him first, but I think the nigga went a little bit, just a little bit overboard with the lies. That's an outright lie right there, yo. How is that not an outright lie? If anybody ever heard me say that about
Pause. Listen. All right. You use the word scam. The word scam is kind of like a hot word in the community. And it's a vague term in a sense, but it's hurtful because people have called me a scammer. Right? Now, when you say he's scamming, what he should have did, if I was him, I would have inboxed him and said, bro, what's this post all about? Because if he had come to you that way, that would have deaded the whole conversation. You probably would have even removed the post. But in this situation, his response is like, treat people the way you want to be treated. You calling me a scammer? He probably don't think he's a scammer. So he's saying you doing him dirty by calling him a scammer in the same community he's a part of. And I think, as I told Meek on the post, I probably wouldn't use the same language, but I think say for example, we have 12 tribes in the audience. He's a Bible believer, right? I don't look at him the same way I look at Divine because me and Divine read the same papers. So when he comes to a certain conclusion, I look at him sideways because I'm like, how you can read the same thing I'm reading and come to this conclusion? You know what I'm saying? And he studies a lot. He reads a lot. And he reads more than I do. And I'm saying he's up to date with the scholarship. So for him to claim certain things is kind of like, at the end of the day, like, what is this guy doing? And I mean, I had this conversation years ago and with him off the ear. Like, even me and 93 confronted him. Don't think 93's taking it. 93 don't fuck with Divine. He don't fuck with Divine at all. He don't even like Divine, as far as I know. I'm just saying he's trying to play devil's, quote unquote, what we call devil's advocate. That's all he was doing the whole time. But him calling Cedric the damn immigrant.
Hold on. Let me apologize.
New York with that shit. Watch. Don't worry.
Hold on, Garfield.
I got you.
Yeah, he crossed the line.
This hotel now, when I put you in, don't worry about it when you get robbed 20 times. All right?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I got you this time. All right, I got you. But I'm just saying, though, I mean, I know where 93 is coming from. I wouldn't probably use the same language Unc you because I understand the word scam and how it hurts. But in a sense, it is a scam because Unc is saying that Unc don't even think Divine believe what he believes. Maybe that's the way he looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Then you're going to have Kyle come on and agree with Unc. I hate Kyle for coming on right now. I hate you. You're going to support the same bullshit. You're going to support the same shit Unc is saying, and you're going to get on it. But anyway, I feel what he said on this video just now, I understand why Unc is saying what he's saying freely. Why are you talking about he's spending the money with his family? How do you know that? He's actually breaking his laws by bearing false witness. Unless him and Ankh had a conversation, you don't know what happened with the money, where the money went. You don't know nothing. But I guess he wants to get a get back at Ankh, so this is his way of doing it.
No, yo,
Hey,
have I
Gar,
ever said I was trying to fund the fucking revolution, yo? Have you ever heard me ever say anything ridiculous like that, yo?
Mm-hmm.
If you
hey,
ever, if
Garfield.
anybody, let me finish because
93,
I'm mad
93.
at you right
Ankh,
now.
before you say nothing, Ankh, rewind the video and let 93 listen to it.
Oh, you
I
didn't
just
hear
wanted to.
93?
I just
No,
wanted to
hold on.
say
You
one
didn't hear,
quick thing.
you didn't hear 93?
No, I was on the phone. Let me say one
Okay,
quick
but
thing. I want to
no. But
apologize.
listen to
I
that
want to
though.
apologize. I want to apologize to Cedric for talking to him like that. Look, Cedric, I do know who you are. You're a very intelligent person, and I should not have cussed at you because I'm not stupid. I can use my words better. If I'm wrong, I could be wrong. But for everybody seeing 93 crash out, I don't got to do that, and I don't have to act like that.
Yeah.
So
You
to
gotta come to
Cedric,
New
I
York.
apologize. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, let me play what you've been defending.
Don't worry
Right
about it.
here.
I'm taking you to Jamaica, by the way, 93. I got you, Mr. Immigrant. I got you.
Yeah.
I don't
All right,
forgive
here we
you.
I'm
go.
paying for my own shit now.
I don't forgive you. I don't forgive you.
Here I go.
You may not
Its
come back.
importance, its historical nature, etc. So there's only but so much that you can share and give to people that they're gonna feel away. It's interesting because also on Facebook recently, I was gonna ignore it, but I'll call it out, right? So as y'all know, and maybe some of y'all don't know, there's a brother called Ankh or Ankh, the real black atheist, the God killer, pseudo killer. This brother, I've been going back and forth with him since 2014. So we talking almost 11 years. I've been going back and forth with this brother, right? The crazy thing is he was selling some RBG shoes that was made in China, saying that it's going to fund the revolution, but yet he pocketed all the money. And all the sales went to his house note, his car note, him taking his wife out to dinner and all of that. None of it went back to Black liberation. None of it went into any programs or services or any organizations or political parties and affiliations that are designed to alleviate the societal ills of Black people in America. And then he had the nerve to randomly last night make a post about me selling the Silver Scrolls, saying that I'm scamming the community because I'm teaching African Americans that they're ancient Hebrews.
See, he seemed to get it though, 93. See, he know what the hell I was saying, but you don't. That's exactly what I tried to tell you. So I'm saying, do you agree with this man saying that I some kind of way sold some shoes to China to fund the fucking revolution, bro? That's what you support when you gotta be an argue with me. You've never heard me say that, bro.
I've never known anything about the shoe situation. I've never heard you selling a shoe for a revolution, and I don't know what that's
Who
about.
say that? How a nigga gonna tell me how to spend my 50,000? How you gonna tell me that I can't have a business? How you gonna tell me that my first responsibility to my community is to my damn family? What are you on there talking about where I took my wife at? When we do that? See, I'll be wrong if I start wilding out on his family. See, I'll be wrong. If I do it, if I said that, I'll be wild. But I would not disrespect his beautiful family, his beautiful kids, yo. I wouldn't do that to him, yo. Because that ain't what I'm doing. He just mad. I ain't never that he's supposed to be a priest, but he gonna come up with a barefaced lie, yo. How we gonna trust that? He's lying. I've never said that. I can spend my damn money where I want to spend it. It's our job as African Americans to monetize our damn fucking culture, yo. Who else gonna monetize the culture but African Americans? RBG, yo, Revolutionary Gangster, bro. What are we talking about? I can sell that. If I don't sell it, who gonna sell it?
The white man.
Were y'all Kemetic back in 2016, 2015?
Nigga, I ain't never know I wasn't fucking Kemetic. Yo, you tripping right now. And I don't appreciate that, yo. I don't appreciate that, bro.
Hey, were y'all Kemetic in 2015, 2016?
No, nigga, I ain't never been no motherfucking Kemetic. Get out of here, yo.
So So y'all never was pro Kemet, at least pro Kemet.
We was pro African history, bro. We had the Masi, which you supposed to be a part of, and then you talk shit about. You
I never talked shit about that. See, that's what you keep missing. Look, this is why I argue with you the way I've been arguing. You just misrepresented me.
that Ben was selling some fucking shoes, something crazy, and you said it all in the same vein, bro. You said it,
but you're not disproving. You're not disproving that by just saying that I said that. How about we go to Ben?
No, bro. Hold on. But did you say it though, bro? So I'm not.
Of course, there were Black Panther shoes.
But that's all I'm saying. So, but why would? And then you say, well, is that a scam? I'm in the chat. Why would you even put those two together?
I'm challenging your lot. I'm challenging your logic. Hold on, man. Damn, you keep trying to interrupt me. I'm just challenging your logic. I'm being hesitant to do that. That's all. I'm being hesitant. I'm trying to be careful before I just brand somebody a scammer. But I will accept your other definition based on information. I'll concede that point, and I apologize for my rude speech. But your level of argumentation is kind of problematic.
You can't challenge a position with a category fallacy. We're comparing shoes, a functional item, regardless of who's selling them, with a pendant that is based on a narrative that is completely false.
But the people who prescribe to that can buy that.
That is irrelevant. That is not the argument.
It is relevant. It's relevant.
No. If I go to a quack doctor and this man is scamming me, telling me he can determine my blood type and all kind of nonsense with one drop, I am the victim.
They're not being scammed.
Yeah, they're not getting scammed.
They're not being scammed. It's like people who go get. It's like people who go.
Time out. When you start to talk about Cedric, hold on, Cedric. People who get scammed don't normally know they're getting scammed.
That's the whole point.
That's the
well,
whole
hold on.
Scamming
Okay, okay, Garfield. His definition of a
hold on. In Jamaica right now, they have a whole set of people. I think they were in Montego Bay at one point, where they were calling people here in America, older white people, telling them to send money to Jamaica to win this and win that, till it became a problem for the United States government, where they had to actually form a whole unit, the CIA or the FBI or whatever, to go to Jamaica to stop these scammers from scamming old white people here in America. Now, these white people in America who they were scamming didn't know they were getting scammed. So that's how it works when you're getting scammed, brother. Most of the people that's getting scammed don't know they're getting scammed. That's just the way. That's just life.
And Garfield, his definition is informational scam, and some of the people many of the people that are gonna buy that are also gonna disseminate or teach. So it's scammers buying a scam. So I mean,
I got a question. If me and 93 have the debate, and the debate didn't go well, and because I didn't know how to debate or whatnot, and people paid for it, did they get scammed?
No, that's a whole different situation.
Should they get their money back?
Because what?
Again,
because the debate was whack.
The debate means it's not a condition. It's not a condition of getting refunded. That's a whole different bad analogy, sis.
You buy tickets to a heavyweight fight, and the fight was trash. Were you scammed? No, the fight was simply trash. Again, category fallacy.
Let me make this point. Hey, put me on the screen real fast, yo. Let me show you something, yo.
I got you. Hold on.
What about intent? Intent. This thing,
Hold on for a minute, Kyle. Hold on, Kyle. Because Kyle, the key point. Look, dude, this is a real lever, yo. Right? So I got some lever.
Hold on, I like those. Now, what's up?
Hold on for a minute. Hold on. Why everybody talking crazy? Right? Good level product right here. Right? Mm-hmm. This is like PU right here. It's synthetic. It's a reason. So I ain't want the toes to crack. So I added the synthetic to it. All shoes do that. It's in the product thing right here to tell you what the materials are made out of. I didn't scam anybody. That is crazy, yo. Like, come on, yo. I could do this, right, wrong, or indifferent, yo. I should be able to do this and monetize and sell it to my community without a nigga telling me that I gotta get the money to the fucking liberator. What is he talking about?
He made it.
I've donated shoes to people. I've done all that. I don't gotta tell that man that. Stick to the topic, Divine. Stick to what we're talking about. African Americans aren't the Hebrews, but African Americans do come from the land of Africa. African Americans did lose blood, right? And we black people, that's what we say. The social construct, we admit, we say we black people. The ancient Egyptians didn't say that, but that's what we settled on. So how am I scamming? And then the symbol Abju right there, the first sign of commerce with its trading seals. I know what I'm doing, but niggas is hating on me because I did this. Now I can't, right? And then where the fuck I supposed to get the shoes made at? In Africa? They don't make shoes in Africa, divine. The fucking kufi you got on your head was made in China, but yet you talking about me. All right, the daggone the African quote unquote dashikis you wear is made in Africa. Oh, y'all didn't know that the dashikis that they sell in Africa is from China or Taiwan? Y'all didn't know that? Wait a minute, I'm gonna say this slow. Y'all didn't know that when you go to Africa and buy a dashiki, for the most part, right? We don't speak in absolute. They're made in China. What are we talking about? See, but when he gets slick out the mouth, right? And yeah, I started it because it's always on the docket. It's always on the docket when people are misconstruing African American histories. So I'm always come out of nowhere with that. Really? Nah, 93. Yo, you play too much with that, yo. You do, yo.
Yeah, okay, 93. Let's apologize about
the. He was the fake one. He the one y'all calling fake right here.
Only thing I need to come on,
fake,
man.
Hey, yo, these fake, guess what? Yo, the patent ran out on these. So anybody with some damn sense can make these in any style you want after the airs because the patent is gone. Hey, don't hate me because the research was done. Big up to Tariq. Y'all hating at the end of the day because y'all couldn't think about it. Because y'all couldn't feed y'all families. Because y'all think that liberating the fucking outside is more important than liberating yourself and your family. Y'all crazy. Got 5 kids. 3 of them have graduated from college, 1 in college, and 1 is on their way. While y'all talk about me, nigga, I represent the change I want to see in the world, and that change had to start with me and my fucking family. I'm with my motherfucking kids. What are y'all talking about now? Divine is with his kids. I ain't knocking him, but I never tell Divine where he got to spend his pennant money. You better take all that fake pennant money you got and give it to the Liberation Divine. I'm on your ass. You tripping.
So that's crazy.
Yeah, we're going to all be crazy this round. Yeah, and we're going to talk about the mushrooms, and we're going to talk about the real algae. This man got up. Hold on. This man got up in front of a group of white people. Am I wrong, Garfield? Nope. Am I making this up?
That shit was embarrassing.
Did not Divine get up in front of a group of white people? Hold on. Make sure I ain't crazy. Maybe I lost my mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Here you go. Do y'all see this? The black liberator, the black Hebrew Israelite, he's in front of a group of white people doing what? Here you go, look, here you go. Y'all see that? Yeah, you see this, right? Listen, that's my man Garfield. I snatched him out the audience, yo. Yeah, you see this, right? To help me out.
You would never live this down.
They go Saw. They go to signs beside the Saw, yo. Who is over there? Crazy anti-vax people, white people, black sympathizers, however you want to say it. Curtis John F. Kennedy Jr. crew. Where's Divine at with the microphone in his hand? Do y'all see that? Am I tripping? It's right there for you to see. But he got a nerve to tell me what I'm selling? Really? Well, let's hear what he got to say. Let's see what he was trying to give the African-American community. Why y'all talking crazy right now? 93, why you defending this nut? Here you go. Yeah, here you go. Let's see.
I'm not defending this at all.
Okay, but that was in the post, bro. Since you didn't read the post,
again,
you didn't see the video, you should. I said, yo, why don't you just hold off for a minute until you seen everything? I asked you that.
Well, hold on. If we go through everything, of course, I'm gonna agree that he's pseudo on much of what he says. I'm just talking about him selling the damn thing.
But that was part of the post. That the things he has constructed.
You get multiple posts.
No, they the same about the same issue, bro. You haven't even read the post, bro. You went too hard before you knew everything that was going on.
I did read the post, and there's several posts. I'm just talking about the argument with me and you was just about the pendant. If you bringing all this other stuff into it, you know I'm gonna agree with you.
I know.
You know I'm gonna agree with you.
It was all about this, though, bro. It was all about all of that, yo. So let me play this. What did this man just say? Here you go. What did Divine say? Let's see what's coming out of his mouth. I ain't an anti-vaxxer bullshit. Y'all go listen to the whole debate. They will say the same thing. The scientists will say, man, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Don't call us that. I promise you they say that. What? Rewatch that fucking debate and give us our fucking credit. Bing.
Look at them emotional. Look at that. They're emotional already. I ain't said a word yet. Here we go. A lot of people talking, so let's get into a couple of studies, right? I'm going to go real quick. I know everybody want to break, everybody hungry, everybody want to eat, right? Some of the things that they pose. The first thing they say is, do you trust your doctor to take your blood? Are they aware that there's independent labs that do blood work? Just had it done about 3 weeks ago. Had nothing to do with
Where? Which lab you went to?
Troublemaker.
Number two,
Yo!
is there any viable option or alternative to vaccinations? The one thing that I said when I was talking to my brother Garfield and my brother Ankh, sitting down one-on-one, I said there could be alternatives to adjuvants other than the aluminum salts and the thermosol that is there in vaccinations.
White man cheering him on. Cheer him on, white man.
Are you there? Y'all not even paying attention. You see this? Emotional. Look at them. Look at that. I'm pseudo, but I'm about to pull up the reports. And I'm pseudo. All right. So, hold on. There's a couple of studies. Are you looking over here? Look at them. Look at them. Look, talking all this. And now you're paying attention. You don't want this word. Hey, this is for you. Hurry up. Pay attention. People's time. Are you aware that red marine algae has been used as an anti-HPV? Are you aware of that? You see capsid, hold on. There's two different types of viruses. There's the ones that are enveloped and the ones that's unenveloped. Are you familiar with that? And it's advocacy against the unenveloped viruses. Are you familiar with that? Yes or no? If not, then you're ready to study, or I can do it after the break. No? All right, let's keep going. Now, are you familiar with sage, right? Because people say bird of sage is all pseudo and stuff like that. Did you know there's Greek reports that show that it has antibacterial activities?
Oh my God. Sage? Oh.
So this man said red algae and sage in the middle of one of the most important debates for African Americans as an alternative for vaccinations, as an alternative to ad events. And that nigga ain't scamming? Man, y'all got me fucked up.
You get red algae from dead water, brackish water in ponds usually. When you have a salt pond or where fresh water meets salt water, in that environment, when the water is deprived of oxygen, the algae, which is a fungus, grows because of debris. So the waste that is produced by fish and other living organisms, they produce high nitrogen-rich waste. And that nitrogen-rich waste is consumed by the algae. Now, in an environment with rich in sodium, you're going to get rich red algae. So this man wants you to consume algae that is produced by shit.
Hey, Gideon, what's up, Gideon?
Where Kyle at? Now Kyle was supposed to talk. And please don't skip Kyle. Because Kyle, he never got a chance to speak, yo.
Oh man, let me step away. I didn't hear this.
I met them together. I met Divine and I met Kyle, a couple other brothers, yo. And at that point, when I met
all of them, and Rocky too. Rocky was there too.
Yeah. When I met them, yo, I felt like they were among some of the most intelligent black men I had met in a while. And I told them that during that day. So the point is, why is Divine still where he at? And all of them have moved forward based off what they knew. Somebody scamming. Go ahead, Kyle. I ain't asking you to support me. I just want to hear what you guys say. Because
for the record, I'm stepping away from the computer. Go ahead.
Okay. Plausible deniability, Garfield. You don't know nothing about this. All right, listen. So what Uncle saying is absolutely correct, right? That's the reason why I came on here, because we got to deal with the intent behind something, right? The intent is to propagate a false narrative to people. So like Uncle was talking about, I think it was like 6 or 7 of us that met Uncle. We all started RBG Hebrews like back in 2014, 2013. We like literally, I was part of that panel. Me, Raphael, Brian, Rocky, we was there. We started the shit ourselves, and we came to the conclusion as a collective, hey man, we not Hebrew Israelites. Divine was like, I'm too deep into this. I got a following that follows me. I can't back out now. This is what he said to us. And we were like, bro, so you don't keep on telling people that something you know you wrong about? And he was like, hey man, these bills gotta get paid. So that's why I'm on
Hold
here.
on. Hold on. Are you saying that Divine Prospect, aka Ron Shields, said out of his mouth, Kyle, that he's too far deep into this and he has a following? And what he said after that?
Absolutely. I put my right hand to with the universe, the God, on my babies, man. Like that's what he told. That's why I go so hard on him, because y'all just not understanding that, but this is what he told us. And we were like, bro, that's wild.
Now that's a scam.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right there. That's
Man, I've been trying to tell you.
Miss Tiffany said, what?
Yeah, that. See, but man,
no,
that's crazy.
You gotta know the whole plan.
How come you never told me about this conversation?
I'm not done with you. I ain't done with you. I'm not done with you yet. But
listen, Garfield, I've been saying.
No. Let Kyle finish, please.
You forgot, Kyle you was there with me, Garfield. You tripping right now?
Yeah, like bro,
I'm getting old.
I'm getting old as fuck.
Let Kyle finish, please. This is beautiful.
We have had these discussions before, Garfield, but I don't think maybe you understood the relationship. Like we started a congregation together, and we were like, this ain't it. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, man, I got about 5,000 followers on my my YouTube platform. I got people who depend on me. I got Kingdom of Harvester, and he didn't want to step away from that because it was financially beneficial to him. And so once you understand that you wrong, and you continue to tell people that you right when you know you wrong in your core, that's scamming to me. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about the pennants or the shirts or whatever. Because if you believe that you was right, that's one thing. But if you know you fucking wrong and you still doing this and you bringing other people to the fold and get monetary gain from the people, that is scamming, bro. I'm sorry.
So did he admit that you was right? He came to the same conclusion y'all all came to, right?
Hold on, 93. Hold on. Hey, Kyle, after I talked to y'all for about 3-4 hours in that hotel room as men, what did I tell y'all niggas? Divine conclusion. What did I say?
You said we too smart for this.
And I said, in a couple of months, y'all gonna be what?
Oh yeah, y'all ain't gonna be Hebrews in a few months.
I said it's impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible. We talking Charles Darwin. We talking migration patterns. We talking about African culture. I was like this. I was like, what? I said, really? I say, no, y'all niggas ain't gonna be Hebrews for long. I say to be impossible, yo, to say the stuff that y'all saying. That's what I was trying to tell you, 93. But you know what, yo, you underestimated the old man, bro. You shouldn't do that, bro.
That's why
I didn't underestimate you.
That's why me and Ron fell out. And if I can go to my Facebook, I can probably find a screenshot for. We had a group chat for RBG Hebrews, and we were like, bro, like you know this is wrong. Let me see if I can find those.
Hell yeah, if you get that.
You get that right now. I'll stay alive.
Hell yeah, we stay alive. Get that shit.
What I'm saying is, it's not about that.
He listened. He gonna delete that right now.
Oh, yo, hold on. But listen.
Hurry up.
No, y'all missing the point, yo. I'm saying when you talk about intricate information, right? And you understand, brothers understanding certain things. That's why I said that to you, 93. I said, based off of the way I understand you study, yo, based off of the things I know you read, yo, you cannot come back and all of a sudden say that African Americans are fucking Hebrews. I would have to say you are a scammer. You do not go to university style lectures. You do not go to scientific conferences, right, dealing with biology and evolution, and come back and say something totally different. Garfield said it regular. He said, bro, we reading the same articles. If you're reading the same articles, you can only come to the conclusion that the actual scientific article is saying. You can't have an alternative conclusion, because if you do, you're scamming.
I'm not gonna further argue against you, especially now with what Kyle revealed. But I will say this: I don't believe he has a good grasp of genetics. Even if he went around them, I don't think he took that knowledge in well, based on how I've seen him act.
Talking about that 10 years ago, they was talking about genetics back then.
Yeah, but people talk and never know though. People can talk for years and never really learn that stuff. I don't think he really did, in my opinion.
I'm not saying that none of us really understand genetics. I ain't saying that. I'm saying that it was all on the table. Yo, I was in that motherfucker thinking, I'm in that motherfucker fighting for my life with these niggas, yo. Yo, they was young. It was 11 years ago. Yo, they was young and hungry, and they was kicking that shit, yo. And I was by myself. So when he talked about I need a team, nigga, I was by myself in that room.
Hold on a
talking.
Second. Hold on a second, Unc. Look at this what this person wrote to you. Unc, you guys are crazy. You said divine status is not advancing, but the Israelites as a whole is advancing. So your thought is flawed. Advancing where? How? You know what, Unc? Even if we were, say, African Americans were Israelites, what? And then what? What happened?
Some way, yo.
And then what?
God will finally listen.
That shit is crazy, man.
Come on, Kyle.
Infinite minds.
Right. The same white guy behind was agreeing with us off camera. Yep.
Right. With the vaccine thing.
You recorded. Didn't I record that? One of us recorded it.
Bro, listen.
Was it me? I gotta find that video.
Bro, the white boy was like, I said, yo, because I started the debate before the debate. I say, come on, yo, you're a scientist, yo. Is you trying to say, first of all, me and the scientist started talking about evolution. He was like, yeah, so what college did you graduate from? Based off our conversation, I say, nigga, I ain't never went to college. I dropped out. I went for a year. He was like, really? I thought you graduated from college based off this. I said, this guy, talking about divine, I said, he the one don't agree with evolution. And the sound was like, ha, 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 ha. I said, yo, you mean to tell me you're going to get up there on stage and say vaccines don't work based off your knowledge of evolution? He was like, oh, no. My children are vaccinated. I get vaccinated. I'm not saying the vaccines don't work.
What was the date of that vaccine debate again? What was the date?
2019.
You sure?
Yeah, 18. yes.
No, I don't think
18. Yeah, the 18.
It had to be 18 or 19.
18 or 19, but it was definitely 2019.
Let me see if I got
it. It was December.
I was videotaping.
Why they call it COVID-19.
I was videotaping.
And you had the guy, the scientist was like, I said, I bet you won't go up there and say that. The white boy walked right up there and say, all my kids are vaccinated. I'm vaccinated. I just want safer vaccines. I was like, well, there you go. Come on, bro. Like, people act like we ain't did all this. Garfield was the first person. Garfield was like, why you talking about vaccines? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just talking about it. That's what it is. I said I went to Mississippi and was talking to my family in Mississippi, and they was against it, and I just educated them. And so I feel like the community need to have this. Garfield was like, bet. Because back then, Garfield just like now, channel was bubbling. So he gave me this opportunity, right? After me beating up Divine, which he keeps saying which is crazy, right? We did that. Me, him, and Sean was definitely early, pre daggone fucking pandemic. Did a prolifery of shows on Garfield's channel about vaccines, man. Come on, dude. And as we educate ourselves more and more, we start to be prolific with the damn subject, yo. That first conversation about vaccines was me and Divine. Yeah. This man fighting for some mushrooms, herbs, spices to stop a virus. Came out his mouth. Come on, bro. I'm not trying to hear that.
A fungus. What is a fungus gonna do for a virus? Come, this is ridiculous.
I'm gonna check my other phone when I charge it. Yeah, I think it's from my Android. I remember videotaping when he was with the guy. Either we did it live on Facebook or something. We did. I know a video.
We got the video, yo, where the guy said it, right?
Who had it? You had it or I had it?
No, it was streaming on one of those websites.
Yeah, we got that. I'm gonna get the video. We can actually play the whole video. It's right there. But my point is, the Black Liberation guy is standing over there with a bunch of white people. I'm saying it was a bunch of white people, yo. The whole thing was fixed.
Mm-hmm.
What you
James
mean?
Smalls, I mean, the timekeeper was anti-vax.
Curtis
Cost, right?
The pseudos of them all.
Right. The lady that was keeping the time was anti-vax. Curtis Cost, the moderator, was anti-vax. Everybody was anti-vax. It was full of white people with about 10 black people, yo. It was close to 3,000-4,000 people in there, yo. All white. And guess what side Divine got on? The white people side, talking about some vegetables. Him and James Smalls. What are we talking about here, yo? Even if you don't understand the conversation, don't dive in it against me.
Keep the lie going. You got to keep the lie going, though.
Yeah.
You got to be
I ain't finished
anti.
with the line,
Is it first of all, to be in the Hebrew Israelite movement, most of them you have to be anti-establishment, because the establishment is supposed to be Babylon. So at the end of the day, he's not going to be for vaccine. That's not going to happen. Hey, Gideon, Israel, are you still there? What's up? What's on your mind, bro? Before I get out of here.
All praises to the Most High, in the name of Yahshua. What's going on, everybody? Shalom. I was just listening, and I actually seen the post that Ankh put up, and just speaking in relaxed, tones, like it was laughable. Like I don't understand it because, for one, it's something tangible that he's selling, and then for two, this is something that's steeped in rather a tradition or a belief of a spiritual people. So you making that objection is you being subjective to the belief system. But when you subtract your biasness for the belief system, fair exchange ain't really a robbery, because for one, he's promoting that something that's not only been done in Israel, but we see that carried through West Africa. That's a strong West African tradition that we see, whether you want to say it's Israelite or not. Whereas
What tradition? What tradition is that? Can you explain it to us? Which tradition are you talking about?
when you're speaking of things such as talismans, greaves, fetishes, things like that.
You talk about amulets and amulets protecting you. You're saying that's something in Africa.
Right, correct.
Popular in Africa. Well,
right. So
hey, Gideon, what's all that trash you was talking on Facebook, yo?
It's what I'm telling you right now.
Can we read it though? I would like to read it. I would like to read it though. Garfield, can you pull it up, please? Come on.
Which
Don't
post
run
is it
now.
on? Which post is it on?
As he came to save the hoe. It's right there. Comments is right there. I like to read that, yo.
Make sure your post or Ron Shields' post?
On it's on my post. I believe that's the first one.
First one, okay.
The one where I talk about the pen and I show that piece right there. Let's talk about this, Gideon. Because you got super slick on that, bro. Glad to have you here, bro.
Hold on. Let's see. Hold on, Gideon. Don't say a word. Is it talking about this post? This one?
Yeah. Well, you get click the comments. Let's find them. Yeah, I like this. Always like pulling up.
Gideon, what's your name on Facebook? Same Gideon?
Same thing. Talking crazy. Watch this.
There you go, right here. Hold up, Ankh. Wasn't you selling Alibaba Air Max? What benefit was those? Me pointing at them and saying, what are those? You don't even believe in the RBG. So not only you selling sub-adequate shoes, you grifting off Pan-Africanism, shaking my head. To say you're a scientist, those shoes you're selling won't hold up to any scientific testing. Wow. Probably paid like 1,000 for 10K per whatever. Man, knock it off.
Wow.
Unintended. And as far as Defiance merchandise, we as Africans have used pendants, talisman, greed, since Jerusalem to West Africa. Some good, some bad, and it's documented. So please stay out our culture and go read a scientific journal before. Okay, you got a lot of questions.
He had a lot to say.
Yeah, yo, what's all that? What you saying now, yo? You was slick on Facebook, bro. Yeah, I pulled up everybody from Divine to you. I ain't never ran. Whether I'm exquisite with my conversation or not, well, if I look like the stupidest nigga in the room, at the end of the day, when that rubber meet the road, I'm on your head. Alibaba, what? I or the truth? Did I get him from Alibaba? I'm listening. What's your point?
Come on.
Big shot.
I am not a cop. Look, check it out. I'll be the first to say I'm not a copyright lawyer, but those shoes are a knockoff of Air Max. I'm quite sure Philip Knight has no idea you selling them shoes by the dozen.
And that's how you know I wasn't talking about you, because I had joked and said Jordans. Those are Air Max.
I don't need you right now, though. 93.
So that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Get in. Did I get him from Alibaba or not? Do you know this to be the truth?
That's not the point.
No,
they didn't come from Nike. They didn't come from
Alibaba
Nike
a joke. Hold on, was Alibaba a joke? If it was a joke, this was being funny.
No, it was a joke, but it was pointing to the obscure origin of the shoes, where they came
Okay.
from.
May I explain this to you? Are you willing to
Yeah,
listen?
please.
And then make sure you
And
fucking
please prove me
apologize
wrong
live.
and show me the scientific
And
testing that went behind them.
Hey,
Because
yo,
Nike,
and make sure
right.
you fucking apologize on air because you got slick on Facebook, brother. I would like a formal apology on Facebook, my nigga. Now, when you're taking products and goods for China, they do not allow knockoffs, my nigga. It's against the rules and regulations. You have to pay a person to get the products and goods to move from one port to another, and they check that shit. They will seize your shit. It is illegal to sell knockoff products, bro. So I did not put $50,000 to get my shit taken. What are you talking about now? It's called a patent. The patent lasts for about 20 years, bro. The patent had ran out on it, so they can do nothing about it, bro. What are you talking about? What's next? I need that apology, my nigga.
Oh,
okay.
I need something from him too. But yeah, talk back to Ankh, and then I'll
cat got your tongue?
Okay. If you want,
okay, what?
Legally speaking,
you cannot spend.
You're not stealing, right? And I'm not saying you're stealing right now. What I'm saying is you're selling knockoff shoes that are not original. That's what I'm saying.
If it's a knockoff, he wouldn't be allowed to sell it, bro.
Yeah, they can't sell knockoffs, yo.
He just
okay. So this is why I roll with the Torah.
Gideon, just like the
no,
ancient
don't switch
Israelites,
no Torah.
Hold on. Just like the ancient Israelites, you make the claims, you can't prove them. It's the same thing. You made a claim that you don't know nothing about. So is either you go submit to it and apologize, or we just kick you off the scene today.
Look, so I don't know where you was, Garfield. I don't know if he was afar or what, but I've been buying them from Nike since 1995. Now, if Ankh want to say whatever type of magic he want to say and say them not Nike Air Max, he can do that. But I'm still not gonna believe him, and I'm still gonna say they knockoffs. Period.
Gideon.
Go ahead.
Did you listen to what Ankh just said a while ago? Did you just listen to what Ankh
obviously he's disagreeing with what I'm saying when I'm saying those are Nike knockoff Air Max.
So if you said they're Nike Air Max and he said he has
I said knockoff Air Max.
So if how is it a knockoff when there's no patent by Nike anymore for that?
Okay, again, I never been a Yorkie. I never been nothing believe in a million years. I believe in what's written, right? So what I see, you're not going to convince me of anything else.
Okay. Oh, stop right there. Stop right there.
Period.
Oh, stop right there. I want you to prove that Israelites left from Jerusalem and went to West Africa. I want you to prove
no, we talking about the chemist team.
No, you said it on the post. You said it on the post. You ain't getting away from it.
We're talking about the Timu tennis line right now.
No. We talking about Jerusalem to West Africa because you said it in the fucking post. You lied. You fucking lied. And I caught it. You running the scam too. So let's go. Let's get this scam out the way right now. Jerusalem to West Africa. Let's go.
Okay, he would be a scammer according to you.
That's not a scam, man. Listen. Peace, Garfield.
No. Keep the branch. Hold on, keep the branch. The scam of lying about Jerusalem to West Africa. It's a scam.
That's not a scam.
A scam is a lie. No. A lie. Keep the branch. Hold on. I'm gonna get to you in a second. Let me deal with this guy on top, Gideon first, and you could come in after. Okay? I got you. Gideon, let's go from Jerusalem to what did you say on the post? From Jerusalem to West Africa. Let's go. Let's get it. Yara came on here and Yara tried to prove it. He had to step back and walk away from it. Don't bring up no get you, Mr. GD and Capone. Don't come in here and bring no bullshit Babylon the Timbuktu up. We don't want to hear that bullshit because it's bullshit. So Gideon, Israel, you prove Jerusalem to West Africa right now. Let's go. You on the clock.
Oh man, that's so easy. I'm gonna give you something specifically with what I'm talking about, right? When you look at the issue of what we call fetish or greed, we can see a direct correlation with the practices in West Africa and the Bible, and that's what I mean, right?
Again,
so
stop. You're not playing that game with me because I said from Jerusalem to West Africa. Let's go. We in Jerusalem. How did we get to West Africa?
Why are you interrupting me when I'm about to?
Because
that's
we know
what I'm about to say.
People traded and brought their.
Ain't nothing about no trading. I'm talking about.
Let's go from Jerusalem. Start. We're at Jerusalem right now. Let's go.
So look, when I'm talking, I'm just gonna need you to be quiet till I finish, so you can get the complete thought. That's why a lot of you guys don't learn nothing because you don't want to listen.
Because I bet you don't have a
Right.
source of what you're saying. I bet
Right.
you I bet you $500 right now you don't pull out a source. Say
So
bet.
we gonna add that to the $1,000 you owe me already for opening your mouth saying wasn't no Hebrews calling themselves Hebrews in Africa, and I had to show you that you're totally wrong.
Hey, Garfield.
You know
Hey,
what?
Garfield. Hold on.
So you
Don't
gonna
get them
add that
off.
to the tab?
Hey, Garfield. Don't get them off. Hold on. Garfield.
From Jews
I
to
struck a nerve he can't get rid of. That's what it is.
But we want to see the evidence. Gideon.
I don't like my credibility and what I brought you community challenge like that with bad information. Can you just show my screen, please, about these shoes? Do y'all see these shoes right there?
Yeah.
This is called look, Sebagos, right? Dockers. Okay. Are these the knockoffs? Yes or no?
From moccasin? No, you yell.
Look at it. Look at the style. Look at the style. Look at the penny loafers, right? I can click this shoe right here. Look, y'all see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, y'all sure? Okay, let me move to this company right here. Okay, Sperry. Y'all see the shoes? See, niggas get magical thinking in their mind and they can't reason. Is this the knockoff? Is this company Sperry knocking off this company? I'm asking.
Knock it off. You know what that's called?
That's
a specific type of shoe.
Hey, bro.
Hey,
bro. Do you not see this? Is this the knockoff? I'm asking you a question, bro. Don't play with me, yo. Go play with somebody else, bro. Is it the knockoff?
That's a certain type of shoe.
No, it's not.
Yes,
No, it's not.
yes, it's the knockoff.
Hold on. I'm moving to
That's
this
a
shoe.
style,
I'm moving to this shoe. Is this the knockoff? This is Timberland, right? These are Timberlands. What are we talking about here, bro?
You sound like Master P explaining why he
what?
made a movie
I'm
called Hot
asking
Boys,
you
bro.
a
Knock it
question,
off,
bro. Hold on. You look at this shoe. Look. Here you go. Do you see this shoe right here? Is this the knockoff, or is this the knockoff? What?
Just,
hold on.
Wait, because they got a type of loafer.
No, bro. Hey, bro.
Those
Look at
are
this.
loafers,
Hold on.
right?
Look. Hey, bro. Do you see this? Think about this, yo. Think about what we're doing to each other right now. Y'all sitting here looking at this shoe right here. It's probably you're just miseducated on how shoes work, bro. You probably just don't understand how it works, yo. Maybe we can just.
I'm explaining it to you.
I know we not.
Nike came out with those shoes in the early 90s,
bro.
That was not a broad. That wasn't a general type of shoe.
I know you see this right now, yo.
Okay,
I know you see this right now, bro. I know what your eyes are saying. This nigga got me. Your eyes are saying
Nike Air
this
Max
nigga
was
got
created
me.
by Nike, bro.
Hey, yo, your eyes is saying this nigga got me. Now your heart ain't worth shit. Because the God you believe in ain't telling you, hey, bro, you just wrong. See, that's
a specific type of shoe, though. So what type of shoe is those Air Max?
GD and Capone, you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah,
I'm just saying, bro. Listen,
hold on.
Them the same shoes that you can get at the damn flea market. Are the shoes at the flea market knockoffs?
No, that's not the point. You're not getting the point.
I get what he's saying, bro. Yes, you can cite somebody's patent and put your brand on it.
What is Ankh saying? Go ahead. What is he saying?
No, I'm saying I get what the brother is saying. Yes, you can copy somebody's patent or cite it and put your brand on it. But it's still that person's patent though. It's still there.
Oh, you see, you're not listening. How can you copy somebody's who has something that's patented?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, and that's exactly what I'm trying to skirt around. This is the general design.
Oh, man.
Any company can take this design. It's almost like a biker shoe. Any company can make a biker shoe. But what Ankh is doing, he's taking Nike's fresh design and making it his own. That's a clear-cut Nike shoe without the Nike. It's a psyche.
Hey,
Garfield, can you take that?
Do your
Can you
thing.
take that tone 360 off? Can you take that tone 360 off? Do not allow these niggas to interrupt me, bro. Do y'all not see this shoe right here? What is this?
It's a Nike.
Are you sure?
Nike
They look like an Air
They was
Force One.
definitely first. Am
Look
I
like Air
correct?
Force Ones.
Okay, hold on, niggas. Since y'all
My
talking
eyes
shit,
tell me
hold
those are
on.
Nike.
Hold on. Now what is this? Hold on. What is this? Y'all a bunch of old
Them
ass,
bathing
wild
apes.
ass niggas. What's
Those are
this?
Them
bathing
bathing
apes.
apes.
What is they?
Bathing apes.
Hold on. Is
That's
they
a
knockoff? Hold on.
collaboration with another
Hold,
multi. Go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna say this one more time. Are these knockoffs? Because they definitely come after the Nikes.
But that how the base was when they first came out, though?
Nigga, y'all crazy, yo. Y'all doing it on purpose, yo. That's why I can't fuck with religion, yo.
No, I'm saying when Baby Nates first came out, they
No, they not.
didn't
No,
look
they
like
not.
Air Force Ones.
What are we doing here? This is
Okay,
crazy.
see what y'all
When
doing. I'm gonna do this again for y'all. I'm gonna show you
when
what
the
your lying
original
eyes.
Baby
I'm gonna do
Nates
this
they
again.
came out, they
Man, we
didn't
don't
look
want to.
nothing like Air
Hey,
Force
bro,
Ones.
don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Why are they allowed to do this? And none of y'all niggas say they was knockoffs, yo. Why when I do it is a knockoff? Maybe I know what these motherfuckers know and y'all just hating. See, maybe that's what it is, yo. Maybe y'all just hating right now. Maybe
Why are
y'all
you
don't
defending your
believe.
shoes?
Maybe y'all don't care about motherfucking black people.
Hey,
Maybe it's that. Maybe you care more about your religion than the people you walk around every day. I just taught y'all niggas something. We are allowed to do this because the patent has ran out on the Air Force Ones, and nobody calls it knockoffs. But ignorant ass Hebrew niggas, you talking over me, bro. I'm gonna say this again. Nobody but ignorant people would ever say that this is a knockoff. It costs $300. It's not a knockoff. The patent has ran out. They are allowed to do it in business and commerce. You don't know what you're talking about, but you fucking with me. You knocked out on your feet and you stumbling. Instead of being men and say, you know what, yo, I actually didn't know that. I apologize, and we can just move on.
Exactly. That's what I'm
We
trying
just move
to say.
on.
That's what I'm
Nigga,
trying to
my
say to
son
you, though.
Onyx, you know what I'm saying? He
If
said,
they
yo, check
don't
this
know,
out.
you gotta educate them on that.
All right, stop.
You gotta educate them on that. Like,
Get back
look, I
to
put
the
my
subject. That's a distraction. Y'all ain't really dealing with the subject. That's a distraction. That man
No,
making money. Let
it's
him
not.
make his money.
Hold on for a minute. It's not a distraction because Divine Wild Ass said the same thing. We pulled up that man Post Gideon, who's supposed to be in the house of Israel or something wild like that, right? He said that to me in public forum, bro. Both of them trying to defame what I'm doing as an African American because I ain't going for that wild, crazy religion they made up.
Hold on,
And they
hold
attacked
on.
me with my
Hold on.
shoes. It's my business, bro. I put thousands in that, and y'all gonna tell me y'all
But
don't
you can say
understand
the same
patents on
thing
shoes?
about Divine, though.
Man, listen, bro. I never said that. You
No,
doing what
I'm saying
Nike
the
did, and
same
I
reason
never
why
said that.
people hating on
If you
you,
was doing
you're
something
hating
illegal,
on
you would
Divine.
probably be in jail or being sued right now. So no, we ain't got time to be saying you ain't making you making
No,
money
that's not
falsely.
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying. I'm
illegally.
saying as a business merchant, bro, as a person, big up to Tariq, yo, who brought the idea to the community. Once a patent runs out on a shoe, the same thing with the patent with the Timberlands. Docker can make it. Sebagos can make it, and no white people say they knockoffs. They just look for the quality and
I'm
they
not
either buy it
disagreeing
or they
with you.
don't. Let
We
me finish,
understand
nigga.
that.
Let me finish. Let me teach. We should
You
not
said it
talk
a
over
lot
each
of
other.
times, bro.
We don't know what we're saying. Let me finish my point. Then you can get in. You may be going with me, but let me finish. We can never understand conversations because they're incoherent with interruptions. What I am saying is young African-American men and women that are business-minded and have money, instead of selling dope, you can do what that company did with the patent. Once it runs out, you are allowed to do it. You just can't have a Nike swoosh on it.
That's right.
That's
A
all
lot
we
of people,
did, man.
a
Let
lot
me
of
finish, bro. I don't need you in action right now, even if you're on my side. I need to be able to do what I'm doing because I got these niggas. And they knocked out on their feet. Both of them.
but you're doing it the wrong way, though, bro, man. You
Nigga,
can't.
let me do it the way I want to do it, though. How about that?
Yeah,
For
but
me
you
and you
trying to.
start beefing. Let me do it the way
Well,
I want to do it. I don't want to do it the way you
can't.
want to do it because you
But
ain't spend your money.
you're trying to defame the Hebrews because of what you're doing.
Nigga, I
That's
don't
not right
appreciate
the
it.
way you're
Hey,
doing it.
Garfield, can you get this nigga out of here, yo? Can you get this nigga out of here, yo? Please get this
Sabio,
nigga.
what up?
Yeah,
I'm going to say this one more time.
What up with it? What up?
African-American males, African-American women, young men, young women, instead of selling dope, y'all can take your money, put it together, 2, 3 of y'all, find out when the patent is running out on the shoe, design your own shoe, put Africa on to do what you want to do, and get this money. And go to China or go to Taiwan, because that's where they make the shit at. Everybody on this panel right now, look at your damn shoes, get in with your slick ass mouth. This shit say Taiwan on it, bro. Why? Why is Nike allowed to make their shoes in Taiwan, but Brother Ankh is not? Why is Timberland and Sebago allowed to deal with things that the patents ran out, but Brother Ankh is not? Because y'all haters of yourself. There's no other reason behind it. And the niggas won't apologize. Because they conquered by religion and the truth ain't in them. Because the atheists understand business better than you. Y'all always should have told y'all niggas that you know they got patents on them shoes and the patent is not fucking forever.
Hey, I apologize if I'm wrong. If I was wrong by anything I said, bro, I apologize. Ignorant. Look, this the whole thing, bro. You can clear that up just showing your ownership of your product.
No, he doesn't. No, he don't need to do that.
That's all you have to do, bro. Like, look, when they say that, you pull out your paperwork. Like, look, I own this shoe. Nobody.
F all of that. Don't show nothing.
Why we defending the shoe?
No, hey, stop defending your shoe. Your shoe speak for itself. We're gonna continue.
What you mean?
Yeah, you ain't gotta defend them.
No. I just wanted a moment to educate in how Divine ignorantly said that I got shoes from China. This man suppose he act like he a scholar. He acts like he has a doctorate degree, and this nigga ain't got enough sense before he come at me. Nigga, before you come at the king, nigga, you better kill me. Y'all misunderstanding commerce. You misunderstanding where shoes are made at on planet Earth, and y'all tripping because y'all hating, yo. I don't hate on Divine. I tell exactly what the scholars are saying. I'm not a hater. I'm a participator. I don't hate on Gideon. I'm saying you can't come up here and tell me nothing about shoes because you're not educated on the subject, but yet you ran your mouth in the public forum. And now you're wrong. You want to say, you know what, yo, I just didn't know that. You know why you can't do it? Because your God don't tell you to do it. Because you're a hater at the end of the day. Because the truth ain't in you. Because Yahweh Elohim, that goddamn energy drink won't say, you know what? You know he got you. You won't do it. Because you don't, guess what? But Brother Uncle said, you know what? I was wrong. And it don't take me long. Y'all been hating on me for the last 15 years. You hate on my company. You hate on everything I do because you can't do what I do. You stuck in Israel some motherfucking way instead of being stuck in reality where you take care of your family. Divine gonna tell me that I can't take care of my family, that I gotta fund the revolution. Nigga, I ain't never said that. Fund the revolution? I'm gonna take my money and fund the revolution? Matter of fact, I ain't asked none of y'all niggas for nothing. I pay for my fucking internet. I pay for my goddamn trips. I pay out my money, out my pocket to educate people. It's volunteer work and it costs money to do volunteer work. That's why it's called volunteer work, because the person is doing it pay their own damn dime. I simply ask for support. I simply give you a product, right, that I'm not misrepresenting, because you can look at the damn shoe and it clearly says on the motherfucking shoe why y'all crazy as fuck. It tell you where they made at, just like every shoe tell you where it's made at. Y'all a bunch of nuts. Put that screen up there, Garfield. Put that up there, Garfield. Where you at?
I got you.
Put that up. Since I'm scamming, nigga, look, what y'all talking about? Where it says it's made at, huh? Yeah, y'all bunch of haters, yo. Yeah, you mad because y'all ain't never beat me at nothing. Y'all can't beat me at rock throwing. Y'all can't beat me at reading and writing. Y'all can't beat me at talking about ancient Israel. I know your religion better than you. You can't beat me in biblical archaeology. You can't beat me nothing, because guess what? Y'all niggas never was even talking about biblical archaeology. Brother Unc came and told y'all wild ass niggas. Y'all niggas was talking about Divine. My first conversation with Divine, this nigga ain't even understand archaeology, but he won't tell you that. Get out of here. Y'all raised all them little dudes. Y'all tripping right now. Bunch of hate.
I understand archaeology.
All right, GDN Capone. You got proof from Jerusalem to West Africa?
Yeah, that's the next one.
Hold on, Gideon. Go ahead, GDN.
Thank you, Garfield. Let's beat them up on their fake ass claim about coming from fucking.
I got proof of kingdom of Jews in the western part of Africa, of course.
I'm going to ask you again, do you have evidence of leaving from Jerusalem after 70 AD to come into West Africa?
Right.
Yeah. It's different. It's tons of different, there's multiple kingdoms in northern Africa and going to the west part of Africa from the time of the first century all the way to the 1400s.
Can you show us that? Because
one of them is the Jews of Ben El Sadan, which in Arabic means the land of the blacks. So the Jews of the land of the blacks. You also got the Jews of Angolia.
Again, I'm asking you a simple question. This is the problem. I'm asking you, do you have evidence of anyone leaving Jerusalem going into West Africa from Jerusalem? This is what you guys teach because you want to say you are the people of the book. So I want you to show me who these people are and how they got to West Africa. Jews of Bilal El Sudan, I'm familiar with that. That ain't got nothing to do with from Jerusalem to they say where
Yeah,
they
so
hold on.
so
Wait, are you saying the Jews of Bilal El Sudan come from Israel?
yeah.
They say they come from Israel. Show me where they said that at. Where they said
Bro,
that?
why would they be called Jews if they didn't come from the
He
Southern
asked
Kingdom?
you for the proof. He asked you for the proof, brother.
What type of proof do you
93.
want?
Watch how serious you're gonna be on this subject, bro. Watch how prolific you are on this subject. I'm gonna shut up and watch you on golf.
What type of proof do you want?
You need to be given some kind of written or archaeological or some kind of material culture to back up your claim that they came from Jerusalem to West Africa. When, how, by what means?
Right. So because
Migration, escaping. It tells you. Hold on. Let me
this is an
get.
answer
Let me
to
pull some up real quick.
this is an
Okay, well,
answer
get
to
the
one of the
source.
questions that I asked. Because if you can show this, everybody here dies. Because one of the best questions I think I asked is show us this tradition in West Africa before the 1400s, before the 1300s. And you said you got the evidence. So go ahead, shut us all down.
Yeah. So you also got the Jews that was in
Show us
the.
Hellenism in West
Hold
Africa
on.
before the
Let him
1300s.
hold on, Simeon, let him go.
Yeah, let him go. Hold on a second. Let's be clear now. After 70 AD, there's a claim that Jews left out of that region, went up in Africa, ended up in West Africa. So I would like to see you do it step by step of how this happened over the centuries.
Okay. So step by step, in the first century, the Romans made a decree that any Jews, anybody connected to David, rather, was to be they would be executed. So a lot of them fled, and they went.
Stop right there. Go ahead. Where did you hear that Roman decree from?
That's in the Eusebius, and I think it's in Tacitus too, because Tacitus spoke about.
No. This is what we do here on my show, right? This is how Garfield run his channel. If you make a claim, you make sure you have a source to back that claim. Not I think. So hold on. I'm sure you got 100 million sources. I don't doubt it. But you got to tell us where you got that from, and we need to look it up right now.
What are you
Okay.
saying?
You will not make a claim on my show.
Okay, so the decree was made by Domitian. He's the Roman emperor.
Domitian.
Okay. He's the one. He made the decree.
He made Domitian made a decree saying what?
In the first century, anybody connected to the lineage of David is to be I believe it was executed was the verbiage, but it was a judgment upon them.
What they got to do with what we talking
Hold on.
So a lot of those Jews.
Hold on. Stop. So Domitian, what time period was Domitian, by the way?
He's in the going into the I said first century. I mean second. He's in the like 100 time period, like in the 100 CE. So that's second century.
So what does that have to do? He's not in the second century, by the way. He died 96. So you're wrong about
96 second.
Hold on. 96 is not the second century. 96.
I didn't say. I'm not saying. I said around that time. So 96. That's 4 years off from being in the second century, bro. Why are you playing semantics?
Because I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's no decree.
That's right. What decree are you talking about? What year was this decree put out?
Right. I'm sure over here like what decree?
All right, hold on. Let me get it for you. Give me 1 second.
I'll show you why my brother used the word scamming. Because this is what he's doing right now. He's trying to scam us. It's not working.
See?
He's trying to convince other African Americans that we are Israelites based off of that information, and it's not true.
See?
That's a scam.
I'm trying to say, yo.
There's no source of what he's saying. It's a scam.
The easiest way to convince me.
The easiest. Hold on, Aya. The easiest way to convince me.
There's no.
The easiest way to convince me is to show me Hellenism in West Africa. Y'all
Don't
got him.
change
You
it.
can show me. No,
Yeah, don't
that's
stay with
I'm not
Garfield. Got him though.
Hold on, hold on,
That's
hold
where
on.
Garfield got him.
Chill.
Okay.
Don't
All right.
give Gideon. Gideon, do you have a source from 70 AD pointing to them going into West Africa? Yes
Yeah,
or
we
no?
waiting on that next.
So when you're looking at how Israelites got
You
into the
apologize for them shoes though, nigga, because you wasn't educated on it.
Oh, one thing you know, right? You know you my
Okay.
No, he's not. Because if he was, you wouldn't even have said that in the
bro.
first
Listen what I'm saying.
man
Listen
went
what
to
I'm saying.
divine. Hold on a second, if it was me and you arguing, he would have never got involved.
Yep.
He would have never fucking got involved.
Nope.
But because it's his brother, so-called brother in faith. Fuck all of that. Because I'm sure Divine don't give a damn about you, bro.
He don't.
Well, first of all, when I came,
hold on. The only thing you got going for you with Divine is that you believe in the Most High.
Yeah, I don't agree to nothing with you.
Outside of that, nope.
So when everything I've been saying to I not once mentioned Divine or saying that that's my guy and he's the
on
best.
the polls defending the bullshit.
Oh, I'm defending the statement.
Was you wrong about my company and my business?
Time out. Homeboy jumped off. He gone.
He gone. One down. You next.
Now Gideon. Forget about unless you gonna. If you're not gonna apologize, let me know. You gonna apologize?
I don't see why I need to apologize.
Say
All
yes.
You don't need to be on the show. Fuck out of here. Keep the branch. Let's go. My friendship with Unc means more to me than you. So get the fuck out of here. Keep the branch. Let's go.
We
What's
gotta
up?
beat him up on the claim though. Put him back. I want you and say.
Nah, he gotta apologize, bro. He gotta apologize.
Yeah, he wrong for that. Divine ain't gonna never apologize neither. I don't need him to. We just fight all day. I'm good with Divine.
Well, I think Ankh should apologize to the Hebrews, saying that we're not Hebrews though as well. Though
y'all not.
Okay, prove it.
And I'm not
We're
going
not-
to
No.
We're not Hebrews.
We're not gonna fall for
Right.
the banana in the tailpipe. We're talking about from 70 AD, Jews going in or Israelites going in from right there to West Africa. The mic is on you. Let's go. Let's go.
We cannot use false Jewish history to prove that we're the Hebrews. That's where a lot of the Israelites are making a mistake at. They're reading, a lot of these guys are reading Jewish pseudo history to validate that we the Hebrews, and that's where they're making a mistake at.
All right, help
Show us how you do it. Show us how you do it.
Hold on. Time out. Let me ask you a question, right? Are you using Israelite history to make the claim that you are Israel?
Yes.
All right. Which Bible do you use?
I'm using Israelite history. I'm using the Most High's history.
Okay.
Which history are you using? Which one?
Go ahead.
The Torah and the Tanakh. Be quiet, bro. Let me talk for a minute.
Hold on 1 second. Keep the branch. My bro is back. Gideon Capone ran off. He went to go call up some Israelites. I need some sources to beat up Garfield. And about 12 people answer the call. He in a back chat with like a bunch of them. Like, yo, Garfield got me, man. I need a source. There you go, Gideon Capone. Get me. Live on the air. Let's go.
Yeah, we on this.
All right, so I got the source, but what I'm doing right here, I'm putting this in ChatGPT. Is that okay?
Yeah. Cool. What kind of ChatGPT you got? You might got a flammery one. I got a scientific one.
What are you answering first?
Okay, so put in ChatGPT, Hegesippus. What did he say about Domitian, the emperor Domitian? How you pronounce his name?
I don't know. Just spell it, nigga. Shit. Hegesippus.
However you say his name. So Heges.
Yes. Hold on.
Hegesipus.
Okay. One name.
Okay. And ask it about what he said. What did he say about Domitian?
Did he say about, spell it, Domitian?
D-O-M-I-T-I-A-N.
Yeah.
What?
D-O-M-I-T-I-A-N.
Okay. All right, let's see.
I should give you a quote.
Okay. Great question. Roman Emperor Domitian in the early Christian and Jewish context. Helgaspius, 110, 180. Gespius, okay, was an early Christian writer, often regarded as one of the first church historians. He lived in the 2nd century and wrote in Greek. Okay, his major works, known as his memoirs, okay, survives only in fragments preserved by later historians. Don't you believe? What's it, Caesar? Okay, hold on. Eusebius of CCRs. Okay, hold on. Now, what is it you want him to say? Most significant fragment. Okay, it's a Dominion ordered that the descendants of David should be killed. However, some of these descendants of Jesus' family were brought to Domitian, and when he saw they were poor and harmless with no political ambition, he let it go.
So what is the point?
What's your point?
This whole sword backfired.
So what I was showing is that he made a decree against them, right?
Come on, yo. We too old for this, yo.
Yo, for
Right.
real.
I'm showing you the decree, but so how long did that decree go on before he had to change it up?
Okay, so were they in Africa? Was this decree sending them
It say no direct.
Look, this says, look, hold on. This says after this interrogation, Domitian released them, and he found no threat in them and ceased his persecution. So he was already persecuting them.
Can I read it?
Go ahead.
It say the claim that Dominion ordered the death of Davidic descendants.
Hold on a second. By the way, Capone, let me apologize first of all, because this source, knowing my Christian history, anything about Hegesippus is from Eusebius.
I knew he was going to say.
No, let me finish it.
Hold on. From Eusebius. Eusebius is quoting, but listen to me now carefully now.
No, it says
why would you take this quote serious? This is what I'm asking you. Why would you take it serious though? Can you share your screen?
Yeah, here you go. Here, let's do
everybody could see it. I want it on the recording so people could go back and see this.
I just read the conclusion. And for
Sure.
the record,
Also,
I got the sign.
Also, Josephus.
For the record, I got the scientific joint. Go ahead, put it up there.
Hold on. Let me share on screen. Share your screen.
I am. It's there.
I don't see nothing. Oh, where you at? Okay, hold on. Oh, you right here. My bad.
Yeah, I got the scientific thing. Go ahead, read it, Garfield. My shit's scientific. My shit costs money. Y'all reading free.
Hegesippus via Eusebius. You see, as I said, that's why you said Eusebius claimed that Domitian ordered the death of Davidic descendants, but then pardoned them after seeing they pose no threat. There's no known empire-wide execution order for Jews or Christians by Domitian. You see, because it's a Christian writing it, and Eusebius could have possibly made it up. That's why I asked you, why would you take this serious? Because why would Domitian say something about Davidic descendants? That's somebody that's a Jew that would make a claim like that. So you can't really take that serious. So when you're reading stuff, bro, you got to look at it in context. There's no known, hold on, look at what it says. There is no known empire-wide execution order for Jews or Christians by Domitian. Rather, his policy was about political control and suppressing messianic claimants in a period of heightened tension. And this period was, of course, during like 60-something AD or whatever, when he was the guy in charge. Because he took over at 68?
Yeah,
hold on, let me tell you what he took over.
He
took over at 81. So his is late. He's not even around at 70 AD, bro.
Right there.
He's not around. It's Vespasian and Titus. So you reading this now, you gotta put your head in context. I don't want you to admit that you're wrong, because y'all don't do that. I'm not gonna put you in that position. But
that doesn't stand up to his argument, though.
But you
how
still
did that make him black? Stay where we was at, though.
You still see, that's what I'm saying. See, y'all trying to.
We want to stay where we was at.
Focus in on one sort. I'm showing you that this is a record of Jews being persecuted.
Okay.
Now,
hold on. Time out.
That ain't what we asked for.
I know. Okay, but I'm showing you why they would have had to leave from Jerusalem.
GD and Capone. Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
Do you agree, before we move on, that Domitian is not a good source for what we're talking about?
He was an emperor of Rome, bro.
He was an emperor of Rome from 81 to 96, bro. This is not when 70 AD happened.
Yeah, but 70 AD, that's when, you getting 70 AD, that's when they sacked Jerusalem. It was a whole war before that, from 66 AD.
What does this got to do with
Yeah,
black
that's
Hebrews?
beside the point. That's beside the point.
Exactly. I'm just setting the fact straight. He's from 70 AD when it was a whole 5-6 year war going on before then.
Yeah,
brother, you
Demetrius,
wrong.
the son of
Brother
Estate.
Hebrew, you wrong. Stop teaching that Jewish history stuff, man. You wrong.
Hey,
Garfield, get control of this.
I'm gonna get to you in a second.
Get control of this.
Domitian ruled from 81 to 96. He's not involved with what we call it the 70 AD war, but it's really from 66 AD to 73 AD. We know all of that. All right. We call it the 70 AD war just to be like we're talking in general. All right. Not saying that's the war happened only 70 AD. We know it's from 66 AD to 73 AD. Now, would you agree that if you believe the exile happened at the 70 AD war, which is 66 to 73, that Domitian was not involved at that time? Yes or no? Hello?
Cricket.
How does this make black people?
He is misled. We was out of Jerusalem way before 70.
Branch. I'm gonna get to you in a second. Relax. We gonna teach together because we gonna pull out the Bible for you. Relax yourself. All right.
No, we're gonna pull out a scientific source.
No, hold on. So, He's
gone. He's gone.
Gideon, Israel, you back to apologize, or are you just gonna be hard headed?
Nah, man, we good, man. I'm just saying.
I don't care if we're good. You need to apologize.
Just apologize.
You gotta apologize if you're a Hebrew, man. Apologize,
Right,
man. Come
and
on,
the
let's
Most
get this
High.
thing moving, man.
Just for the sake of argument.
You know what? No. If it's not genuine, well, we don't know if it's genuine or not, because we can't read his heart like other Hebrews.
I'm waiting, Gideon. I'm listening.
I got nothing. It's all good. It's all good.
What's all good? What's all good?
I understand what you were saying. I never was saying that you was copywriting per se. The copyright is over with. What I'm saying is when a person see those shoes, that's the first thing they gonna come to.
This nigga retarded.
Keep the branch of the AYA 10 laws.
Yo, he was trying, yo.
Do you believe you descend from people who were in West and Central Africa?
Yeah, answer the question.
Why y'all gotta ask questions like that?
Okay.
You switched the question. The original question nobody answered.
I don't like. We have one question.
Where's Divine at when you need him?
Oh, man, Divine would answer.
First of all,
Now
the start line.
If y'all really want to know the truth, why y'all play like that?
Branch. Let's get back on topic. Now, you believe that the majority of the Jews or Israelites went into West Africa and came to the Americas. Am I correct?
Listen, I don't have to believe. I'm about to tell you. I
can't talk to
get him out of here.
You can't answer questions.
Four down. Who's next? Who's next?
He just want to tell us.
Who's next? OBI, where you at?
Anonymous Hebrew. Come on over here.
There's somebody up there. Somebody. Y'all falling apart. Where's Divine at? Yeah, let's debate. Hey, Garfield. And then why would I debate Divine? That'd be something you would do, because that's what you do.
Exactly.
That's what you do.
Tell him to call Garfield out. I bet you won't.
Yeah, and then why wouldn't I use? See,
you don't debate no more.
Yeah, for money, but I'm saying,
he don't debate.
Why would I have to debate that though? I'm saying when Garfield is fit to do that, I will beat the brakes off Divine. But at the end of the day, this is what this man do. This is what he do. He do the all that nonsense. So I ain't a selfish guy. I thought you're supposed to use your tools. I thought you're supposed to defer to people who that's all they do. Definitely deferring to Garfield on this. And you, 93. But I think Divine to get you because you don't think.
Divine to get you. He gonna get you.
Now, Garfield believes 50%
you had me mad as shit for about 20 minutes when you said that. I just wanted to know I was hot. You got me.
That's a debate tactic.
Yeah, you got me. I ain't gonna lie, you definitely got me. I forgot I just said it a moment before.
No, but I see what you saying, Unc. I see what you're saying.
Right, come on.
Let me
man.
get out of here, man. What time is it? 4:31.
No,
I'm
where they,
Oh,
no,
don't
they,
run, brother.
where they at?
Don't
Where
run.
they at?
You know
Oh,
what?
you
You know
said
what?
he's running?
Hold on, we gotta keep the branches, Garfield. We gotta keep the branches. Let's ask him something.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end the show.
Well,
And start
y'all fearful of me. I see. Y'all don't like to talk to me. I see. Don't speak with me.
No. I'm
Nobody's
scared of him.
I'm gonna end the show and start a
Y'all
show.
scared.
Call the smoke session. We want all the smoke. That's what.
Yeah, I'm scared.
Make the title. Are the Hebrews?
Y'all don't want the smoke.
Are the
Y'all don't even
African
have
Americans
qualified.
Hebrews?
Y'all refuse
Tim
to have
Branches, come back.
You see my
Y'all
name.
refuse.
The culture
Y'all
will
refuse.
kill him.
Everybody quiet, man. Are the African Americans what?
I said y'all refuse
Do they
to
descend
have.
from the populations in ancient Israel? Simple as that. Come on, man. Get all of them. Where they at?
Y'all don't
Come on,
want no
man.
smoke, man.
Divine know what it is. Now we smoke.
You don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke.
I'm the trigger. You don't want nothing with me.
I definitely want it. I've been wanting it for the last 20 years in this motherfucker.
You and me both.
Let's have the discussion, Branches. I want to see your sources.
Yeah, Branch. And Branch, don't come with the Bible. You can use it. I don't mind, but don't.
Because there is a source. There is a source that says what you should be looking for, but I don't think y'all know where it's at.
See, y'all think that everybody that come on these panels are uneducated when it comes to the questioning of what y'all question about how do we get to. We went into Africa.
We know you are.
Okay, well, and I know you are stupid because you don't know who I am.
Well, Tim Branches, let's do this.
Hey, hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna go live. I'm gonna go live right now. Right now, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live right now.
Hey, said we get ready to get them. We're going to go over there and we're going to get them. We're just getting started.
And you know I'm ready to get them.
You know I'm ready.
I can't believe these niggas going to attack the commerce and get mad because I beat up their religion. Is we serious right now, man? Y'all got me effed up, yo. Y'all tripping.
You're not beating up on nobody's religion. We don't got a religion.
Man, you
Tim Branches, you cannot show your father line going back to the ancient Hebrews. You can't show your father line going back that far, bro.
You can't show your right. You can't show your line going back to the Iron Age, bro.
Hey, everybody stop. The YouTube link is in the chat, right? The YouTube link is in the chat for the next show. Gideon, jump on the stage on the other one. We're gonna deal with. We want some smoke now. This is smoke section.
Smoke section. All right, I'm out. I'm getting a link.
Everybody jump on the other link.
Yeah, I'm on the link.
All right.
We want the smoke. We
definitely
want the smoke.
Yeah, we definitely want
Israelites and everything. Let's prove it right now.
Yeah, we did. That ain't it. That's okay. Yeah, we definitely want that.
All right, so on. Let me put the link.
Yeah, we definitely want that. I got it. We want that. Yeah. See who's scamming. Right. Yeah, and big
smoke.
Big up to the Facebook post is doing well.
Video.
Oh man. Hey Garfield, appreciate you, bro. Oh man.
Oh man, yeah.
Just make sure you guide the conversation, yo. You lead on this. Don't let nobody talk over your argument. Yo, let's get them. You the lead.
All right, family. We're on the other link. Let's go. Peace. We are there.
All right. Yeah.
We're on the other link, family. The link is in the chat. Jump on the other link.
All right, brother.
I'm in the street. Yeah, peace.